Having it all. I want you to be my wife. He loves me not. Part 1, Little House on the Prairie, Michael Landon. When the call for the audition first came, I knew nothing of Laura Ingalls Wilder's Little House on the Prairie. Although her books became children's classics as early as 1932, when they first appeared, for years they had been out of print or unavailable in my local library. The story of the Ingalls family, as told by the middle daughter, began in Wisconsin, the Big Woods, where her parents, Charles and Carolyn, grew up, married, and started their family. They had 3 daughters, I learned as I began to read the books. Mary was 9, Laura 7, and Carrie 3. Charles Ingalls was a restless spirit, forever seeking new possibilities. So the family began their trek to Indian country, the Prairie. The pilot told the story of that journey to find a new life, the challenges of moving to an unknown part of the country to homestead in what would later be called Kansas. In the end, when a government treaty with the Osage required the family to move on, they would lose their new home. The tall trees in the mountains of California not far from Yosemite would stand in for the Big Woods. And since I'd never been to that part of the state, I looked forward to seeing places I'd only read about in stories like Mark Twain's The Celebrated Jumping Frog of Calaveras County. I packed the first 2 books, Little House in the Big Woods and Little House on the Prairie, to take with me up to the location, and flew with the cast to Sonora. Everyone was booked into a 2-story motel, but I had requested a bathtub, so they put me next door in the gun house. Much too nervous to sleep before our first day of filming, when my alarm sounded at 4:30 a.m., I was already awake. Then the wake-up call came from the desk of the gun house a little before 5, and I stumbled from my room outside to the parking lot next door, where a brown station wagon awaited me. I crawled into the passenger seat, said a cheerful good morning to the driver, who seemed surprised by my cheer. He had the heat blasting, for which I was thankful. It was still dark as we drove through the little mountain town of Sonora onto the highway and up the steep, curving mountain road toward the location. Close to Twain Harte, at nearly 8,000 feet above sea level, the car stopped. Dazed, I had no idea where to go. Someone pointed me toward a trailer where I found Larry and Whitey, who had arrived early and organized the makeup trailer. Bright lights, makeup, and a big hooded hairdryer run by a generator. This would be the first of 1,000 mornings when Larry sprayed my head with water he had warmed and set my hair in little curlers, then put me under the dryer for 20 minutes. I was happy to learn the union required we be fed breakfast on these early calls, and that day the second assistant director brought my favorite meal, bacon and eggs, on a paper plate along with some coffee from the catering truck. I tucked into the food while my hair dried, then returned to Larry, who would dress my hair. I could see the hair pieces on a shelf, both for the bun and for the long 3/4 fall, Ma's hair when worn down. My hair was short, and when I first was cast, I'd been concerned about that. Mike didn't think it was a problem, but I explained to him that women didn't start cutting their hair until the 1920s. So he called out to Evelyn Malouf, the secretary, "Get Larry Germain on the phone." Hair was expensive and took time to create and to match. So it was decided my hair would be rented for now. Larry artfully combed my short locks into pretend waves on the sides to look as though they belonged to the fake bun at the nape of my neck, and next I moved to sit in Whitey's big, flexible, barber-like chair. Whitey had a gentle touch with the makeup sponge, which as the years wore on, I would learn to appreciate more and more. And when I was made up and ready, I walked outside. In the freezing early morning light, the crew was unloading and setting up. Our assistant director, Miles, spotted me the moment I emerged from the trailer. A kind, energetic man with prematurely white hair, he directed me to a long trailer with many small steps and doors, our dressing rooms and the crew's lavatories. Richeline, our costumer, was waiting for me as I climbed the wobbly metal steps into my narrow dressing room and private toilet in the honey wagon. Later, when the weather warmed up, I understood where that name had come from. But that day, everything was new and strange. Richeline helped me into my costume as I wondered about the peculiar chemical smell coming from the small heater, but I didn't ask. There was too much to take in. Dressed in tights, long underwear, and petticoats, even turning around in the little toilet was a challenge. Once I laced up my black leather boots with their many grommets, I climbed out of the trailer, back down the wobbly steps, careful not to trip over the long skirt. I shivered in my inadequate jacket. The day was dawning, and the scene struck me as an Ansel Adams photograph. Steep, snow-padded mountains, thin, crisp air, giant pines everywhere. I spotted a storybook cabin dwarfed by immense trees just up the snowy road. A yellow gleam shone from the window. This would be the home of Carolyn's parents in Michigan. And on this, our first morning of shooting, we would play a scene of goodbye. The Ingalls family was leaving the little house in the big woods to begin their trek west. Men in puffy dark coats were setting up black and silver equipment they carried from a huge truck. Those men were strong, and I was impressed with how they were able to work so dexterously. They seemed to possess secret skills, and they had union cards to prove it. Other men in cowboy hats hitched horses up to a simple covered wagon. These, I learned, were the wranglers, real wranglers dressed in real jeans. After all my years in the London and New York City theater scene, where the men were artists, men Vice President Spiro Agnew scornfully dubbed effete intellectuals, I suddenly felt as if I were a tourist who had somehow landed in a foreign land. When I spotted Mike high up on a crane looking through the camera, I was relieved that at least I knew someone here. The crane carried him down, then lifted him back up, and I could see that being in charge put him on top of the world. I headed for the catering truck, where the caterers were beginning to prepare lunch for about 100 people. There was a spigot for hot coffee on the outside of the truck, so I filled my cup and walked around unsure about what I should do. I spotted Melissa Gilbert, the little girl with auburn braids who would play Laura, and when I said hello, she quickly piped up, "Do you have your tears ready?" At first, I could only think, "Egad, oh no, now I'll never be able to cry." But I recovered enough to say crisply, "Yes, they're in my pocket." Actors have a cardinal rule. Don't focus on results, where we're supposed to arrive emotionally in a scene, and never tell another actor what we expect them to do. I could see that working with kids was going to be really different. Seeking to build rapport, I walked toward the adorable twin girls, only 3 years old. Children their age could only work for a few hours, but with twins, that extended the time to 6. "Hi," I said. "I'm Karen. What's your name?" Sugar lump, said the first one in a muddled sing-song voice. Oh, I said, barely understanding, but carrying on. And what's yours? I asked the other darling girl. Foxy Robin, she said in a cutesy voice. Well, I thought, this is Hollywood. What did I expect? Melissa, Missy Anderson, 10 years old, modest and polite, was playing my oldest daughter, Mary. She and I had met earlier at a costume fitting at Paramount, where, stunned by her fairy tale princess looks, long flaxen hair and penetrating blue eyes, I whispered to her mother how pretty she was. I was surprised that her mom seemed surprised. That day, the girls were all dressed in their 19th century calico or plain cotton with modern jackets, while I was plain in my dark brown raw silk suit. The location filled me with awe, but standing around was making me jittery. When would we get to work? When they called me for rehearsal, I headed for the cabin, stepping carefully on the gravelly road where mud puddles had formed from melting snow. The incongruity of all the equipment and modern-dressed people tromping around so purposefully in this high, mystical forest seemed, well, like a movie, and I was excited to begin. I called hello to Mr. Friendly and looked up at Mike, killer good-looking, funny, and whip-smart, as the crane carried him to the ground. As the girls and I arrived, he began to describe what we, the family, were to do. We would walk away from the older couple, the man and woman playing Carolyn's parents. Then I was to climb up into the wagon seat, a neat trick in long skirts, and Mike would hand Carrie, still a baby, to me. He would settle our other little girls, blonde Mary and spunky Laura with her buck teeth, under the canvas and join me on the buckboard. We rehearsed. We tried it for the camera. I figured out that the wagon wheel was my purchase to easily mount to the seat. And finally, Pa swung up onto the driver's seat and called to the horses to go. A slap of the reins, and out we moved. But we hadn't moved far when Mike called softly, "And cut," and the wranglers halted the team. Then we got out of the way. Lighting and camera crews made adjustments. They practiced again with our stand-ins. The crane with the mounted camera swooped slowly down and focused on the action on the wagon. I stood nearby and smoked as I watched, and I could feel adrenaline rushing through my veins. On stage, I had to create the entire atmosphere that supported my characters' reactions. Trees, sunlight, snow gradually melting to crash heavily from the branches onto the earth. But now it was all here for me. The entire scene alive, present, powerful. And I was moved by it all, feeling the enormity of this moment for Carolyn, who, in all likelihood, would never see her parents or her home again. She was leaving for the wilderness with 3 little girls and no idea who or what they would meet on the way or where that way would lead. By the time the costumer arrived with capes and coats, I was in a near trance. Larry adjusted my bonnet. Off came our jackets. The children, better prepared than I, had good ski jackets, but of course they had parents. My winter coat, a black wool princess maxi coat, would have been silly here. And besides, that was back in New York, another world. Here, I wore Carolyn's wool cape. Miles called for the cast. Everyone was ready for our first take. Somehow, Mike was able to both play his part as Pa and direct. We shot it. Mike checked with the cameraman to find out if he was happy with it. conveyed to me that he liked the phony little smile I gave him as we pulled out. I was glad for the feedback. I'd wanted to reveal she was on board but not happy, making a sacrifice in order to be loyal and brave, even as she left behind the comfort of the only home she had ever known. Then the scene was broken into parts, and we began to shoot what is known as coverage. The camera shot each character individually, each angle requiring a completely new setup. As the sun rose higher, lights had to be adjusted so each scene looked precisely the same, although they were shot over hours of takes. Last came the back of the wagon, with Laura's little face in view for the narration. None of us had yet spoken a word of dialogue, and when Mike was directing, if the shot didn't reveal him closely, his handsome stand-in, Hal Burton, a skilled horseman and stuntman, sat beside me and called to the horses, "Ha!" and we pulled away. When the assistant director Miles called lunch, I was surprised the time had flown, but I also was ravenous. We walked over to the long tables that had been set up with folding chairs on a relatively flat area near the catering truck. When I got in the line by the truck, Miles came after me. No, you go up front," he said, as he led me to the head of the line. That embarrassed me. In Berkeley, I'd learned respect for labor, believed in equality for all. The last thing I wanted was to seem snooty or more deserving than others, but I was learning protocol. The steaks and vegetables smelled fantastic, and I carried my tray to the tables and found an empty spot where some of the men in cowboy hats were eating and talking, and I smiled and said a shy hello, and they clammed up. I couldn't imagine what I'd done wrong. How could a woman stop a group of men engaged in conversation? I wondered if it was because I was a woman, or an actress, or playing a lead. I fell back on friendly and quiet and cut into my steak to fortify myself for the cold afternoon's work ahead, chewing away, feeling energized to be 31 and learning a new craft. As the Ingalls family moved across the country, the Little House Company moved down the mountain to shoot short scenes that would create a collage of their journey. Between shots, the girls and I warmed up at smudge pots. Though the land was more rolling and varied than Kansas, this part of California was relatively flat, with open land carved by big rivers, providing panoramic visuals. Hal Burton drove the wagon over roadless acres, and seated on the buckboard, I bounced along beside him, my appreciation for my pioneer foremothers growing ever deeper with each new bruise. For the rest of that January, we settled in at a Great Western motel in Stockton, equipped with a family-style restaurant where we ate dinner. We rode out to the big ranch where we would build the cabin, and to the county fairgrounds where a huge Quonset hut became our studio for interiors. Each day I began early, when Larry arrived at my door with his spray bottle and curlers to set my hair. Despite Larry's gentleness, being sprayed wet and set in tight curlers before dawn felt like torture to the night owl I was. The big dryer was parked in my room for the rest of the shoot. Once I was dry, Larry artistically camouflaged my curlers with a chiffon net, and he and I would walk down to meet Whitey and the driver to head out to location, where it would take an hour to get Ma ready to shoot. Fortunately, none of us were morning chatterbugs, but we were the early birds, since it took Mike and the girls just 30 minutes to be made up and dressed. Mornings were beautiful. Our caterers dispensed fat, hot breakfast burritos wrapped in big white tortillas that will never taste better than they did out there, just after sunup in the wintertime in the wilderness. At 8 a.m., barring surprises, we rehearsed, then waited for the crew to reset lights before we rehearsed again, and got our final makeup, hair, and costume touch-ups. Mike worked precisely and also managed to be the main entertainment, cutting up or chatting with everyone right up to calling action. As the years went by, I became familiar with his repertoire of jokes and his Olympian memory for them. It was incredible to me, who could never remember a joke in the correct order. One day, during a dangerous river crossing scene, I arrived on the bank of the river and found the crew hard at it, stretching ropes from one side to the other downstream of our wagon, just in case. Just in case of what, I wondered. Oh, just in case the wagon goes downstream. We climbed aboard. Ma and Pa feel truly worried and warn the girls to hold on tight to Carrie. Then Hal Burton took the wagon into the middle of the river, where it was secured with lines stretching to the shore on either side. Both he and the stunt woman were dressed as the Ingalls parents. Mike and I sat safely on the buckboard, while Ma and Pa appeared to be near toppling over. Some of the crew wearing tall boots rocked the wagon as we played the fearful scene, acting our terror. But afterwards, we stood safely on shore, while Hal and Jeannie Epper brought the wagon over the slippery rocks to the riverbank. I wanted to do the scene myself, but no one else would entertain the idea. When I thought of real danger, I thought of flaming car crashes or flying trapezes, but this was only a river. Hal drove the horses hard, again and again, shouting and cracking the whip to bump the wagon wheels over the rocks, and I realized how dangerous it truly was. I held my breath until they made it to shore. Jeannie jumped off the wagon and asked me for a cigarette, and I saw as I lit it that her hands were shaking. I felt a rush of gratitude and amazement at the way Hal seemed to take it all in stride, though later I would learn he had broken his back 3 times. The first day in the Quonset hut, we leapt ahead to a scene in the cabin Pa and Ma hadn't yet built. Each night, I studied hard to be sure I knew what Carolyn had already experienced, where she had just been in the moments before the scene began, and where she would go when Mike called cut. I had never before shot anything of any length out of sequence. I reflected on interviews with famous actors and apocryphal stories I'd heard young actors tell about how the great ones did it. Marlon Brando, whom we all idolized, talked about creating an organic relationship with his props, which is what I had done in the theater, using props as a way of expressing my character's inner life. That day, when I walked into the cabin, I had been given a large basket of laundry. I studied that laundry, figuring out which pieces were Charles, which the girls, what needed mending, and as I concentrated on the laundry, our rehearsal moved right along until suddenly there was a big, blank silence. It was my turn to speak. Little Melissa Gilbert piped up with my line, and I looked up, hot with embarrassment. But Mike just laughed, letting me off the hook. When they gave me the cue again, I said the line, and we broke for another setup. As he touched up my hair, Larry whispered, "So, you've had your baptism by fire." And that day he became my ally, confiding hints to me about what other actresses had learned to do to take care of themselves in the controlled chaos of a movie set. Jennifer Jones wouldn't talk to anyone between rehearsal and shooting. Susan Anspach walked off to sit by herself. He let me know I didn't have to hang out with the crew, be jolly and social the way Mike was. Of course, the children were shepherded off to school at every opportunity, and I had no other actresses to talk to. Mike was busy directing. The actor playing Mr. Edwards hadn't arrived yet. But as Larry blended my short hair back toward the bun, he became my friend. The basket of laundry was whisked away, and I never saw it again. And that turned out to be the way with our props. No chance to build a relationship with them, to imbue them with history or feeling. I discovered I would need to find a new way of working with props, and it would take all of season 1 to do that. I found an out-of-the-way corner for my director's chair, and that became home base. In the theater, lines had never been an issue for me. By the time we had blocked the scene, the words seemed embedded in both my mind and body, but now I was needing to learn lines cold, all alone in a motel room, repeating lines to myself after a 12-hour day of shooting outside in the cold. Each night, I sat in bed writing them out, checking and testing myself again and again until I conked out, page in hand. We worked in the Quonset hut when it rained, and there we shot many night trekking scenes. Truckloads of dirt were brought in and spread about, and long grasses grew from it. Big heaters took the chill off the vast, uninsulated space. One afternoon, as we were shooting a family scene around a campfire by the wagon, I noticed a ladybug. Their good luck, so I showed it to the girls. Soon, we saw one after another, and they were everywhere, and we were all delighted. The heat had caused their eggs, hidden on the sage or grasses, to hatch and cover us with good fortune. Then came the turkey. In a Christmas scene, the girls in their Sunday best are listening to Pa play the fiddle by a roaring fire as Ma plucks the turkey. Pa and Ma are putting on a brave front since they have no presents for their girls. And suddenly, a frozen Mr. Edwards, a large, bearded man shrouded in ice, arrives. He had forded a freezing stream and made his way to the family, bringing along potatoes for dinner and shiny tin cups for the girls. Ma's antipathy toward him melts, and from that day on she accepts him as a friend. And indeed, Victor French had climbed down a snowbank and, wearing nothing but pink long johns, strode into the mountain stream up in the gold country. I could hear his whoop across the snowy field as I headed for the trailer. It was a bright sunny day when we were to do the Christmas scene, and as I walked from the set to the makeup trailer and back, I noticed a turkey tied to a stake on the grass, but I didn't tarry to befriend the bird. I wasn't sentimental about its fate, but I also didn't want to bond with it before the scene. When it came time to shoot the scene, there was the turkey on the rough table where I needed to pluck it, and when I placed my hands on it, it was still warm. Suddenly, I was blubbering over that turkey, my eyes flooded with tears. The rehearsal was stopped. I was allowed to mop up, and Whitey repaired my face. The warmth had gotten to me. But Ron Shinneke, our prop master, trying to help, told me he had left it to lie in the sun, thinking that would make my task easier. For a city girl like me, who only knew meat in refrigerated cellophane packages, the warmth of that creature undid me. When we had wrapped up all the interiors, we left the Quonset hut and spent the rest of the shooting schedule at the ranch home site. One dark morning when we arrived, we discovered that the heavy rain in the night had mired the trucks deep in the ranch road mud. As we sat in our toasty car, Kent McRae, the unit production manager, and many of the crew were trying to dislodge the trucks. "You don't see a production manager out there like him," "That Kent McRae is one of a kind," our driver said. I had met Kent in the hallway outside Mike's office soon after I was cast, and Kent exclaimed when he saw me, "Look at that face." I couldn't imagine what he had seen in my face. I had no idea what type I was, but from his comment, I guessed it was good. An enormous man in height and girth, Kent was in his early 40s when we began Little House, and his whole crew reflected his fine work ethic. There was none of that "not my job" attitude I had noticed backstage on Broadway. Everyone pulled more than his own weight, and that energy flowed from Kent. He was second-generation showbiz. His father had been drawn into radio while working in insurance in Hartford and become a station manager. Kent liked the entertainment world and had an interview with a renowned professor of theater at Yale who offered him his first job. Working for the professor, he learned all the elements that go into making theatrical magic, and while still young, he ran the Central City Opera House high in the Rockies, where he dealt with everything from housing to high-strung divas. NBC moved Kent's father to Los Angeles just as television production was exploding there. The groundbreaking coaxial cable made national transmission from the West Coast possible for the first time. While visiting his folks, Kent attended a party where he met a vice president from NBC. The VP invited him to interview, but Kent demurred. His father, he said, wouldn't approve of nepotism. But the man simply said, "Come on, we'll deal with that if you get the job." When he told his folks he had, his dad hit the roof and left the room to call the vice president. He returned to the table mollified, saying, "It's only week to week, so we'll see what happens." What happened was that Kent's career with NBC lasted for more than 40 years. He grew with the medium, absorbing lessons and incorporating skills as television itself developed. After many years in television, Kent was tapped for Bonanza, the top show in the country. But Kent's first contact with Michael was challenging. On his first day, Mike called down to him from a high rock where he was rehearsing a scene, demanding a car to take him to an appointment that afternoon. The schedule showed Mike shooting all day, but Mike reminded him again. Kent didn't contradict him. Rather, he drove to his service station for a payphone to call NBC to see if there was some mistake. No, Michael Landon was to shoot all day. Armed with the facts, Kent returned to location and told Mike he was scheduled all day. Mike laughed and told Kent he had been testing him. And Kent had proved a star couldn't intimidate him. This may not have been the test Mike had in mind, but it paid off in a relationship that lasted for over 25 years, and I was just one more beneficiary of this great team. Kent, I knew, was the secret weapon behind the success of Little House. That dark morning, Kent saw that muddy mess on the road as just another problem to be solved as soon as possible. But it was harder than they thought, and we were sent back to the motel to wait. Soon, we got the call to return to the ranch. Scheduling, equipment, budget, all this rested with Kent, and all of it worked beautifully. From the earliest days, I counted on him, depended on him, and knew that if I had an issue with anything, I could take it to Kent. On the ranch, we moved from hill to crevice to give the impression of different backgrounds. Wanting to be a good worker, I carried my chair, traipsing up small hills and down to the cabin site, though eventually I learned why carrying chairs was the prop guy's job. I needed my strength for my job. When we were shooting the collage of the cabin building, The Ingalls parents worked side by side like a team, and I thought of my folks. Next, Carolyn dug a ditch. Mike called, "Action!" and I dug and dug and dug some more. What does he want, I thought. Real sweat? Finally, I looked up and saw the whole crew just standing there, and Mike burst out laughing. They had long since turned off the camera, and once I got the joke, I felt silly but joined in the laughter. Mike used such practical jokes to keep the atmosphere light, and it worked. Victor French arrived at the ranch, bringing support to the Ingalls and fresh energy to the company. Vic's character, Mr. Edwards, was the lovable rascal, an untutored scamp whose loyalty and fun lightened the struggle of the Ingalls family. He and little Laura were a match, as he taught her how to spit some distance, making Ma frown. She disapproves of him until his loyalty and affection for the girls wins her over in the Christmas scene. Once we were on the air, people fell in love with Mr. Edwards. One day, Vic and I sat on a log getting to know each other while Mike was shooting scenes with the girls. He loved to talk, and I began to get to know this big, lumpy man whose gnarled face fit his rough prairie costume, whose breast expanded with love of his art, love of his son, love of the diminutive actress he'd wooed and won. A fine actor, passionate, so dedicated to his craft, he'd expound on the art of acting until your ears buzzed. When I learned he was engaged to Julie Cobb, I felt as if we were long-lost cousins. Her brother Vince and I had fallen in love all those years ago during my first show in Berkeley. Back then, Julie was still a young girl and lived with their mother, Vince with their father, the famous Lee J. Cobb. While Vince and I were going together, Mr. Cobb and Vince's stepmother did not invite me to stay with them, but his mom, the actress Helen Beverly, welcomed me with actual open arms. On nights I stayed over, Julie spent the night with a friend. I had slept in her bed. Vic was happy to be making a break with the tough guys and criminals he'd been typecast as previously. He aspired to direct and told me excitedly that he was pretty sure he was going to have his first crack at directing an episode on the final season of Gunsmoke. After we finished the pilot, he asked me to play a part. I counted this as a vote of confidence, and all of us in the cast had such fun working with him and together that we all bonded. Vic turned out to be a drunk, too. Of course, neither of us knew this at the time. As years went by, we would both pay a price. But that day on the log, it was all blue sky and optimism. The show was set to air in March, and pressure was mounting to finish on time. 2 weeks in, the editor came up to work on a rough cut while we continued to shoot. To speed things up, the dailies, flown down to Hollywood each night, were transferred to videotape so the editor and Mike could edit on site. Sometimes the Tule fog in the valley grounded the small planes. One evening after work, Vince Gutierrez, the editor, approached me and said, "You know you have to match your work." I had no idea what he meant. He explained that in medium shots and close-ups, I had to do the same thing I'd done in close-up, but I still didn't understand. Everyone talked about Dustin Hoffman's brilliance for doing something fresh and different for every take. I took my question to Mike, who wasn't happy the editor had approached me. Things were going well, and he didn't want me to begin to feel self-conscious. But he explained it simply. If I opened a door with my right hand as I said a line, I needed to repeat that in all the covering shots so they could cut different takes together. Many times over the years, Mary Yerke, our diminutive script supervisor with the eagle eye, called out, "Braids back!" meaning Laura's braids had been behind her shoulders during the master. Mary wrote furiously in her script the details of our gestures and behavior, and her script was the post-production Bible. Movie companies take months to shoot a 2-hour movie, but we had 4 weeks to shoot our pilot, and Mike and the cinematographer were aiming for high-quality work. Many actors prefer shooting television to features because of the quicker pace, and for me, shooting outdoors was invigorating. I had plenty to do to keep up with my character's development, continuity, and the new technical skills I was acquiring. I ate like a horse, and I lost 5 pounds. At the end of the shoot, Tui drove up to take me to Big Sur, my favorite place, for some rest and relaxation. We were on top of the world. He had found us a house to rent in Laurel Canyon and had moved our sparse belongings in. We had a home again. His divorce had been finalized at long last, and when he proposed, I accepted. It seemed as if suddenly everything was right with the world. 14. We're home. We'll all fare better if we work together. The 100-Mile Walk, Little House on the Prairie, Ward Hawkins. My folks invited Tony and Larry to join us at their house to watch the pilot on March 30th, 1973. They prepared steaks and baked potatoes and plenty of red wine, and we all settled in to watch. A Saturday morning screening of the pilot for cast and crew had been a week or so before, so I knew my work was pretty good, but I was anxious for their approval. When the NBC announcer mispronounced Grassle, we all groaned and shrieked, but by the next commercial break, they had corrected it. I was breathless to hear what my parents and my dearest friends thought of the show and my work. There was only one scene where I cringed at my acting. They were positive, and we were all so happy. My folks did not give compliments. Dad might have said something like, "Pretty good, kid." But I could see they were very proud. Tony approved, and that meant a lot because of her intellectual standards, and this was, after all, television. But she and Larry were enthusiastic, and we all looked forward to having many fun times together. That weekend, Tui and I found an inexpensive lamp in Ventura for our new place, and when I offered to write a check, the store owner said, "You have an honest face. I trust you." And I whispered to my fiancé, 20 million Americans can't be wrong. I felt lighthearted and free about becoming famous, for a while. In my hometown, recognition was vindication for all those years of feeling unpopular, rejected by my peers, misunderstood. One Christmas, when I was visiting from New York, one of my dearest friends had said, "Oh, are you still doing theater? I thought that was a phase." And that had hurt so much. I couldn't help but celebrate having shown them all. Weekly national appearances at 8 p.m. on a top show with second billing to America's favorite guy, this kind of success everyone understood. My father was especially jubilant that we had received the green light and we were set to produce 24 episodes beginning in May. Tui and I stripped wallpaper, painted and feathered our new nest. We bought an old Volvo, and I drove the 20 minutes or so over to Paramount to see the set while it was under construction. At the gate, when I told the guard my name, he checked the list quickly and waved me through. Driving onto the lot felt a little like being in a movie. Near the back corner, I found the enormous warehouse-like space, our stage, Stage 30. I parked beside it, another privilege of my new job. All was open and bustling that day. Near the entrance, I found the little house under construction. Mike introduced me to Trevor Williams, the art director, and proudly showed me around. The authentic size of the little house, and it was little. The way the walls and ceiling could fly open to make space for camera, lights, and crew. On soaps I had shot in New York, the sets were more like the theater, with three-sided walls, the camera positioned as if they were the audience. This set opened like a dollhouse and was reassembled with hinges, so the camera could move in and around it, able to shoot as many angles as possible. The little house would be a warm place, where the table held platters of scrambled eggs, family discussions took place over rabbit stew, and Pa's fiddling inspired the girls to dance in front of the cheerful fire. 1/3 of the double-sized stage was curbed off and filled in with dirt. Within that area stood the barn. As the scripts developed, the barn became the dark place on the prairie, the place where one night Mary would start a dangerous fire when she secretly wanted to study after bedtime, where Carolyn, during a thunderstorm, would try to rescue a wayward cow and faint. Here, standing by the fence, Charles would tell Carolyn that Mary was going blind. Opposite our home set, past a wide concrete area, was a second huge space where the interiors of Olson's Mercantile, their home, and the church school were built. A collection of miscellaneous flats was shoved against the back wall, ready to be assembled as needed. Eventually, the set designers built the Edwards family and later the Garvey home interiors. The design team, ably led by William Jeffries and Donald E. Webb, painted, wallpapered, curtained, and furnished interiors as required. Or, as if by magic, they created a tent hospital or art gallery that would be filmed, then dismantled. I loved this evanescent aspect of show business, so much like life and so exquisitely expressed by Shakespeare. Melted into air, into thin air, and like this insubstantial pageant faded, leave not a wreck behind. The Tempest, Act 4, Scene 1. Once the show was up and running, craft service tables with gallons of coffee and boxes of sugary donuts were set up on the concrete island between the little house sets and the town sets. Nearby was a rolling telephone stand with 2 phones for the entire company, phones that were automatically silenced when we were rehearsing or shooting a scene. And in the far rear of the main stage stood the makeup mirrors and tables, set back far enough so their bright lights did not interfere with the set lighting. There we sat in barber chairs while Whitey and Larry put on our masks, packing up at the end of the day when we were going to shoot on location. To the side and behind the makeup section, 2 heavy doors led out to a row of small huts that looked as if they'd been thrown together 30 years before. These were our dressing rooms. Mine was conveniently located just past the big doors, across a wooden walkway. Inside was a twin bed with an old spread and bolster, a makeup table with poor lighting, and a chair as well as a hook to hang my clothes. Meant to be a private place, a place where an actor can study or prepare or nap as the hours drone on. Ours had bugs and heating that either blasted or was off entirely. And although I was used to the bare bones of theater accommodations even on Broadway, I was surprised to discover these to be so poor in Hollywood. As time went by, I would read and hear about other TV actors' trailers with their favorite color bedspreads and kitchenettes where they could rest, study, even prepare food. But Mike's production style was austere. He didn't care about dressing rooms or trailers, and the parties were noticeably economical. But at that moment, everything was exciting. Just before we began shooting season 1, Mike invited Tui and me to dinner at his home up above the Beverly Hills Hotel. We drove the curving road, passing one large estate after another, some hidden behind walls, others behind massive greenery, some boldly displayed for all to admire or envy. Jangling with excitement, I hunted for Mike's address. There! Tui spotted the grand house of indeterminate Southern California style, and we followed the driveway around to the back and parked in the expansive brick courtyard. Above, to the left, we saw a terrace, pool, and large pool house for entertaining. Tui had savoir-faire with everyone, regardless of their money or status, and I took comfort in his ease. As we walked toward the impressive front door, I flashed on the maze that had been my life. Shakespearean heroines, sudden call of "You're on" Broadway, rigorous Grotowski method on bare floors, planes and trains and greyhounds, rented rooms, rising to the occasion, in love and bitter breakups, all leading here. We rang the bell. A uniformed servant led us to a downstairs bar decorated like a Western saloon. Mike, bristling with vitality, burst into the room, followed by his wife, Lynn, a knockout in her casually expensive outfit, her luxuriant brown hair with sunny highlights flowing over her shoulders, her dazzling tan. She was perfectly made up, and her ample breasts were hinted at but not displayed. She perfectly personified a type, sexy enough for a Playboy centerfold, and already a mother of 4. She greeted us warmly. Mike was proud of his bar, designed around his bonanza treasures taken from the set when the show wrapped, including a wagon wheel. He poured us each a drink, and the other guests began to arrive. Edie Gourmet and Steve Lawrence, Jay Bernstein, the publicist, thought to be the man behind Farrah Fawcett's sudden fame. After drinks, we all walked upstairs to the dining room. Mike and I were seated opposite each other at one end with Jay between us, while Lynn and Tui sat with Steve and Edie. The chairs were high-backed, upholstered in lipstick red velvet. The china was gold-rimmed, and the surprising silverware was gold-plated. Everything seemed to trumpet expense. Mike asked Jay about his vacation, and Jay gushed. Just extraordinary. Very small party. Great guide. We were hunting grizzlies. Grizzlies? Hunting grizzlies? At first, my astonishment puffed out in air that would have turned to a guffaw, but Mike cast me a quick, admonishing look. Don't laugh at him. I smothered my incredulity, stomped on my lightning-quick Freudian analysis of the short, goateed man with his silver-knobbed cane. Important to our show. Get along. He was hot in Hollywood. His name evoked an aura of mystery because he knew how to make people suddenly and wildly famous. Mike had hired Jay to promote Little House, and this, it turned out, was the reason for the dinner, to let him get to know me and maybe for Lynn to see I was no kind of threat. After all, I was so nice. At the end of the evening, Lynn said, "You're going to see more of my husband now than I will." The fact struck me. Yes, the hours. That would be so, except weekends. In those days, television seasons ran like the school year. Each series produced 22 to 24 episodes each season, and from Easter until the May sweeps, the networks, there were only 3, ABC, CBS, and ours, NBC, showed reruns. For the May sweeps, every effort was made to pull in the audience for those all-important ratings that set the price for the commercials the following season. The stakes were high. A good lead into the evening could secure a network a win for the entire night. Once the season began, each week the time to produce an episode grew shorter. We needed 7 working days to shoot one episode, nearly a week and a half, but episodes aired week after week with no pause, so we had no margin for error. Post-production, editing, looping, sound effects, color correction, scoring, and recording the original music, which David Rose wrote to suit the story, took time too. So, once the season opened, the pace began to gallop. With a filmed show like ours, the ratio was 1 hour of product, actually 48 minutes because of commercials, produced more than 20 times over 10 months. We worked as if making a full-length feature every 14 days. Mike had explained all this to me before we began. When our start date was delayed because of problems finding a location, the pressure increased. The week after Labor Day, the all-important air date loomed. They finally secured a ranch in Simi Valley and leased it from the Getty Oil Company. The Ingalls home site and the town sets had to be built, and we could begin. The irony of the location was not lost on me. Before my big break, I had traveled to England, New York, and a multitude of towns in between, only to wind up in Ventura County, less than an hour from Main Street. It had a kind of poetry to it. T.S. Eliot's "We shall not cease from exploration, and the end of all our exploring will be to arrive where we started and know the place for the first time." And yet, all of it seemed necessary. Oddly, I don't think I could have accepted it before then. I left Laurel Canyon in the early morning darkness, drove the curving road east to connect to the Ventura Freeway north, then further east on DeSoto Road to a small spur of freeway. As dawn broke, I passed by the Garden of the Gods, massive, rugged, red rock outcroppings I recognized from dozens of westerns, the spot where the bad guys set up an ambush for the good guys. New tracts of homes were being developed, growth that would explode during the years we worked in Simi, but that first day, building had just begun, and mostly I drove past modest rural homes, some with little windmills and gnomes in the front yard, under a stand of eucalyptus trees. I felt tenderly toward Simi Valley, with its dry desert hills softened by golden grasses. It looked much the same as it had the summer after my freshman year of college, when I took acting lessons with a European coach who lived in Santa Susana, a few miles from the Getty Ranch. As I drove, I thought of how I had nearly dropped out of college back then. As I turned onto the ranch road, I passed one small farmhouse, then big trucks hauling gravel rolled by, and at last I came to the unpaved parking lot. From there, I was ferried up a dirt road in one of the studio's brown Ford station wagons with some of the other early arrivals. Near our new home, I climbed into the brand new makeup trailer designed for the long haul by Larry and Whitey. They were standing there smiling, ready to go. The ranch was ideal for us. There were no telephone poles or other modern detractions. It had miles of unspoiled rolling terrain with grand oaks, completely unlike the actual prairie, but serene in an old California way. The first site was for the little house. Plum Creek had been installed and ran alongside the house. Sprinklers were turning the desert scrub green. The barn and barnyard off to the side were ready for their occupants. Just up the hill was the outhouse. When the story begins, the family is living in a sod house built into the side of the hill while Pa builds the little house. That day, the atmosphere was full of optimism and enthusiasm, both for the Ingalls family, relieved to be settling in, and our company, anticipating years of steady employment. When Charles exclaimed, "We're home," and lifted Ma up to carry her across the threshold, both surprising and embarrassing her, everyone could tell Ma was pleased. And I was pleased, too. It was like a moving day that promised more permanence than I had known in years. We began with episode 2, Country Girls, a sweet show inspired by On the Banks of Plum Creek, with all of us still dressed in our clothes from the pilot. New to the town of Walnut Grove, Mary and Laura are insulted by Nellie Olson, our town brat, who calls them country girls and ridicules their simple clothes. The way Mrs. Olson, Catherine McGregor, negotiates like Scrooge with Carolyn over the price of her eggs, everyone knew this character was going to be a lot of fun. Ma spends more than she means to on pretty blue cotton print material when Mrs. Olson suggests a drab homespun would be more suitable. Once Carolyn hears about the insult to her girls, she cuts it up for 2 little dresses. When I saw what the costumer had designed, I was tickled because they looked just like the first day of school dresses my mama had made for Janie and me each year, with puffed sleeves, a ruffle at the hem, and a sash that tied in a bow in the back. Ma sews all night. Then Laura writes an essay and is chosen to read it aloud to the community. It's full of appreciation for her Ma. The synchronicity with my own life made me feel very connected to the story. Like Mary and Laura, Janie and I went off to school together in those homemade dresses in the morning and came home in the afternoon. The dirt service road that went past the little house both served the practical needs of the company and was the route for wagon and horses to reach Walnut Grove. A narrow path high above served as the shortcut for the girls to walk to school. Often, Ma took little Carrie and her eggs to sell at Olson's Mercantile. Shot from a distance, the small female figures in the tan hills that seemed to stretch without interruption to the sky gave the perspective of a land unsettled, a brave family breaking new ground. In these scenes, the girls and I were isolated from the crew, without microphones, and those moments allowed us to develop an intimacy. I told the girls stories from my own youth to entertain them, and to weave the personal connections that resonated ineffably in our new family. I hoped, as Mary and Laura, they would feel close to Ma, and in fact, over the years, the bond the girls and I forged through our work and our off-camera times became so strong it has lasted all these years. But back then, in the beginning, I wanted to infuse our private scenes with the intimacy I sometimes had felt with my own mother, those afternoons when we shared a quiet connection while she was making dinner. I remembered standing at the kitchen counter beside her, feeling the crisp snap as the end of a green bean gave way, pulling away the string one side then the other. At that time of day, with Janie out playing and Daddy not yet home from the office, I had my mother all to myself, and the kitchen felt peaceful. I could confide in her as we looked at our tasks and nodded each other. During those times with her, my chest would swell with an anticipation of what life might bring, would surely bring. She, with her large practical hands and her little crippled finger, made dinner for our family every day, day in and day out, feeling like it didn't figure into it. Chicken broth breathed fragrance into the air, a promise of the dumplings that would soon bob like buoys in the rich liquid. In that atmosphere, I was open to her philosophical lessons, and by the time I was in 6th grade, she had taught me that when I didn't like someone or something about a person, it probably meant that it was something I didn't like about myself. Snap, string, toss, snap, string, toss. When my frustration with not being popular was painful, she promised me that when I got to college, it would be different. She taught me patience. She'd fry up bacon or salt pork, saute the beans in that, add just the right amount of water, cover the pot, and cook them until the smoky meat had completely penetrated the beans. It was hard not to burn the beans. Too much water spoiled them. Patience. As they turned limp, dark, and delicious, I learned from her. These days, of course, we look down our noses at vegetables cooked until the life has gone out of them. But damn, they tasted good. And on the set in those first days, I understood that Ma might make beans the same way. And all that patience that she taught me, I needed it during the long waits over the months and years of shooting, waiting while lights were arranged, while the film was changed, while props were set up. In those first weeks, of course, I had no idea how to pace myself and tended to be ready at all times. I was stimulated by working on location, a set to inhabit, no wings, no backstage. It was all stage. We were making a movie, turning make-believe into something actual, and everything had an aura of romance to me. But as the season wore on, I needed patience with myself. I struggled with the fatigue of those early mornings and the long, long days, and so much to learn. I had arrived in California broke and tired, but paradoxically fit. I could do a backflip and perform a daunting monologue. But Hollywood was a different order of stress from Shakespeare and Company. People were constantly touching me, adjusting my hair, powder, lips, wardrobe. By the end of a 12 or 14-hour day, I didn't want to be touched. And that, coupled with the strain Tui and I had begun to feel during Shakespeare and Company, took its toll on us. The first week in Simi, the weather was steaming hot. I sweated inside my sponge rubber breasts and dark silk suit. My feet boiled in my new custom-made black boots. Fear gripped me. Finally, I had a good job, but could I hold up under these conditions? Mike seemed unaffected. If anything, he thrived in the heat. It was only June, and I knew that heat would press on into July and August, increased by dry east winds in September. The little girl playing Nellie collapsed. Ice packs were brought to apply to our director's neck. I moved slowly and held on. Whenever I was anxious, I tended to pull way inside myself, where I felt safe. Whitey powdered away the sweat on my face. When the weekend came, the weather cooled, and I learned that we'd been enduring an unusual heat wave, not typical weather for June, and I thought I would make it after all. Just as Ma was glad to have moved near a community with a church and school, so I was happy to see the arrival of other adult actors, colleagues. As the leading lady, I felt a responsibility to meet them graciously, to extend a hand and a smile as if I were the hostess of a party. The episode that would open Season 1, A Harvest of Friends, introduced the audience to the Ingalls and to Walnut Grove and all the townspeople as the Ingalls family arrive at Plum Creek. The show played up Pa's strengths as a hero figure of superhuman dedication and integrity. As an actor, Mike knew his strengths too. He looked wonderful, with his bare torso sweating as he worked, or when he did a slow burn to Mrs. Olson's insults. He made the audience cheer when he stood up to the notion that he should have been in church instead of working in the field. God understands farmers, Carolyn. When this aired, I felt I could practically hear people across the country nodding and chiming in. Damn right. There were two father figures in the pioneer town. The civil authority was represented by Mr. Hanson, Carl Swenson, the owner of the mill and Pa's first employer. Our spiritual guide was Reverend Alden, Dabbs Greer, who led us in sermons with simple morals and singing Bringing in the Sheaves. The school was held in the church by the pretty and compassionate teacher, Miss Beadle, Charlotte Stewart. Each of these characters was introduced in the book By the Banks of Plum Creek, but the Olson family was created in the TV series Offices. Mr. and Mrs. Olson, Richard Bull and Catherine McGregor, represented well-to-do parents with spoiled children. Nellie, Allison Arngrim, and Willie, Jonathan Gilbert, who were sharp contrasts to the Ingalls' plain thrift, hard work, and counting your blessings values. Mrs. Olson was our villain, and Mr. Olson was her upstanding, long-suffering husband, continually embarrassed by her bad behavior. Doc Baker, Kevin Hagen, completed the core of the characters of Walnut Grove. Like a Chekhovian doctor with his fashionable buggy, romantic black hat, good manners, and educated charm. The actors, every one of them, were superb professionals. Mr. Hanson was the first Walnut Grove character introduced. Carl Swenson looked exactly as he should for the older Swedish man with a tidy gray mustache and twinkly eyes. As the founder of the town, he carried authority, and Carl, as the most seasoned of us and the most intellectual, was a natural. He had been working since the 30s, on Broadway, on radio, and in films and TV, and had had many long runs. Of all the wonderful supporting players, Carl was my favorite. In childhood, I fell in love with his voice when I listened to radio plays and the other programs he starred in. I was buoyed by Carl's days on the set. He was forever learning, was interested in everything, and I could always count on him for stimulating conversation. We had fun talking politics, probably because we agreed. The two of us were liberals in a sea of conservatism. Of all the adult supporting characters, the one who most gratified the audience was Mrs. Olson, played by Catherine McGregor. She had recently come out from New York and had all the vivacity and commitment required for a dedicated New York career. She was a large-boned, sexy brunette, and when we met, she said, "Call me Scotty." We hit it off immediately because we both liked to rehearse and we both loved to laugh. We practiced our scenes together over and over and had special fun with our egg scenes. Scotty attacked her character with courage, unafraid to be disliked. I loved that about her. Sometimes an actor's desire for approval washes out the shadow side of her character, but Scotty never held back. She was definitely method. A devoted student of Sandy Meisner, a famous New York acting teacher who taught such stars as Jack Nicholson and Diane Keaton. And she was also a student of Stella Adler, who was famous among actors not only for her work with the group theater, but for coming back from Russia after meeting with Stanislavski and viewing the work at the Moscow Art Theater. From the ship docking in Manhattan, she shouted to her colleagues, "We've got it all wrong!" As Stella's student, Scotty was just one person removed from the high priest of 20th century acting, Konstantin Stanislavski. Such stars as Marlon Brando, Montgomery Clift, and Kim Stanley practiced the method. And Marilyn Monroe had studied at the Actors Studio with Lee Strasberg. Al Pacino studied there, so had Scotty. People loved to hate her. Whenever I was on the road promoting the show, people asked me about Mrs. Olsen. What was she really like? Really? Scotty was warm and boisterous and generous, with a hearty, earthy laugh. She grew up in rural Colorado with a harsh mother, and I could imagine her as a ranch woman. Her tough exterior and brutal frankness masked the marshmallow tenderness of her vulnerable soul. Scotty's naturalistic delivery, full of ticks and starts, so entranced the writers, they began to add the hesitations of speech to her dialogue. Soon we had the writer's pauses and hiccups, plus Scotty's own, creating a style the audience relished. Richard Bull, who played Scotty's husband, was the quintessential actor, fully prepared, always excellent, with never a moment of friction. In A Harvest of Friends, he established Mr. Olsen as someone who was straightforward, honest, and humble, but couldn't keep his wife quiet. He was the perfect foil to Scotty. He had the virtues of modesty and humility, just as Mr. Olsen did, and never made a big deal of himself. He saw what went on, but never got involved in the politics on the set. Where Scotty was high-spirited, Dick was low-profile. I respected him, but he was such an introvert, we never got to know each other well. Once, when I published a column about women's roles, he said, "Who knew she was so deep?" Dabbs Greer, who played the Reverend, was a large man from Missouri, like my dad, with a voice softened by a slight Southern accent. No wonder he played so many ministers. He emanated the quality of simple kindness. His work was clean and specific and full. He was prompt, no nonsense, easily delivering in a timely manner. Whenever Dabbs was on set, I felt glad. He was so warm and gentlemanly and had such a light touch. He lived in Pasadena, where he took care of his elderly mother. He endeared himself to me when he told me I looked like Ingrid Bergman. I knew I didn't hold a candle to her, but when I was first thinking of becoming an actress, I read her biography and admired both her beauty and her mettle, so the compliment hit deep. Dabbs was frequently called on to deliver the moral message, to bring himself to tears over the latest local skirmish, and to sing countless renditions of Bringing in the Sheaves. When he was introduced in A Harvest of Friends, he had to be the heavy, making the families feel guilty because their husbands and fathers were busy in the fields rather than sitting in his pews. If someone had to admonish any of the Ingallses, he was certainly the softest and sweetest taskmaster we could have, our town's spiritual guide, just as Carl's character was our secular leader. Together, they were the moral authority of Walnut Grove. As Doc Baker, Kevin Hagen had romantic appeal hidden by his character's spectacles. Red-headed and tall, he was warm and a graceful dancer. He was also something of a lady killer. As Doc, his mellow voice, wise face, and bright blue eyes inspired confidence, and few of us could have guessed he was a dedicated single parent raising a young son. Charlotte Stewart, Miss Beadle, and I were around the same age and had shared the counterculture of the 60s and 70s. Charlotte had qualified as a hippie in Topanga Canyon, where she ran a boutique called Liquid Butterfly and wore long skirts. While she was doing that, I'd been strolling in my sandals and a long Indian dress on St. Mark's Place in Manhattan. We had danced to the same songs, worn the same peace symbols, protested the same war. Even before she completed her training at Pasadena Playhouse, she worked in Hollywood, most notably in David Lynch's Eraserhead, in which she played a delicate young ingenue with a monster baby. Charlotte brought youthful energy and kind charm to Miss Beadle and was patient with the children, though she could portray a steel spine. She invited Tui and me to parties, and sometimes the three of us hung out together. So when I learned that Miss Beadle would not be in the show after 4 seasons, I was sad to lose touch. Happily, Little House reunions brought us back into each other's lives. After our first morning in town, we all trooped up a dirt path to an old barn where long tables had been set up. The smell of animal droppings permeated the air as we carried our trays in and sat down. I retreated to the honey wagon for a short, air-conditioned rest where I could loosen my bodice. Then up, brush teeth, and off to the makeup trailer where Larry and Whitey repaired the damage of sweat, lunch, and lying down. Before many days had passed, the caterers had moved the tables outdoors under some trees that gave blessed shade. But then the Yellow Jackets arrived, and I, who had run from bees when I was a girl, soon adapted, one hand nonchalantly fanning the air over my food as my fork moved, determinedly, from plate to mouth. If I didn't eat heartily, I knew in a couple of hours I'd be starving. Once the caterers discovered if they hung a hunk of raw meat from a nearby branch, the Yellow Jackets would buzz over there. So we forever had a flag of liver or steak flying high above our picnic. This, then, was glamorous Hollywood. I often had the first shot after lunch, my close-up. I struggled to be alert in the heat and dust after a heavy meal. The high summer sun presented a lighting challenge for the cinematographer. Shadows from the desert sun overhead had to be counteracted with light at the level of the face and above. It took a raft of 9 lights, each one made up of 3 rows of 3 floodlights mounted together in a metal frame on a tripod, and the dreaded arc lights, placed about 20 feet back and actually lit to burn brightly onto the scene. Then add the lights to capture expression and eyes set close to the actor, and my acting was reduced to pretending that I could see. Eventually, Missy told me to keep my eyes closed until the last possible moment, and that helped. If it happened to be a sad scene, tears were readily available. Imagine the heat and light on Ruthie Foster, my stand-in, who stood patiently while they adjusted all these lights, particularly on the days she played the postmistress in her 19th century clothes. All the primary players had stand-ins of similar coloring and height for the sake of the lighting. Ruthie was a curvaceous blonde, still in shape as a former dancer, and a sweet woman who chattered on in a friendly way. She was a real trooper. She'd been in vaudeville, earning her living from the time she was a teenager, and she was an invaluable asset to our company. Years after Little House, she was in the Palm Springs Review, dancing with other 80-year-old showgirls, looking great. After only 1 show's worth of these 12-hour days in the hot sun, plus the added 2 hours of driving, I began to flag. I told Kent I was worried that driving the extra 2 hours was going to make the schedule too tiring, and he didn't hesitate. No need for negotiation, no need for an agent. From then on, He arranged for a driver to pick me up in a brown station wagon whenever we were shooting on location. My call was usually 5:30, and after the driver told me Faye Dunaway had a mattress in the back of her car, I began to bring a pillow so I could catnap on the way out to the ranch. One morning, Mike was driving behind us, and when he saw what looked like an empty car, he was furious. Those damned unions, featherbedding, sending a driver with no one. When I sensed we were almost at the set, I lifted up my sleepy head, and Mike laughed. His ebullience was plentiful and authentic. This was his dream job. At the end of each day before the last shot, he announced, "This is the Playboy shot." That was the name of the bar where the Bonanza guys went after work, and the prop master had everybody's favorite booze available. After a day in the heat and semi, I asked for a cold beer, and driving home, I drank it. 15. Too good to be true. No one ever achieved anything from the smallest to the greatest unless the dream was dreamed first. Missouri Ruralist column, Laura Ingalls Wilder. That summer, we worked efficiently and well. Mike was continually telling jokes to keep the atmosphere light. He was quick, with high-flying ambition and more success behind him than most people have by the end of their careers. But the responsibility for this show was his, and it was formidable. As we shot, I began to understand why it took so many people to create a film, and why it took so long. We were racing toward the air date when Mike was forced to adapt to some big changes in personnel. Ed Friendly wanted the stories to be linked with ongoing plots, but Mike was opposed. They split, and not amicably. But Friendly had brought the project to Mike and owned the rights to the books, and I thought it must have stung to have no creative input. Mike told me, "It would never work. In syndication, the episodes can show up in random orders." After that, all final decisions were Mike's, though he had the support of writer-producers like John Hawkins, whom he knew from Bonanza, and Kent, of course. But Mike was the man. Star, producer, often director and writer, and for me, he was my acting partner, my husband. He tried out guest directors, but while they were good and we in the cast liked them, they were unable to please Mike. He had such a clear idea of what the show should be. One director, for instance, wanted me to play Carolyn as a shy country woman, but I saw her as more direct, and Mike was adamant. That director was gone. Early on, I asked Whitey to age my hands for a particular outdoor harvesting sequence. Mike stopped us. He said, "Do you know what your face would look like if your hands looked like that? This is not realism," he explained. The style of the show, the people who would have staying power, all this shook out over that first season, and soon the show boiled down to two directors and their teams. Mike worked with the cinematographer Ted Voigtlander, and Miles as the assistant director, as they had on the pilot. The new team was director Bill Claxton, highly skilled Buzzy Boggs as cinematographer, and the gentlemanly capable Maury Dexter as assistant director. Each team had a week to prepare and came in with all three in the picture, which made for great efficiency. But for Mike, who was acting during his prep week and meeting with writers, going to dailies of the shows he didn't direct, and overseeing every aspect, there was no break. Pacing himself was not an option. The same seemed to be true for his family. When we returned to Sonora to shoot snatches of 3 or 4 shows with varied landscapes, Lynn and the 2 younger kids came along. One of the reasons that Mike liked TV series work was that he never had to go away for long stretches to shoot in distant locations. When he came in after the day's shooting, he'd jump into the pool and play exuberantly with his kids. Then they'd all shower and go out for dinner at one of the family restaurants on the main drag of the little western town. I heard Lynn call down from the second floor, "Mike, should I wash Shauna's hair?" as I headed for my room at the gun house next door. Wow, I thought, even that she has to run by him. Mike was determined to do everything he could to make the show succeed. He had hired a great team and added his own PR, Jay Bernstein, who was busy setting up press, and they were excited about a big cover story for the opening week. The in-person promotional tour would fall to me. Production couldn't spare Mike for a day, let alone a week, to visit affiliate stations. There were various markets that NBC wanted to push prior to the first episode airing right after Labor Day. Tui was supportive, baking protein bars at home and packing them into my work bag to keep me going. But mostly I powered through one day after the next, grabbing a beer at the end of the day to relax. Didn't I deserve it? One afternoon in August, as I headed for the exit doors, a work bag slung over my shoulder, Mike came up to me and said, "Tomorrow you'll be going to the screening room to see Country Girls during lunch, so you can talk about it on the promo tour. We'll get you something to eat from the commissary." I was tingling as I sat down in the cushy leather chair in my pioneer skirt. The lights came down. I'd seen none of our work since the pilot the previous March, and I was pleased to watch this touching episode, although I could see how I could have been better. Now I realized I not only had a lot to learn about how to act for the camera, how to sustain myself for the long hours and the long haul of a 9-month season, but I needed to learn how to do interviews with the press and appear on talk shows and local news shows. I had heard of better established actresses who refused to do PR, go out on tour, or do interviews, but I was mystified by that attitude. Wasn't it their show, too? I thought some people had odd ideas about what a real artist should or should not be willing to do, and wondered if it was because they were painfully shy. One evening, a friend of ours from the East Coast brought an actress I knew from New York to our home for dinner, and as she explained that she would simply never do a series, saying this word like it was spoiled meat, I could only nod. Isn't she fortunate to be independently wealthy? She doesn't need to sign her life away for years. Before long, though, she was appearing regularly on one of the new evening soaps. With 2 clips from Country Girls, I was going to be hopping from city to city, one day in each, doing interviews and showing the scenes on local TV. I looked at my closet and my heart sank. I had one good outfit. Before the premiere of the pilot at Paramount, I had gone to find something nice for a leading lady to wear. Driving by the windows of Holly's Harp on Sunset, I had yearned, so I went there. Her designs were typically chiffon gowns, graceful but offbeat, and when I learned our show premiere would be a 10 a.m. screening for families of cast and crew, I knew a gown would be ludicrous. Instead, I had bought a pretty, lightweight pantsuit in luscious green, well-cut and feminine. But one outfit could not get me through a tour of 5 cities. After our moving expenses, we were financially embarrassed. Tui's divorce was expensive, and he was still seeking work as a screenwriter, and with my busy schedule, it never occurred to me to go clothes shopping, so now I had no wardrobe and no time. Tui's old friends, John and Sharky Fink, had welcomed us when we first arrived in Hollywood. They were more fun and full of life than 10 of their friends put together. John was an actor, but they had family money and were magnets for everyone they knew. Their joie de vivre made me think of Gerald and Sarah Murphy, the Fitzgerald's friends, whose story was captured in Calvin Tompkins's Living Well is the Best Revenge. John and Sharkey lived in the Hollywood Hills above the Sunset Strip, in the most charming home I had ever seen, Spanish style, with a balcony off the living room that looked out over the city and a gem-like pool. Their bedroom was painted whimsically, with airbrushed clouds near the high ceiling. Their den had a Moroccan bed in an alcove with scads of tapestry pillows, perfect for opium dreams, or, in our case, pot trances. When I started a women's rap group with a woman from New York, Sharkey was one of the first people I invited to join. And when I fretted in one of our meetings about nothing to wear on the tour, she opened her closet and said, "Take what you need." Sharkey had the most wonderful taste, and thanks to her, I was able to look like a TV star. In 1974, before VCRs, before DVDs, the network provided me with 2 huge plastic cases containing video clips that I put in my suitcase along with Sharkey's clothes, carefully packed in tissue paper to avoid wrinkling. Off I set on my 5-day, 5-city tour, which included Indianapolis, I think, or maybe Chicago, New York, New Haven, Hartford, D.C., and Miami. Honestly, it became a blur. I liked the people I met. The work came naturally to me, but the schedule was a bear. In each town, the local affiliate station's head honcho or head of PR met me, and off we would go to dinner where it was incumbent upon me to be charming. The next morning, I'd rise early to get ready for the next day's rush. A typical day began with a breakfast interview with a newspaper reporter, attended also by the promotion chief of the affiliate station, before I was whisked from there to a radio station for a live interview, driven on to the local TV station for the lunchtime show in a freezing cold, high-ceilinged studio with 2 or 3 cameras. I met and appeared with guests who had just written a book or invented a new gadget, and on went the schedule until the day ended and I could have a drink. Then to the airport and on to the next town. In Hartford, Connecticut, the promo man for the affiliate station, WHNB TV 30, was Howard Rye, a real pro. He and his wife picked me up at the airport in their own car, and we had dinner together in a typical American restaurant at my hotel, where Howard laid out the schedule for the next day. He had arranged a reception in the afternoon where I could be interviewed by a few outlets at once to save wear and tear. They left me to my presidential suite at the Sonesta Hotel, where I had lavish space that would serve for the reception the next day. Before the morning interview, Howard arrived with a photographer to get shots of me doing my hair and makeup, and in the afternoon, we videotaped promos to alert the local audience to watch Little House. I made these in each of the towns. At the reception, we had drinks, and I had photos taken with each of the reporters and local bigwigs. Howard said goodbye there at the elevator, and the driver took me to the airport, where I ran into a long delay and then had to run with my heavy tote across the tarmac through a summer rainstorm to a small Delta flight. The plane was seriously air-conditioned. I was a wet puppy, and getting a blanket from a snotty stewardess was a challenge. A deep fatigue settled over me, a mix of hunger and self-pity as my white wine spritzer of the cocktail party wore off, and I felt lonely. The airport in D.C. was deserted when I finally arrived. I waited anxiously as I looked around for someone looking for me. Shades of arrivals in towns for plays where someone had forgotten to meet me rose in my memory, and I recalled a play in Atlanta where I had signed on to replace another actress and arrived for the single afternoon's run-through with the company to find no one there. My stomach churned with hunger and worry, and somehow, I don't remember how, I got to the theater. All those moments leave me, even today, feeling an edge when I arrive in a new place, uncertain if I'll be met as promised, and usually, relief, someone looking for me. After a few days, I began to understand how Hollywood people wound up with entourages. I needed help, and I longed for a buffer, a way to get away from people without offending anyone. As soon as I was worn out or irritable, I feared I might snap at someone or say no to somebody, and my reputation would be changed forever. I'd be labeled as a difficult personality. This first trip was easier than most because we weren't yet on the air, and if the hotel had a pool, I could take a quick swim, have a glass of wine while I got ready to meet whoever it was for dinner. When I had a break in the schedule, I ate in my room. But it was later, after the show became huge, that airports were harder to get through since people wanted an autograph or time with me, and I had to do so much smiling. And naturally, everyone wanted to know about Mike. What was he really like? I could say without hesitation how talented and sensitive a director he was, and I surprised myself by discovering I had a gift for the gab, since I sincerely believed we were doing good work. And I liked the attention, I won't deny that. But a part of me felt my soul was still in the theater. Monday morning, it was right back to the Prairie and anticipation for our opening night. I was telling Larry and Whitey about the tour, about managing my own hair and makeup and missing them, when Mike arrived with a copy of a popular fan magazine. He was thoroughly annoyed. This I did not need a publicist to help me with. The cover story he'd looked forward to presenting the show was instead a personal hatchet job. But there was more at stake than merely Mike's ego, and he knew it. If the audience took a dislike to him, they might reject the show, and all of his investment in time and money, his effort and plans for his career would be down the drain. He didn't say any of this. He merely got on with the day's work. But he fired Jay Bernstein that day, and I ached for Mike's disappointment. The first show aired on September 11th, 1974, and overnight ratings from Nielsen were terrific. Even as we pushed on shooting the next episode, we held our breath for the week's ratings, and at the end of the week, the Wall Street Journal's entertainment page declared, as if for a horse race, "The winners are," with photos of Valerie Harper as Rhoda and me as Carolyn. The week's ratings held up too, and Mike laughed more than usual, but kept up his brutal schedule. The article had not hurt the show. Still, it had not helped Mike's reputation. In the fourth episode of that first season, Victor French returned to the fold, and we were all glad to see him back, as happy, I think, as little Laura was to see Mr. Edwards. In Season 2, his character would be given an instant family in the two-parter Remember Me, starring Patricia Neal. On Little House, I had no time to let the words seep into my body as I had in rehearsals in the theater. Scripts often came in just before we shot them, with rewrites continuing until the scene was in the can. At home, I peeled potatoes or swept the floor while memorizing lines, trying to feel comfortable with a physical activity that often changed on the day we shot the scene. and some physical aspects couldn't be rehearsed ahead of time, dealing with a team of horses, inclement weather, or, in my new show, our ninth, hitting a baseball. Mike told me he had cast the son of his dear old friend, Dan Blocker, Hoss on Bonanza, to play the lead with me in School Mom. Mike had wept when he confided in me one afternoon the story of losing Dan without warning when he went into the hospital for surgery and died suddenly at only 43. I knew he had written an episode then in which little Joe falls in love, marries, and loses his young wife, letting the whole company grieve. The man and the character had been deeply loved, and Mike created a way for the audience to grieve along with the Bonanza team. He had a special intuition that could put him on the wavelength of his audience. So, when young Dirk Blocker, a sensitive actor at the beginning of a long career, arrived, everyone was already on his side. The story opens as a snake spooks Miss Beadle's horse, and she is thrown dramatically from her buggy to the ground. The school board, Mr. Hanson, Doc Baker, and Mr. and Mrs. Olson, asks Carolyn to substitute while Miss Beadle recovers. On her first day, she is stunned at the mercantile when her eggs have doubled in value, and Mrs. Olson is honey-tongued. In the schoolroom, the Olson kids have planted the notion that Ma isn't qualified, causing rebellion. She takes on a boy who seems to be the ringleader, asking, "What are you best at?" He says, "Baseball." So she takes the whole bunch out to the schoolyard where he hits a big one. She congratulates him. He challenges her to hit the ball, and she knocks it away, gaining the kids' respect. But as soon as she gets the kids settled down to study, she walks right into the story's issue about a big boy named Abel who cannot read. When Carolyn calls on Abel to read, all the kids laugh. Humiliated, he runs away. Laura says, "He's just dumb Abel." But Carolyn learns from Miss Beadle that Abel simply hasn't had much schooling. Seeing that the boy's whole future is at stake, she persuades him to come back and finds a creative way to get all the kids in a learning game to help him catch up. But Mrs. Olson interrupts, insulting both Carolyn and Abel. He runs again, and Carolyn, whipsawed by her own anger, quits the job. In a touching scene, Abel shows her his appreciation, and when she realizes she has gotten through to him, they return to school together. In the end, Abel integrates into the class, Carolyn earns the respect of the kids, and Miss Beadle returns. When Charles asks Carolyn if she'll miss teaching, she hides how much she will, admitting, "Only a little." Carolyn, as a substitute teacher, lacked knowledge about her students that led to a crisis, and her perfectionism caused her to suffer when she realized she had made a mistake that could truly hurt another person. And I loved the script. I deeply identified. Still, as usual that first season, we got the script close to the time for shooting, and I was nervous about how I would hit a home run with no time to practice. Again, I turned to my mother's book, Psycho-Cybernetics, where I'd read about famous athletes who visualized plays over and over, seeing themselves succeeding. Actors do that too. We rehearse in our imaginations. But hitting a baseball was another story. I was the kid in grammar school who was put out in right field, where, while the other kids kept their eye on the ball, I did pirouettes. So now, as Carolyn, nervous about my ability even to hit the ball, I grabbed every second, eating breakfast, riding in the car, in line at the bank, to close my eyes and picture myself hitting that ball again and again. Mike and the crew had enviable camaraderie on Mondays, all about the game. How about them? For a while, I tried to read the sports pages so I could at least follow their dialogue, if not participate, but that didn't last. I was not one of the boys, and they knew I was no jock. But the day of the baseball challenge scene, we gathered in the dirt in front of the school, and as the camera lined up for the shot, I walked around swinging the bat, loosening my shoulders, releasing my nerves with motion. I imagine the crew was preparing to be patient, even to fake the shot if necessary. But then came the pitch and whack! I knocked that ball home. A crack shot. Take that. The best boy jumped back. The gaffer's head snapped sideways. Eyebrows shot up like birds taking off. Head shaking as the director called, "Cut." The guys gave me a big hand, turned to each other and chuckled. I was as stunned as they were, but that hit earned me brotherhood, for the moment, just as it earned Carolyn respect with the school kids. While the crew did the next setup, I was in my stride, connected to my breath, mind clear, and I knew I could keep hitting that ball out of the park as many times as we needed. And working with Dirk was easy. He had unusual courage for such a young actor, to trust himself, to allow thoughts and feelings to come and believe they would communicate. Scotty and I thrived on our fights, playing our antagonism with relish. Mrs. Olson was touchingly vulnerable when she had to humble herself in front of Carolyn. That was the thing about Scotty's work. She had many layers. Mike and I had the fun of our late-night popcorn scenes. We usually shot them at the end of the day when the kids had been released, their hours used up. Those scenes became regular opportunities for Ma and Pa to talk over the conflicts and reveal private moments. My sense of the intimacy was intensified because my own family was crazy about popcorn. Dad used to make big kettles full. Mama would melt the butter, pour it on, and the whole lot would be put into big grocery bags for trips to the drive-in movies. Our prop man, first Ron Shinneke and then Dean Wilson, made plenty for the crew, too. So it was family in the tiny bedroom, in the little house on the Paramount lot. Ma's enthusiasm for teaching was obvious, so in the end, when she tells Pa she'll miss teaching only a little, since in those days she was expected to like staying home, I worried that we might be training a new batch of girls to deny their gifts in order to be good. In interviews and at personal appearances, people often waxed nostalgic about the Prairie world, but I focused on the work. Washing the clothes in the creek, hauling the water to the house, heating it for baths, the gardening, the canning, the food prep, first in the fireplace, then a wood stove. Oh no, I would tell the interviewer. There's never been a better time than now to be a woman. We have so many choices today. And still, even with all the appliances that make life easier, no matter what a woman chooses, if she has the need or desire to be a mother and to work, it can be a strain, especially in this country where childcare can be hard to find or to afford. In my case, postponing motherhood never felt like a choice. It was a necessity. I had friends, other actresses, who were brave enough to go ahead and have babies while living as artists on the Lower East Side, but I couldn't face parenthood without more security. I worried I would delay too long. But I pushed aside my anxiety. I had a new script to learn. And I had passed a watershed moment, carrying a show, hitting a baseball. Mike seemed able to run on fumes until he couldn't. One weekend we were at home when the phone rang. Tui answered and let me know it was John Hawkins, our producer. John never called me, so even as I answered, I sensed something was wrong. Mike's in the hospital, Karen. We're rewriting the award so you can play it. What's wrong? Spinal meningitis. They've packed him in ice. I got very quiet as John told me he thought Mike would be all right and went on to explain that I'd get new pages in the morning. We'd barely gotten started and everything was going so well, but now, with everyone else, I held my breath. Everything in our little house family and for Lynn and the kids rested on Mike, and now he had crashed. What would happen? The blue pages were messengered over to our place, and I set to work learning the show to be ready to start the next morning. In the award, Mary wants to compete in a history test to win a dictionary. Mike's absence is explained by Pa being away working in Mankato. Mary is so determined to win the contest that she goes out to the barn to continue studying at night. When she falls asleep, she knocks over the kerosene lantern and starts a fire. Carolyn is awakened by the cows' and horses' reactions to the fire and rushes out, terrified, to find her child in danger along with the animals. Carolyn beats out the fire as the girls run back and forth to the creek for buckets of water to throw on it. Once the fire is out, Ma, overwrought, screams out a punishment. Mary will not be allowed to compete in the contest. And the suffering begins. Mary is ashamed of starting the fire and ruining Miss Beadle's history book and feels alienated from Ma. At the same time, she cannot stop studying, even though she is forbidden, and tries to dig herself out of her difficulties alone. Ma is worried that she has gone too far in her anger. Laura worries as she watches Mary prepare to take the test against Ma's wishes. Despite my deep concern for Mike and his family, receiving this role on short notice was my oats. Like a racehorse trained to run, I stepped to the starting gate with a whinny and a spark in my eye. My years as a Broadway understudy, my time in summer stock doing a play a week, taught me how to rise to an occasion. Now I was on a familiar racecourse, and being the eldest child of an alcoholic, nerves refined in crisis, my spirit called, "Let me at it." We all worked with a quiet intensity, the danger to Mike an underground current that kept us on edge. Working with fire put me on high alert too. It was controlled by our excellent special effects man, Luke Tillman, who explained to me exactly how this would work. But that hay was on fire, and the horse was actually frightened, and my body coursed with adrenaline. As Ma, I rarely got to cut loose physically and emotionally, but the scene provided me a cathartic moment. Bill Claxton, our steady alternate director, was patient as I asked if I could do the angry explosion with Mary again and again. Missy was outstanding in her portrayal of Mary's internal struggle and pitiful estrangement from Ma. And when at last we heard that Mike's fever was down and he was out of danger, we all took a deep breath. I was concerned about a scene that didn't feel quite right, and now that Mike was going to be okay, I felt I could mention it to John Hawkins. Tui and I worked on the scene at home to make it flow better for Ma's character. Early the next morning, I brought our version in to John. He was a gruff guy who'd worked for years in Westerns, and I approached him warily. But John not only approved it, he seemed grateful for a solution. In our revision of the scene, Ma brings her troubled mind to Reverend Alden for advice. She is torn about the stiff punishment she has doled out to Mary. Reverend Alden helps Carolyn make peace with the fact that even though the punishment was an overreach, she needs to hold firm, so her daughters know her word stands. Mary doesn't take the test, but instead uses the testing time to write out what happened and her need to make it right. Miss Beadle brings the paper to Carolyn, who understands now just what Mary has been through and rushes to her to reconcile. The paradoxes inherent in parenting and the support of the community were themes that moved people. In Little House, the family was not alone. A lot of the institutions that historically provided support in this country no longer do so, and that is a loss I still feel. I think our audience felt it too. Perhaps viewers identify with this loss even more now, as the show attracts its third generation on cable and video. When Mike returned, he made a point of thanking me for my contribution to the script. He told me it had taken him years on Bonanza before he was able to do that, but I knew he was just a kid when he started that show, while by the time I came to the Little House set, I had years of theater work under my belt. Still, I was touched by his thanking me. The meanness of the magazine article and Mike's hurt response, combined with his serious illness, inspired me to do something to show him our appreciation. I wanted us to create a public acknowledgement, something that would speak to the Hollywood community. What did they know of Mike's professionalism? It needed to be declared publicly. It was and is customary for ads to run in the daily trade papers to call attention to good work. Often during award season, those papers are thick with ads. I went to the Hollywood Reporter and designed a full-page tribute. We all contributed to the cost. I think it was Kent who got the Little House artwork, and Missy's mom, Marion, kindly made the rounds for donations, asking for whatever people felt comfortable giving. The day the ad came out, I was bursting with pride. Mike barely acknowledged it, which was disappointing, but I know we all felt good about it. I suspected he was secretly pleased. I imagine he was preoccupied with the 2-part special he was writing and directing for the big climax of the season. It had been a great season. We were riding high in the Nielsen's. Mike seemed fully recovered, had made a beautiful 2-parter for the end of the season, and was happy with my work. I was relieved to have made it through the first arduous season. Our last day of shooting happened to fall on my birthday, February 25th. At the wrap party, my Little House family had a cake with candles, and when I tried to blow them out, they sputtered and relit. Ha ha! A great joke, watching me try, and my bewildered look around at each member of the crew, searching for a clue. I had never seen such candles. I was a perfect victim. Mike's laughter was infectious, like bourbon and soda, warm, rippling, with a punch at the top, and he set everyone else laughing too. Afterward, he pulled me aside, wrapping his arm around me, his confidant, his colleague, and, leaning in close to my ear like a co-conspirator, said sotto voce, "Do you know how many people in this town wish they were doing what we're doing?" I shook my head. Thousands. Thousands. Do you know how many pilots they shoot? We're the lucky ones, Karen. We're on the air. He was feeling high. The show was in the top 10, and the network had renewed it easily and early. We all felt good about the work we were doing. His crew loved him, and we felt truly like one big happy family. I had paid dues, but not the Hollywood kind. Unlike many actors, I had not shot 6 pilots while hoping year after year for a pickup. I hadn't been on the top like Mike, who then languished on the sidelines while others were taken seriously, and he was remembered as just little Joe, beloved once but over after Bonanza ended. I was happy for Mike and for our success. I was glad to be working, grateful to have gotten a break. But this wasn't my dream. I squeezed his shoulder and smiled and nodded and hoped that this visibility on television would help me to achieve the goals I had for theater and maybe film roles. I hugged him and thanked him for my cake, and by the time I left that evening, I was lit up and relaxed, feeling affectionate toward all the cast and crew. These were dear people, and I felt real tenderness toward them. What could go wrong? 16. Towers and Walls. Never bet your money on another man's game. Farmer Boy, Laura Ingalls Wilder. Tooey had the air of a proud parent with a special birthday surprise for his child as he parked our old Volvo near the short street, its 2 parallel rows of garages tucked like small caves into the hill. He bustled me into a little campanile-like tower. The antique elevator inside had 2 stops, below and above. He clanked the accordion door shut. Up we rode. He ushered me out to a secret neighborhood atop a knob-like hill where no cars could go. I was enchanted. To our left, the hill was a quilt of heavenly blue morning glories alongside a stairway. Directly in front of me was a white stucco apartment building I recognized from Robert Altman's film The Long Goodbye. I expected to see Altman's half-clothed young women lounging on the balcony. Here, above the Hollywood Bowl, we turned right down a cement path past a motley collection of California-style homes, funky bungalows, small Spanish stuccos on either side bordered by overgrown cactuses, vines, and a monster of a century plant. About halfway down the path, I saw an imposing Spanish house on the right, and on the left, a Japanese-style house with carved overhangs on the roof above gray shingles. Ours. He led me through the crystal-bright entry and past the slightly shabby dining room straight to the living room. Grand. My eyes widened at the 2-story windows across the entire back wall. I gazed out to a dizzying view of sky, a stunning room full of light. I could live here? I paused as I looked past the bowl to the Hollywood freeway, but the place had a kind of worn-out glamour that seduced me. That house seemed ready for someone wonderful to call. Tooey escorted me up the carpeted stairs and along the loft-like hall that was open to the view. There were 2 bedrooms, ours with windows on 2 walls, light, visible all day long. A period bathroom with tub, separate shower, and a big handsome pedestal sink linked to the other bedroom. We could have guests, too. He had done it again, found us digs with unusual charm. I was exhilarated, giddy. Let's see the kitchen. A red leather booth, kitsch and cozy for parties. And I would party there. There was an indoor back porch where we could put a washer and dryer if we had them, and we could move in right after our vacation. We had planned a Hawaiian holiday with my parents. None of us had ever been, and I was so very tired. When we were closing in on the end of the season, I admitted my fatigue to Mike, and he sent me to a doctor who had helped him. The doctor gave me shots, and I felt a rush right through my veins into my sex organs. Supposedly these were vitamins, but as I look back, I think they must have contained speed. He gave me pills he said were for the pituitary. I didn't ask too many questions and started taking them. At first, I had more energy, but by the time we landed in Maui, my nerves were shredded. A buzzer for the seatbelt sent me shrieking and jumping out of the car, or I fell into a blue funk of depression and hid out in the bedroom. Mom was shocked to learn that I was taking something without being sure what it was. So together we threw the pills into the toilet, and I seemed to improve. Swimming in warm water, the trade winds wafting pikaki perfume, my parents' steadiness, all of these were healing. By the time we flew home, Tui and I were full of hope for our new home and for the new season. At least I told myself this was true. How weary Tui was by then, I don't know. But surely, I thought, things would be better once we got home. I could rest, and we could relax with time together nesting up on High Tower Road. Our new house promised stability after that first year of patching it together, first one sublet and then a rental, and cruising garage sales, buying a dead girl's clothes, bringing home awful plastic chairs from Western Avenue. Now we celebrated every sign of rootedness. How Tui had located the exclusive rental agent, I never knew. He seemed somehow to move smoothly through whatever world he needed to navigate, always knowing someone who knew the people he needed to know. There was something of the disenfranchised royal about him. It was no accident that he and I had boarded in the hippie farmhouse of a Russian prince in the English countryside, or that we had dined with the Earl of Warwick in an intimate dining room in his castle's armory, with a full knight's armor standing guard. No matter that we were both struggling artistically and financially, Tui carried everything off with aplomb. He was perfectly at home with the old world, fallen from grace aristocracy, as well as highly successful showbiz folks, while my own deep sense of inadequacy with those people, combined with alcohol, often resulted in a sobbing scene when we got home. Or we would smoke grass and turn the whole thing into a joke. With bravado, I wore a see-through blouse to Warwick Castle. Tui bought white garden gloves, and we put those on to give them the white glove treatment upon arrival. When I got angry about anything, I used insight and sarcasm to put others down. His friends. The spacious living room was empty, but for a substantial carved table Tui used as a desk. We each ordered a chair from a Scandinavian furniture store in Beverly Hills, his a tall wing chair in brown corduroy, and mine an overstuffed armchair with its own ottoman in white Haitian cotton. Not exactly a pair. I'd never ordered furniture. In fact, I'd retrieved most of mine from the streets of New York. Mom and Janie drove Larry's big truck down with the love seat Mom had promised me so many years earlier, and it rounded out our living room seating arrangements. At an outlet that had markdowns on slightly dinged appliances, Tui found a washer and dryer and somehow got them up to our hideaway on the hill. When people came to visit, the first thing I showed them was not the view. It was the washer and dryer. A long way from the laundromat at First Avenue and 15th Street. A long way from the brick wall my kitchen stared at from my third-floor apartment. a long way from the teeny bath and toilet barely walled off from the kitchen. Since we had begun to live together, we had been such nomads. The months we spent in England, we hopscotched to at least 7 addresses. Since arriving in California, we had hung our hats in 5 different spots, most either borrowed or about to be torn down. I never acknowledged how difficult this had been for me. It came with the territory of being an actress, and my motto was, travel light. But the prospect of staying in one place for more than a year flooded me with relief. On weekends, I planted flowers in front of the house, and a row of bright zinnias greeted me at the end of the workday. Near the front steps, I planted a mini landscape of Irish moss and blue pansies to welcome our friends. One afternoon, I was watering these when I heard the pure soprano of Sleeping Beauty. "Someday my prince will come." I stood up and cocked my head. A recording? No, a cappella. And I saw, in the vacant lot next door where an abundant garden bloomed, a small middle-aged woman singing. Meet Sleeping Beauty! We had definitely arrived in Hollywood. Our landlord, Philip On, was a Korean actor we had probably seen playing an evil Japanese officer in World War II movies or a gangster in Chinatown intrigues. Life felt fun. Both our mothers seemed to recognize that we had come to ground. His mother acknowledged our relationship by giving him her own engagement ring to give to me. I had never allowed myself to dream of a ring so exquisite. A deep blue sapphire surrounded by tiny diamonds and set in platinum. My mom wanted to start me on a set of china. This was a ritual I had figured I would never have, and I lingered over the choices. She had fretted for years over what gifts to give me. We were so different. But now that I could have nice things, she had found her solution to Christmas and birthday dilemmas. I chose a Limoges pattern called Anemone. Off the dining room was a closet where we kept the liquor and the wine. John and Sharkey had introduced us to the wine merchant at Greenblatt's Deli, and we liked to go there to be advised about what to serve our guests. We began to pay attention to labels. Tui was used to this kind of lifestyle, but it was all new to me. Being taken to elegant restaurants for business lunches, where Tui and I then took our friends. In my previous life, I scrimped and planned for months for a French meal, then splurged with fellow actors or roommates, an event. Now I was becoming familiar with delicious sauces, wine, and flaky desserts. I tried not to go overboard with the wine, but my tolerance was puzzlingly unpredictable. I made rules for myself. No drinking on an empty stomach. No drinking hard liquor. No mixing the grape and the grain. I used marijuana to even myself out. For a while, it worked. I forgot that I'd been trying to get this right since college. It was time to renegotiate my contract before shooting began for season 2. When my agent first described to me the 7-year contract with its built-in raises, I said, "But that's not what people get paid." I was new to Hollywood, but I could read. He explained that the first year would be low because I was unknown, but if the show succeeded, the following years would be renegotiated based on the series' popularity. We went to work with a deal memo, standard operating procedure in Hollywood, where contracts were so long and complicated, there was rarely time to finalize them before work began. So, okay, I'd heard that Joan Didion said that in Hollywood, the deal memo is the work of art. I was confident that my salary would be substantially more now that Little House was an established hit. We were still watching our monthly expenses and making do with only one car. Dean Johnson, my distinguished attorney, and I went together to Mike's office to discuss my contract. It was hiatus, and the office was peaceful. Dressed in jeans and a pullover knit shirt that showed off his biceps and pecs, Mike sat behind his huge desk. Dean wore the expensive suit and tie that conveyed his position as the major partner of O'Melveny and Myers, a powerful entertainment firm. The necessary small talk began with chat about vacations. Mike loved the Hawaiian Islands and was glad we had gone there. His favorite place was the Kahala Hilton on Maui, where he took his wife and kids every year. Dean told an amusing story about how Burt Reynolds had just come back from Maui, cutting his vacation short by almost 2 weeks because it had made him so miserable. Mike didn't think that was funny, nor did he appreciate being reminded that he wasn't the biggest star around. In his own world, Mike was the golden boy with the looks, the gumption, and the talent, and a great head of hair. But Burt Reynolds was the biggest star in the world at the moment, and he was Dean's client. Dean attempted to address my contract, but Mike diverted the conversation, refused all cues, let openers hang in the air, and without settling anything, we left. Outside, I turned to Dean. What was that? He said he didn't think Mike had handled himself very well. He would give him a call. Maybe without me there, they could do business. And then, for days and days, Mike didn't return Dean's calls. Eventually, he referred Dean to the network. And because Dean knew people at the higher echelons of the network, I figured he would settle things. But whoever it was he talked to was stubbornly uncooperative, and as the time came closer for us to return to work, I became more and more uneasy. Do I go back to work? I read in the trades about actors simply staying home in these situations until someone gave in and paid them. Dean didn't want me to take that route. He wanted me to be perfectly professional, and that approach made me more comfortable too. When we went back to work, Mike decided to take this up with me personally to help me see reason. After all, there has to be some parity between you and the girls, he said. Parity? Between me and the children? After all my years of training and personal sacrifice? Not comparable to what the children brought to the table. My rapport with the kids was valuable. He wouldn't find that under every tree. Parity? No, I didn't buy that, and felt frustrated that Mike wouldn't pay me what was appropriate. Another afternoon, when we were once again wrapping up the day's work after the kids had gone home, he sat down to explain to me that the network had done testing, and I wasn't the audience's favorite character on the show. Not even close. Therefore, they, NBC, didn't see the need to give me a substantial salary increase. My stomach lurched, but I didn't blink. No, I understood that Ma would not win a popularity contest, but she was an essential link in the show's success. Uh-huh, I said. Well, maybe you should let me go then. It wasn't a negotiating strategy. I felt my contribution was necessary, but part of me was willing to tear it all up, an angry, nihilistic part of me who spoke up suddenly while maintaining an outwardly calm poise. At the time, the trade papers were full of stories of the battle Sally Struthers was having with the Lear Company over her desire to leave All in the Family, the #1 show in the country. She had made a movie or two, and no doubt offers were arriving at her agent's office by the handfuls. But, of course, she wasn't available. Not available to become a movie star? Who could stand it? Sally was determined to leave the series. There was no signed contract, but certainly there was a deal memo. The case was on everyone's lips in TV land, and without ever mentioning it, it hung in the gloom over my late afternoon, smoky conversation with Mike. I drank more. My tolerance was slipping. Just get through this negotiation, I told myself. How long can it last? Hangovers became routine. In the night, I took B vitamins with spoonfuls of yogurt to stave off the worst of them. Everything hurt. In the morning, I robotically walked to the freezer, put ice in a wash rag, smashed it against the kitchen counter, and pressed it to my eyes, puffy and red. In Larry's chair, I sat stoically as he sprayed my head. It hurt all the way to the ends of the hairs. The brushes on the curlers were like needles on my sensitized scalp. The dryer was bad too, whirring heat around my ears. Whitey's Visine for my red eyes. I had heard tales of old stars who were drunks using something stronger for red eyes, but I guessed it had been outlawed. Anyway, I wasn't like them, I told myself. No, I was just going through a rough time. Trying to be pleasant, not a morning person on a good day, and these were not good days. As an experienced Hollywood guy, Mike cautioned me about the tough world of showbiz life without a steady job. He actually said, "It's a jungle out there." But emotionally, I had withdrawn from him. I could see his manipulation. One day, out in the field, just as we were finishing a scene and I was hightailing it to an afternoon talk show, his usual peck to Carolyn became a lengthy and deeply felt kiss. Really? You'd really try that? Mike was the master of a small domain, a potentially hugely lucrative enterprise. The livelihoods of more than 100 people depended on his success, so dealing with a stubborn leading lady must have been not just annoying, but threatening to his whole scrupulously built construct. He knew one day you could be king of the hill, hail fellow well met at the guard gate of the studio, everyone laughing at all your jokes, your advertising rates going up as the ratings rolled in, and you have only to glance for your Ferrari to be brought to your side. The next day, you can be out of a job, sitting by your Beverly Hills pool, wondering, what's next? The campaign to bring me into line continued. One by one, scripts arrived from upstairs. We were getting them a little earlier than we had during the first season's mad scramble. My scenes dwindled as my contract remained unsettled. A typical scene would begin with a close-up of the coffee pot, my hand carrying it across the room, the camera panning with it and widening as I arrived at the table where Charles and, let's say, Reverend Alden were sitting. As the pot arrived in front of the men, my voice was heard saying, "More coffee, dear?" Or, for variety, "More pie, Reverend?" Then the men had a discussion relevant to the theme of that episode. I walked back to the stove, off camera and out of the scene. In contract negotiations, I was asking for a minimum of 2 shows each season featuring Ma. Adding to my frustration, Mike's plan for season 2 was to bring in stars he admired in order to boost our ratings. This meant the big roles went to Academy Award winners like Patricia Neal and Red Buttons. Our special, Remember Me, starred the deeply affecting Patricia Neal as a dying mother and created a whole family for Mr. Edwards and Bonnie Bartlett as his wife. Bonnie, from Chicago, had that direct manner and brightness I associated with friends from there. I was glad to have her on our team. As I held out for my money, Ma became the incredible shrinking woman. Watching Mike play his sensitive director role with the guest stars while I was put on ice set off alarm bells inside me. We had been close collaborators, and I had thrived on our harmonious relationship and on his approval. Being ignored and treated with contempt felt excruciating. It was all too familiar. I felt I was all over again, the daughter of an alcoholic father who was patient and loving, then turned suddenly cruel, in the process shredding my self-esteem with his derision. Back then, of course, I didn't make the connection. Back then, I only knew I was miserable and hoped that if I just kept up my professionalism, the conflict would be resolved. It's only all these years later and looking back that I understand how easily I slipped into the role, be the good girl, play the part, and hope. I prepared. I tried to pace myself. I even tried to stop drinking, but that didn't last a week. My drinking became seriously scary. Fits of rage, much of it directed at my loyal man, manifested in wine glasses thrown into the fireplace and screaming accusations. I have a flash of memory of kicking Tui once. I was baffled and self-justifying by turns. "Well, you'd drink too if you were going through this," I'd charge. When the script for At the End of the Rainbow came in, a fool's gold story in which Laura fantasized about the wonderful gifts she would buy for the family with all the gold she and her little friend had found, the girls and I looked forward to our fancy clothes and hairdos, out of calico and into white satin. We went to special fittings. Richeline had designed romantic dresses that could have come from a period French film set in the 19th century. I ran my hand over the thick satin and grinned when I tried on the wide-brimmed hat with its white feather flourish. Whitey spent a long time giving me the glam makeup, false eyelashes and all. If anyone could do it, he could. Marilyn Monroe had relied on him for all her makeup, and when it came to publicity photos, she gave him complete discretion on what should be approved. When that show aired, I sat down anticipating looking great and hoping this would help me to get other kinds of roles. That stylish hat looked terrific, and its big feather fit well, but no one saw me. Mike had shot around me, cut out all the coverage of my face, left my glam look on the cutting room floor. The mortar on the brick wall I had run into was setting hard. Had Mike stopped speaking to me then, or was he just shutting me down creatively? It's hard for me to recall the precise order, and no wonder, as I drank more wine in the evenings, going over and over in my mind the unfairness of it all. I'd never handled ostracism well. As in all companies, people move away from the henpecked, and that's how it was with me on Little House. Karen was changing. Karen was difficult. Even Missy, with whom I had passed time off camera playing backgammon, withdrew from me. Mike had a sharp tongue, and his barbs were well aimed. If you were on his list, his ridicule was infectious. I was unaware then, but learned later that at lunch, when he and the producers, writers, cinematographer, and post-production people went to watch dailies, it was a free fire zone. The men gathered in the comfy screening room, and there our work, our faces, good takes, bad takes, ridiculous expressions alongside the noble were writ large. Terrific fodder for Mike's cruel wit. There we would be skewered and pinned. Great bonding with the boys. The trouble was that when they came back to work with us, they had those words and images in their heads, and communal respect was diminished. As the summer wore on, my spirits fell lower and lower. Our late afternoon collaborations turned into opportunities for humiliation. There they are, the handsome couple, the perfect American parents, her muslin nightgown buttoned demurely at her throat, his nightshirt a soft, striped pink flannel. They sit in the tiny room, propped up in the small, hand-hewn bed, eating popcorn, and calmly, sweetly discuss the current script's issue, a flirt behind the words. But pulling back behind the camera, you saw the whole of the tiny room, with its bare pine board walls, the heavy dark quilt covering the couple. Close to 30 people surrounded the simple scene, all men but one, crammed close together in order to see and do their jobs. The cameraman was on a cart with a seat, so he could be moved forward and back at the same time as the best boy pulled focus. The assistant director called for quiet, and the 30 people moved in to do their work. Since the room was so crowded, the star and the co-star remained in the bed, captives while others set the scene. To pass the time while the prop man fetched more popcorn for everyone, Mike entertained his crew with jokes about the smelly, distasteful female anatomy. C-word jokes. A room full of men guffawed. His eyes twinkled with mischief, and I was stuck in the center of that pool of light. I looked down, away, anywhere, so as not to acknowledge and not to feel the embarrassment while everyone looked at us. Then, action. We shot the adorable scene with camaraderie and such rapport, such love. Our cameraman said, "We can do better," and then we shot it again. I rose above his bad boy behavior, a kind of schoolmarm among a gang of rowdy boys, tolerant of my own humiliation. And that's a print. The camera was turned off. The men in their blue jeans backed off to the clicking and clacking of equipment, and it was on to the next scene while I dragged myself from under the quilt, split for the next change, hairdo, touch-up, and commenced to do all the close-ups for that day's work, one after another, with Mary at the script reading the kids' lines. I had thought I was tough. Hadn't I survived being poor in New York? Hadn't I bounced back from scores of rejections at gobs of auditions? Hadn't I slapped the rear ends of taxis that cut me off when I was crossing the street? Hadn't I chased after flashers in the subway to intimidate them? But I was not tough. I couldn't let this treatment roll off my back. There were self-help books. Mama tried teaching me a meditation to help me to detach. I couldn't. Instead, I was on high alert, in fight or flight mode without being able to do either. Mike had gotten rid of Ed Friendly, who had created Rowan and Martin's Laugh-In and owned the rights to the books, had brought Mike onto the project in the first place. What did I have? Perhaps 50 million people who believed I was Ma, and Dean Johnson, the most esteemed, gentlemanly attorney in Hollywood. And I had this. I knew I was not out of line. I wanted to be paid commensurate with what leading actors on top 10 TV series in the mid-1970s were paid. No more, no less. An unexpected call came on a weekend while Tui and I were visiting my folks. An offer to play John Travolta's mother in the movie of the week, The Boy in the Plastic Bubble. Not an audition, an offer. I was elated. All 3 networks were producing original movies dealing with contemporary issues that aired during the 2-hour primetime slot at 9 o'clock. The producer knew my work from New York, and now I was on a successful series. This, then, was the snowball effect I had hoped for. The Boy in the Plastic Bubble would take me away from the Little House shooting schedule for just 1 day. Mike refused. He needed me in Sonora, he said. I sat on a picnic blanket in a distant shot that Ruthie could easily have done in my place, furious, knowing I didn't need to be there and knowing there was nothing I could do about it. Back home, I nursed my resentments, marinating them in alcohol and bursting into crying jags. I came into work in a blue mood. I didn't have the sense to hide my disappointment. I sulked, making things worse for myself and for those around me. The weeks dragged on and on with no resolution. After we had shot half the episodes for season 2, a mini hiatus gave us a chance to get away. Tui brought me to the San Isidro Ranch, where Jack and Jackie Kennedy had spent their honeymoon. Just below the Santa Ynez Mountains sat a ring of simply furnished cottages, each with a sitting room and bedroom, a perfect place, quiet and secluded. We left the car down by the office, and I delighted in the simple paths lined with native plants that smelled like home. An unadorned pool and 2 hidden tennis courts were out of sight just up the hill. An older man, who looked as if his ancestors might have built the Santa Barbara Mission, drove a golf cart around the circle of cottages to lay a fire in each fireplace, a truly restful place. Suddenly, I was in the hospital. I didn't know how I got there. The nurse was helping me to walk from the bed to the toilet. Couldn't walk alone. Weak, sick. On the toilet, I woke to realize I was at the Montecito Resort. But everything had disintegrated. I remembered we had had a fancy dinner with wine and candlelight in the dining room, our cottage, a bottle of Pernod. What was it that upset me? What did I think was wrong? I remember screaming and crying, my body bent over, anguish, blame. Why? I crept back to bed, ashamed and frightened. What was happening to me? Back in Los Angeles, Tui and I had begun to see a couples therapist, and when we returned home, I mentioned the fear I had about alcohol to him. "Oh," he said, "you just use alcohol to get in touch with the demonic," as if booze were a creative tool. When he said that, I felt relieved I didn't have to quit drinking, but I also felt dread circle my middle. What to do about it then? One of Tui's many contacts in Los Angeles was Cynthia Lovelace Sears, daughter of a successful investment advisor and mother of 2 appealing girls. Educated at an Eastern women's college, Cynthia seemed the epitome of grace and intellectual sophistication. She confessed that, as a student, high expectations placed on her writing talent had led to writer's block. She'd recently created a public radio show in which she interviewed many literary stars: Henry Miller, Lawrence Durrell, Twinka Tebow, she and I sparked each other's creativity. From the moment we met, we began to think of projects we could do together. Both of us were active in a women's consciousness-raising or rap group where we explored women's self-abnegation and the feminism we hoped would cure it. Perhaps because Cynthia's daughters were still in grammar school, she and I decided to create a board game based on Little House. During the show's hiatus, we met regularly and created a prototype that was designed to be both educational and fun. And, of course, we thought we could make money, too. Mike liked it, but Ed Friendly still controlled all marketing connected with the show. Dolls, toys, and, yes, games. And so that project collapsed. And Cynthia and I began to think about subjects for a movie of the week, subjects about women. I was hopeful that my perch on television could make our efforts on behalf of women's rights count. I was 32 years old, and I had it all. Engaged to a gifted screenwriter who was devoted to me, a plum role on a popular series, a loving family nearby at last. Tui and I had so much to celebrate, and celebrate we did. But the violent twists in my moods were scary, and more I began to project my insecurities onto him, to blame him, or to blame the battle over the contract, or. There was always something or someone to blame, and the more bewildered and out of control I felt, the more I clung to my rationalizations, and the more I drank. By the end of season 2, Tui had to get away from my accusations and my breakdowns. I don't know what preparations he had made before telling me. It was the weekend, at home, and he broke off our engagement. I threw that exquisite ring at his feet, knowing I was behaving like a tragic character in a novel, but unable to stop myself. That night, afraid to leave me alone, he called my mother and waited with me until the next morning when, with her train case, she arrived, and Tui left for good. Mama took no sides. I imagine I was ashamed. I don't remember. I am sure I justified myself. My self-defense armor had a sharp sheen. During what I hoped would be the final week of negotiations with NBC, I used all my self-control not to drink. After work, my agent, my lawyer, and I huddled at a small table in the bar of a favorite restaurant on the Sunset Strip. There they presented NBC's offer to me. It was a low offer, so I looked them square in the eye and said, "No, I don't want to do this anymore." They explained to me a show needed 5 seasons in order to go to syndication. And when I asked what that meant, Dean said, "You know how you see a certain series on the air every night before prime time, 5 days a week, like Dragnet or Lucy? That's syndication. When a show's in syndication, you're no longer working, but you get paid based on the contract you negotiate now." They showed me on paper how over the years the numbers would escalate. 5 seasons, Dean said, and you'll never have to work again. My insides twisted around themselves at the thought of going back to work in that punishing silence, to the phony acting I pretended not to notice. The waiter checked to see if we wanted another round. I stayed with Prairie. I knew how to live simply, but my insecurity about money, heightened during the trying years in New York and London, rolled around in my mind. I didn't want to worry anymore about making the rent or panic if my car needed brakes. I didn't want to return to that life on First Avenue and the acrid smell in the hallway and the drug addict passed out in the vestibule beneath the broken mailboxes. And so I wept. They had me. But I told them, I'll do it, but they have got to pay me more than this. A part of me thought, who do you think you are to hold out like this? The other part said, if this is what I have to do, then at least I'm going to be paid market price for it. I dug in my heels. They conveyed my position to the network. The network fell silent. I went to work in limbo, not knowing what I was making or when it would be settled. That summer, strife hung like a weight in the dusty air. The sky brilliant blue as we sheltered under the huge old oak in our made-up town, the mill wheel turning on cue, splashing real water. Nearby, we could see the general store, where it seemed to the audience that we could buy a sack of flour, but where the shelves were empty and dark corners were favored by rattlers. I waited in the heat with the others and held my head high, despite the desperate need I felt to have the contract settled. Carl Swenson was balm to my nerves. He and I talked of books and of current affairs, and he helped me through those days. Then came an additional challenge. One day at the ranch, I was reading Edith Wharton's The House of Mirth when they called me to the scene in the barn. I got up from my director's chair and walked across the yard where the cow was chewing her cud and into the hot, stuffy barn. I've forgotten now the content of the scene, but I can't forget that I wasn't ready. And when the cue came for my part, words came out of my mouth, but the feeling wasn't there. I was as dry as the dirt where the chickens were pecking at corn. We completed the master. I assuaged my guilt over my less than stellar performance by telling myself I could improve it in the close-up. While the crew set up for the coverage, I tried to engage my emotions. Nothing. Brittle as the hay in the stalls. I was shut down. I didn't know what had happened. There were no more distractions than usual. The camera, the lighting, the men standing close by. By then, I was accustomed to the ranch, the children's mothers, the animals, the visitors, the occasional reporter, airplanes overhead. These were normal. I was anxious about the unsettled contract, had never dreamed it would become such a sore issue, and that Mike would turn so cold, but that was no excuse. I wanted to do good work, period. But suddenly that day, the emotional availability so necessary to an actor eluded me. I was troubled as we moved on to the next scene. In acting, I had found some security. Instinct, training, experience had all come together. I knew how to do a scene, and then not. My attempt at pacing myself had not worked. How was I going to find a way to survive the schedule and do my work regardless of the pressure or the tedium? Mike was a completely different style of actor from me. He banked on his star personality, and he joked around right up to action, and that kept him loose, as it does for many actors of his type. It was fun for the crew as well. But I am a different sort of actor. I needed focus. During the first season, I was tuned up and ready to go all through the long days for when I would hear, "Karen, we're ready." During the coverage, if the scene wasn't demanding, I might read Variety or a little of the Los Angeles Times, but most of me belonged to what was next. For the second season, I knew I couldn't keep myself on high alert for another 9 months. It was too exhausting. I hoped to discover ways to relax between shots. I brought more absorbing books, and as I sat in the canvas director's chair amidst the dirt and farm animals, I let my mind go to a completely different world inside those books. But then came the day I was brought up short, my psychological state unprepared for the scene. Had I gone too far away? How to find some balance? I was in this for the long haul. We were going to run for years. How would I do it? I was really distressed. The fatigue had made me irritable, and I'd been cutting at home, of course, where it had done the most personal damage. At home, I poured myself a glass of wine and called Roy London to ask for help. Roy and I had been fast friends ever since our Broadway debut together in The Gingham Dog. Roy was a good-looking Jewish guy, but not a leading man type. He played the best friend or the roommate. Multi-talented, he could paint and write as well as act, something of a prodigy. And with Joe Chaikin's Open Theater Company, he had toured to Paris, where their performances were interrupted by the '68 revolution. Roy appeared in Antonioni's Zabriskie Point, was a founding member of the Circle Rep in New York, and had written a play. He and Lanford broke up before Roy came out to California in a Lynn Redgrave vehicle at the Huntington Hartford Theater. When we went out after the show, he told me he was ready to give Hollywood a try, and I invited him to stay in the extra bedroom on Hightower Road. He started going up for parts and soon was encouraged to stay in Los Angeles. After a few weeks, he moved down the path to a furnished room, signed up for driving lessons, but continued to take meals at my house. He wrote another play, produced it, and got a nice apartment in Central Hollywood, which he furnished elegantly with little money, hanging a poster that proclaimed exactitude. When someone asked Roy for acting lessons, he not only found his true calling, he changed hundreds of others' lives and careers. He started in the modest living room of a friend's apartment where he could move the sparse furniture aside to do scene work. Roy was a brilliant teacher, developing techniques that ultimately empowered one actor after another. And after that day in the barn, I joined his class, grabbed hold of his teaching, and from then on, it didn't matter if all I was doing was serving scrambled eggs. My character was fully engaged. The series, with its long hours, short prep time, and political pressure, had forced me to up my game. It was Roy who helped me do that. Over the months in that friend's apartment, Roy elaborated on techniques he had learned from his studies in New York with Uta Hagen. The more he worked with us, the clearer and stronger his teaching became. Roy's students began to book the jobs. That ineffable quality that makes an actor fascinating on camera, I realized, was not simply the result of being born with star quality. Roy taught people immediacy, excitement, how to be alive in the moment. He skipped over actors' nerves like a pebble on a pond, declaring, "Fear is a given. Then what do you do?" The specifics of Roy's teaching are too subtle and myriad to describe, but a boiled-down example is this. Utilizing Stanislavski's technique as a template, employing an action for each beat of a scene, Roy taught us to imagine that I, the actor, wanted not an emotional response from my scene partner, but a physical reaction, so I could see instantly whether I had succeeded in my goal, whether that goal was wanting my partner to take off his hat or to kiss me. "Keep trying to get what you want," Roy said. That effort created its own kaleidoscope of immediate feelings, small adjustments. He liked to ask provocative questions, quickly following with, "Don't tell me the answer, but play it for that person." Roy inspired us to be vulnerable, to not know what we were going to do from moment to moment. This was analogous to my voice work. in which continuing to let go of the breath created spontaneous and original choices. Casting directors started to notice Roy as the teacher whose students were booking the good parts. Michelle Pfeiffer was finding a challenge in Shakespeare in the Park in New York, and Roy flew in to help. Jeff Goldblum sent Gina Davis, who thanked Roy when she won her Academy Award for The Accidental Tourist. Brad Pitt, one of Roy's students, made his smashing debut in Thelma and Louise, and the rest is history. Sharon Stone, nominated for an Academy Award, won the Best Actress Golden Globe for Casino and thanked Roy. As Hollywood buzzed, "Roy who?" students flocked to him. But the series schedule made attending his class impossible, so I went to Roy for coaching. From then on, before beginning a movie or a play, I consulted with Roy. As his friend, watching his life soar as he became the coach to the stars filled me with deep satisfaction. His zest for the work, his commitment to his actors and to process, was built on his firm belief in truth, on not hiding. No arranging of one's feelings to look good or play it safe. Roy helped me, as he did so many others, to open the channel into the unexpected. His work was antithetical to cliché. Whatever obstacles I might face, he could help me find a way to make it work for the role. When later I was doing a play in which my so-called best friend wouldn't look at me in rehearsal, I complained to Roy, and he said, "Perfect. Then do everything you can to get her to look at you." Obstacles became opportunities, with Roy as midwife, helping actors deliver vulnerability. He also taught me what I brought into the room without trying, my type, my particular quality. Especially in Hollywood, knowing the roles that you are right for is important. Few of us ever play roles far from type. But this has nothing to do with how we feel inside. As an ingenue, I had played nuns and kooky parts, even a prostitute. Roy helped me to realize my own wanton sophistication. An actor who is known for playing villains and tough guys, as Victor French was before Mr. Edwards, may in truth be a big softy. A man may be sexy and attractive to women, although he is gay. During the studio days, there was a concerted effort to keep the public in the dark about any leading man's homosexuality, and aside from the personal torment of living in secrecy, the tragic consequences came home in Hollywood when Rock Hudson and others, Liberace, Nureyev, began to die from HIV without ever acknowledging they had AIDS. The stigma was stultifying, and their deaths were tragic and lonely. As the pandemic spread, more and more show business talents were struck down. In the 80s, when Roy contracted AIDS, he swore me to secrecy because if people knew, his work opportunities could dry up. His classes were packed, and he was about to break through as a director. I was relieved that the antiretroviral medicines seemed to be keeping the virus under control, and I kept his secret. I hoped he would beat this. But one day he called and told me the numbers on his tests had slipped. Dread crept up my spine. We had known so many talented people in our business who had died. One night at a fancy restaurant in Hollywood, Roy had introduced me to Larry Kramer, whose passionate play, The Normal Heart, had indicted both the New York City government and the Reagan administration for ignoring the disease, which made the tragic consequences worse. When one day I called to schedule a visit with Roy in Los Angeles while I would be there on a break from shooting a film, His phone message said that he and his partner, Tim, were scouting locations. But no sooner did I get back to New Mexico, where I was filming Wyatt Earp, than Tim called to tell me Roy was in the hospital and didn't want anyone to know. I told Tim I had to leave for Kentucky, where I was joining Actors Theater of Louisville. It was too late for me to get back to L.A. I didn't know then that it was too late for Roy. He never left the hospital. And on August 8th, 1993, he died at age 50. I like to remember Roy the way he was the afternoon he brought Tim over, and we sat in my patio and had cold drinks. He had grown a full beard and let his head go bald. He had stopped dieting and was positively portly, but in a great, dignified way, like a Sidney Greenstreet. He wore a white linen suit, elegant. They arrived in his BMW, the two of them happy, and on their way back to their Hollywood penthouse from their getaway in Santa Barbara, and so in love. Roy London lives on in me and in so many of his students' work. The audience sees him there, but I wish I could see him here. It was Roy's wisdom that enabled me, no matter what Mike threw at me, to give myself to Ma and to the audience. 17. Never say die. Ambition is necessary to accomplishment. To win anything, we must have the ambition to do so. These happy golden years, Laura Ingalls Wilder. We were more than halfway into the second season when Mike told me they had a special script in the works for Ma, and I hoped the thaw was coming. It was an adaptation of a story they had done on Bonanza for Little Joe. In a matter of faith, Carolyn gets a little scratch on her leg while she is helping to unload some wire from the wagon. Thinking nothing of it at the time, she continues with her work. The family is going away for a big country picnic, but Ma's obligation to bake pies for the church keeps her at home. The plan is for Reverend Alden to give her a ride to the picnic when he comes to pick up the pies. When the infection starts to take hold, she is alone. She applies rising dough to the wound, a natural remedy since yeast could act as an antibiotic and might have helped. But in this case, the infection is already too deep. Thus begins a saga of pain, fever, and collapse. When Reverend Alden comes to pick up the pies, cooling on the porch, she is in desperate shape, unconscious, and can't rouse herself to call for help, and he assumes she's gone on with the family. While Charles and the girls frolic in the countryside, Ma becomes sicker, and in the climax, Carolyn turns to her Bible for help. The verse, "And if thy hand offend thee, cut it off," seems the answer to her prayers. She takes the butcher knife in hand, steels herself for the cut. The camera blacks out. This episode was heaven for me. Make it physically demanding. Pile on the pain and suffering, and let me at it. I was grateful for an episode that gave me a greater range than serving rabbit stew or getting the kids off to school. Transforming from happy, barefoot, baking woman to passing out in the mud in a rainstorm? Yes, indeed. When do I start? Whitey arranged for us to have prosthetics made to show the advancing infection that would threaten Carolyn's leg and ultimately her life. He was unusually qualified to discuss this with designers because once when he was working on a picture in the Caribbean, he'd gotten a minor wound to his hand that became infected, and in the tropical climate, the bacteria replicated virulently. His entire arm became swollen. Gangrene began to set in, and he was flown home to be treated. Modern medicine saved his arm and his hand, but he knew if he hadn't been treated in time, he would have lost his arm and his livelihood. Whitey understood viscerally that Carolyn could lose her leg or her life. He and I drove out to the North Valley to John Chambers' lab, where Planet of the Apes prosthetics had been created for the 1968 film. Chambers had received a special award from the Motion Picture Academy for that work, and a behind-the-scenes opportunity to see his studio excited me. His company worked in a big, open, warehouse-like room with white walls. It was spotless. There they took a mold of my leg so they could create prosthetics that would fit seamlessly. We had 3 made in graduated sizes in order to show the advancing infection, and Whitey's artistry when it came to painting garish colors onto the molded swellings was remarkable. He knew how ugly and yet how colorful an infection could be. And each night at home, I limped around so I could develop the physical progress of the infection, living with this stability hour after hour to achieve the effect I wanted. Bill Claxton was directing, and I was grateful because Bill was so sensitive to my need on occasion to pause to prepare for a scene. What I brought to the role of Ma was the quality of purity of soul. Not that Karen Grassle was pure, but I had a deep-rooted longing for a spiritual connection and a true belief in wholeness. I'd laid aside my childhood obsession with Jesus, and I was no longer a Christian, but my commitment to my work was pure. By this time, anxiety over the contract and hurt by rejection, combined with my hopeless strategy of killing emotional pain with alcohol and marijuana, had gone a long way toward destroying my sense of self. But on occasion, my soul seemed to flicker to life in service to a greater cause. I was fractured internally by anger, self-justification, and bitterness in those days, and I needed some of what Carolyn Ingalls had: faith. One afternoon, a week or so after we wrapped and moved on to another episode, Mike came to me while we were shooting some of my coverage of that day's work. He told me there were problems with a matter of faith, and the next day at lunch, he showed me the rough cut. It was disappointing, flat. Somehow, the camera had not captured what was there. It looked to me as if the scenes were all shot in a long shot, so the details of my work and Whitey's artistry remained nearly invisible. The distance made for a lack of involvement, and Mike was unhappy and wanted to reshoot some scenes. I was grateful. He set a time after all the kids had gone home for us to do the work, and that afternoon felt like the old days, 2 colleagues working in harmony and creating something together. Our creative spirits did what we had been unable to do as human beings. We rose up and greeted each other, and as we worked, the respect and caring reminded each of us why we liked each other and why we liked to work together. When we were almost finished, as he and I walked toward the coffee table away from the crew, I thanked him. "I really appreciate your doing this." "It had to be done," he said tersely. "I've missed these times, working like this, together." Me too." A chink in the wall? I touched his arm and felt as if I might cry. "I didn't know what to do," I said. "It's my fault. I wouldn't talk." "If something like that happens again, what should I do?" You can't do anything. I'm the boss. It was my responsibility to address it. I squeezed his shoulder, appreciating his acknowledgement, and said thanks. As we stood on the concrete floor of the dark stage talking, I could hear an almost audible sigh of relief from the crew, and arm in arm, Mike and I returned to the set and completed the show. Surely, I thought, now he will settle my contract. But no. The standoff continued. Although I felt betrayed, I went on the next promo tour determined not to make our stalemate public. The trip was much harder because of the lack of appreciation from Mike and the loss of Tui, and by the time the limo picked me up in Philadelphia for the Mike Douglas show, I was in a poisonous mood, made up of 1 part loneliness, 1 part cynicism, and a big splash of low blood sugar. When the driver explained we needed to wait in order to pick up someone else, I was put out. Me, wait, I'm tired. I need to get to the hotel, have a glass of wine, eat. Fortunately, I didn't open my mouth. We picked up a guy named Dave with a neat beard, compact body, and smart blue eyes, who turned out to be a writer, a type I liked, but whoops, a wedding band, so back off. He was there to write for the week's co-host, the new network variety show star, Jim Stafford, a country and western singer. I was to appear as a guest the next day when they taped. Starving, I went straight to the hotel restaurant, and Dave joined me. His comedy team partner ambled in, looking for him. Tom was a tall, skinny guy with a neat Charlie Chaplin mustache and droll humor, and when I saw him, I thought, I'm in trouble. The next day after the taping, he asked me out for drinks and dinner. His neck was killing him, so I offered him a neck and shoulder massage. I left the hotel room the next morning before dawn to catch my plane, but not before we made love. And when I got home and told Mama how young he was, 29, she said, "Any port in the storm, huh?" But back in Los Angeles, ever after that, Tom would show up with good humor, offering to fix the screen door or taking me out to hear comedy. He was sympathetic to my contract struggles, and a few months later, I helped him move his stuff to Hightower Road. In addition to an intense sex life, Tom and I shared deep affection, long work hours, and paid close attention to our industry, studying Hill Street Blues and relaxing with Saturday Night Live in bed. After Philadelphia, my tour went on to Minnesota and then Fort Worth, where the creative electricity Cynthia Lovelace Sears and I had generated found its subject. The head of the NBC affiliate station in Fort Worth remembered me from his station in New England the year before and had thoughtfully arranged an interview with a feminist reporter instead of the TV critic. Katie Sherrod, an investigative journalist, had just completed a series of original articles on wife-beating for the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. She described to me what she had learned. Like most people at the time, I thought wife-beating happened only among the poor or the ill-educated, but Katie enlightened me. She had talked with doctors' wives, a minister's wife, a cop's wife, and as she told me stories, I saw how television could expose it. Frustration over the limits of Ma, fatigue from the relentless promo tour, all faded as I listened to Katie and felt a surge of energy to expose this long-hidden issue. Back home, I read Katie's series with my heart pounding. She had uncovered the horrid crime happening behind closed doors in homes of all kinds, all over the country. Cynthia agreed. This was the most compelling of the many subjects she and I had considered, so we began our project about battered women with passion. Coming from an alcoholic home, I was familiar with the anxiety, the fear of an explosive scene, the dread of waiting for the other shoe to drop. Tom was enthusiastic and gave us screenwriting tips. Besides being smart and talented, he was inhaling the practical side of the business. In 1975, domestic violence was misunderstood and almost entirely hidden. And when Cynthia and I tried to do research, we found just one brief mention in a women's magazine about a shelter in England and one paragraph in Newsweek. That was it. We knew we had to do what Katie Sherritt had done, original research. There were only 2 shelters for victims of domestic violence in all of the United States, one in St. Paul, Minnesota, and one nearby. We called Haven House in Pasadena and drove out to see the director and her assistant. They set up interviews with women in the shelter with the understanding that all their names would be kept confidential. We never knew their last names, and those women were incredibly generous in sharing their painful personal stories as we recorded. Having had her own radio show interviewing authors on KPFK in Los Angeles, Cynthia was a skilled interviewer. And I had been attracted to journalism, doing research and talking to people about their lives. We were a good team, each of us drawing out the women in our own way, and their lives shaped our story. We began the research and the preliminary story construction during my off hours from the show. During the hiatus between seasons 2 and 3, we worked intensely. Once back at work, I never knew when I'd be free, and since Cynthia was a single mom and needed to plan for time when we could work, I visited Kent to find out how he arranged the schedule. On a big cork bulletin board, colored strips represented every single scene for the episode about to be shot. Kent showed me how he could tell at a glance what equipment to order and which drivers, actors, and animals to call for each scene by looking at this board. His precision was one of the reasons the crew was so loyal to the show. Predictability was worth a lot because it saved money and contributed to a creative atmosphere. He showed me how to interpret the board so that I could let Cynthia know my availability. Whenever I got off work early or found a gap in the shooting schedule for my character, I raced to Cynthia's home, and we worked. Steady Kent, the ballast for our boat, was also the person I went to about the tensions on the set. I thought perhaps he had to carry those extra pounds to absorb all the bombarding signals he was forever getting from every direction, while appearing calm at all times. Whatever internal pressures roiled him, to us he appeared unruffled and reliable. I asked him what I could do to break the logjam with Mike. Kent told me we should talk. I explained, he won't talk to me. It's awful. Kent knew he couldn't tell Mike what to do, but he also knew the situation was corrosive to the company's morale. He had watched my part being cut and knew what I was talking about when I said, "Look, it's got to be love or money. I'm not getting good scenes, so it will have to be money." And somehow, behind the scenes, he must have helped to resolve the standoff. He and Mike were not only a great team, they were friends, and I'm sure some secret masculine communication took place that most of us would never know, because suddenly, one day, Dean called me and announced I had won. NBC was coming through with a set of annual raises and required me, in turn, to sign the contract. My weekly salary more than doubled. A new schedule of salary increases was set through season 7, the last year of the contract. And equally important to me, I got guarantees of a certain number of shows featuring Ma each season, the work I needed to make this worthwhile for me as an artist. The relief, the triumph, and gratitude that the fight was over and we could move on were immense. At least, I thought we could move on. I was under less stress and would have more resilience in the work with Cynthia, I thought. The basic structure of our movie, which we called Battered, had presented itself fairly early. We wanted interlocking stories from different classes of society. Developing the actual scenes and dialogue took more time, and exposure to the material was disturbing. Each of us began to have nightmares. Cynthia was an intelligent and talented writer with a steady, calm personality, and that was a good thing because we drank plenty of white wine in our sessions. But I was not steady, and fueled by double-duty workdays, swilling coffee and white wine, my mood swings became more and more erratic. One weekend, I went to UCLA to hear Del Martin on a panel. Del had written a book on wife-beating that had been published by a small press, and I'd discovered it advertised in the classifieds in Ms. Magazine. I was eager to hear her and also to speak with her. Dr. Sharon Kaufman Diamond, a psychiatrist with great insight about violence against women and how it permeated our culture, was another panelist, and I knew right away she could help us immeasurably. Within a few months, I followed up by calling her for professional help with my own life, which was becoming more and more bewildering to me. Without realizing it, the dedication to the project had led me to my own life raft. This is the beauty of synchronicity, which Cynthia and I also shared as we applied our whole selves to this film. During season 3 of Little House, we shot Little Girl Lost, in which Carrie falls into an abandoned well. Mike was overwhelmed one day with my work and said he thought I could win an Emmy. He went to the phone to call NBC with this idea. I was buoyed by his support. Then nothing happened. Most of the other scripts developed during the previous months were minimal for Ma, but I did have some fun doing Battle of the Network Stars for ABC. For a few weeks before the competition, I tried to get in shape, walking up the hill, still smoking, swimming at the pool every night after filming when we shot over in Tucson. My old colleague, Bill Devane, was our NBC captain, and it was fun to be with the other actors. I surprised myself when I beat Farrah Fawcett at tennis and Adrienne Barbeau from Maude at the obstacle course. The NBC team didn't win the competition that year, but we came back and won later. The producers provided limos for all of us, and after the competition, we all partied in our team trailers. I don't remember getting home. In the morning, I found my work bag set just inside the back door, and the door closed. The driver had taken care of me. As Blanche says in Streetcar, the kindness of strangers. At the Little House, we had some genuine excitement when Johnny and June Carter Cash appeared on the show. June shared a story with me of such profound faith that I have never forgotten it. I knew they both had experience with alcoholism, and I wondered if she sensed my need. And soon I was working very hard with Dr. Kaufman Diamond, who, as a medical doctor as well as a highly trained psychiatrist, began to take stock of my symptoms, physical as well as emotional. Dr. Kaufman Diamond had helped Cynthia and me as we developed our understanding of the battered wife syndrome. We had worked for months developing our characters and story. We had decided the film would revolve around the stories of 3 couples. I would play the wife in the white upper-middle-class couple. We also sketched out a blue-collar older couple and a younger black couple, starting out with little money and 2 small children. As we shared our ideas with experts, someone pointed out that one character was an incipient alcoholic. I thought, if he's alcoholic, then what about me? The more I read and learned about the battering syndrome, the more I realized that I identified with both sides, the perpetrator's rage as well as the victim's pain. One day, as I was enthusiastically telling Mama about the progress Cynthia and I were making with our story, she told me her own mother had been beaten by her father. She had never mentioned this. I knew a lot about her life as a little girl, but I didn't know about the beatings. I wondered, though, if my mother had unconsciously chosen a husband who was an alcoholic because she was caught in a cycle of codependence and shame that she had absorbed as a little girl. My father never hit her, but psychologically, Mama was hit again and again by his drinking. And still, whenever Cynthia and I worked late, I drove home drunk along Sunset Boulevard, sailing around the curves, feeling the flow, heading for the High Tower Road house. On weeknights, by the time I got to the Sunset Strip, it was so late the place was deserted, and in my tired, inebriated state, it seemed to me unnecessary to stop for red lights. Stopping would only break my rhythm. I can only thank God that I never killed anyone. Months into our work together, as my mood swings became more unpredictable, Cynthia grew understandably anxious about whether or not we would get a producer to sign on so that we could start getting paid. Fitting our work around her daughter's schooling and my shooting schedule was taking a toll on her. Many afternoons, the kids came home from school but had little time with their mom because we were working. Finally, I set up a meeting with Michael Jaffe, with whom I had worked on a Hallmark special, and he made a development deal with us and NBC. We modestly believed we should turn our treatment over to a professional writer, but Jaffe said, "This is your story. You write it." At this point, I finally got the nerve to tell Mike I had a deal to do this film. At first, he was taken aback, but then he was supportive, offered to share the production process with me, and seemed proud when he told Teddy. I set out to learn more about the nuts and bolts of filmmaking. Teddy Voigtlander, our Emmy-winning cinematographer, shared his favorite book on cinematography, The 5 C's of Cinematography. Mike let me come to dailies at lunchtime, though when I discovered he made fun of the actors during these sessions, I stopped going because I didn't want his cruel jokes in my head later in the day when I might be playing a scene with one of them. Cynthia and I went to work writing. One of our techniques was to improvise the scenes into the tape recorder, which we then transcribed. We each worked on different scenes before trading to rewrite. But suddenly, Jaffe became anxious about getting a first draft. "It's fine if it's very rough. I just want to see something," he said. So we typed up our unfinished scenes and turned them in. That was a huge mistake and a hard lesson. Now he was convinced he needed a professional writer to get the script in shape. When we couldn't get the writer we wanted, he urged us to work with someone known for war pictures and macho subjects because he liked the guy. Cynthia and I, humbled by our lack of experience, went along. Let's call him John Wayne, our hero. Part 5. Everything Flowers. For everything flowers from within of self-blessing, though sometimes it is necessary to reteach a thing its loveliness. St. Francis and the Sow, Galway Canal. 18. Hitting bottom. You know a person cannot live at a high pitch of emotion. The feelings become dulled by a natural, unconscious effort at self-preservation. The Selected Letters of Laura Ingalls Wilder, William Anderson, editor. Sometimes change is hurtling down the tracks. Nothing will be the same, and although you've barely noticed the hum in the vibrating steel, it's coming nonetheless. This was my life at the beginning of season 4, as I prepared to shoot an episode called The Handyman. In this script, Pa suddenly has to go away for a job just after demolishing our back wall to add on a real kitchen. As luck would have it, a wandering handyman shows up in town just in time to take on the job, live in the old sod house, and take meals with the family. The undercurrent was romance. This was June 1977, and as I reflect back on this time, I feel as if two separate worlds were simultaneously spinning. By day, I was optimistic. The contract was settled. Tom and I were looking for a house to buy together. A big PR firm was designing a campaign for a play I was going to do in LA, a play to prove my chops beyond the Prairie. Pre-production was underway for Battered, and I was about to begin an episode written for Ma. I planned to get in shape, get healthy. I told myself this as I carried my wine glass across the path to our neighbor's pool to exercise. But by night, I was sucked into the black hole. Chaotic, whirling emotions, sudden mood swings, anxious nightmares, and searing anger overcame me without warning. My journal was etched with despair. The I Ching warned not to consume oneself like a flame. At one point, I thought I was pregnant, and as I got sicker, my periods began to disappear. I adopted a cynical, superior humor, like the bumper sticker Tom gave me for my Volvo. I'm mad as hell, and I'm not going to take it anymore, from the movie Network by Patty Chayefsky. Privately, I thought, I need an exorcist, not a shrink. I continued to work with Dr. Kaufman Diamond. The first thing she had insisted on was that I demand the Little House Company give me guaranteed time each week to see her, and Kent arranged that. She also insisted no more than 2 glasses of wine a night. I bought enormous goblets, arguing to myself that wine was my reward when a job went well, a balm when life was tough, a stimulant to keep going when I was tired, my sleeping draught at the end of a long day. But Dr. Kaufman Diamond zeroed in on my symptoms. She set up an appointment with a metabolic specialist to get to the bottom of my mood swings. When she confronted my self-obsession, I suddenly had a bracing view of myself. I'm amazed I didn't run from treatment. But some life-affirming force inside me kept me returning to her office week after week. I endured cascading, humbling insights that conspired with a shred of hope that I could get better. She told me to cut out the self-pity at work. Playing the victim would, she said, only please the one doing the punishing. I switched up right away to a bright, "Good morning." All these years later, I'm astonished that despite the depression, the long hours, double duty with Cynthia and Dr. Kaufman Diamond, I felt upbeat because I had a delightful script to work on. A departure from the usual Ma. Just days before we were to begin, Susan Sukman, our casting director, came down to the set to tell me that a family tragedy had struck the star who was to play the handyman, but she had found someone new for the part. "You'll really like him," she told me. "He's great looking, and he's going to be a star. His name is Gil Gerard." She was right on all counts. Within a few years, Gil would be starring in his own series, Buck Rogers. He had that charisma many women find irresistible, and when he showed up on the set, even the little girls sat up and took notice. He was sweet and hard-working and endeared himself to all of us women, young and old. Like my dad, he was from the Mid-South, and like my first husband, Leon, he had the soft edges and sensitivity that even high testosterone men in the South often have. When our female hairdresser, Gladys Whitten, she had been Marilyn Monroe's hairstylist, met him, she advised me, "He's for playing, not for marrying." I wondered, how does she know? How do you tell? I honestly had no idea. When I was growing up, my dad was responsible and devoted to our family, in spite of his alcoholism. He paid the bills, was home most every night for dinner, helped with the dishes, and worked alongside Mama all day Sunday. I took their partnership for granted. My mother and I never discussed what made a good husband. In the 60s, my contemporaries and I had determined that our mother's old-fashioned rules didn't apply, and we tossed out boundaries that had protected us as we matured. Concern for reputation, fear of pregnancy, modesty, and launched the sexual revolution. When the pill came along, the chief inhibitor disappeared. Young men had to do very little to lure us to bed. I remember discussing virginity with my freshman roommate at Cal, she and I concluding it was impractical. But I was unprepared for the men I met who didn't pay their own way, who fooled around, who didn't help with the chores. What I hadn't counted on as a modern, liberated woman was that my body would be so firmly connected to my heart and mind. In college and on the pill, I tried to have sex with someone and just walk away, but I could not easily compartmentalize my feelings from my actions. I might act free, but I became attached to the men I slept with, and often quickly. I learned over the years that sex is so powerful a force for women, or at least for this woman, so bonding, that taboos surrounding it can serve a critical function, protection, until she knows clearly that the man to whom she is attracted is the partner she wants. But I was dancing to songs like "Love the One You're With" and "Light My Fire," and I masked my true feelings with pot and alcohol. Eventually, I, and so many others I knew who didn't say no, suffered heartbreak, sexually transmitted diseases, cheating husbands, and men who felt no responsibility to pay child support. Our right to work became our necessity, as we struggled to take care of families on our own. As college-educated women, some of us began to wonder, what have we wrought? While filming The Handyman, I was still trying to separate my body from my soul, and the erotic undercurrent of the plot was all too easy for me to play. While Carolyn's boundaries were firm, my own were not, and Gil was distractingly attractive. Tom was working out of town, and so I danced with Gil to Fleetwood Mac, singing, "Players only love you when they're playing. When the rain washes you clean, you'll know." There was something I knew, but didn't want to know. Having a fling with Gil, humming along in my car to James Taylor's Handyman, lying to Tom, and covering up my duplicity with white wine wasn't working. A head of steam was building up inside my core. I didn't suspect that my true desire was for stability, a husband who wanted a family and children of my own. I didn't have a clue that I wanted what Carolyn Ingalls actually had. On the last day of filming The Handyman, I arranged a buffet lunch for the crew to show my appreciation. Naturally, I ordered beer and wine along with the sodas. It was meant to be a quasi-rep party for the episode. We had only a few scenes to shoot in the afternoon. By then, I had given up my strict rule never to drink while at work and occasionally had a hair of the dog drink during lunch. I was aware that I had to limit my intake, but I seldom knew anymore how much was too much. That afternoon, long tables were set up alongside the interior set of the house and barn and spread with a simple lunch of cold cuts, pasta salads, bread and condiments, and white wine. During the lunch hour, I played gracious hostess, pouring for others and having a glass myself. My attraction to Gil gave me an adrenaline rush. The work had gone well, and my tension over my contract was in the past. All was right with my world, wasn't it? But when we went back to work, I kept wanting to return to the table for more wine. I moved farther from the table. I smoked a cigarette. I had my makeup touched up for the afternoon's work. I dropped Bananka on my tongue to change the taste, and still, my body felt as if a huge magnet was pulling me back to the table. The craving was interfering with my concentration. I walked outside, used the bathroom, took some deep breaths, and came back. The caterers had cleared the table and put leftovers on a small table near props. Never mind that we were back at work. No one could see. No one would know. I wasn't falling down. I wasn't dancing on the table, but my mind was focused on the wine bottle, and I suddenly saw I was utterly hooked. This time I had no one and nothing to blame, except myself. I shook it off. I had no time to reflect. As soon as we wrapped, I had to fly to the University of Wisconsin to be one of the main speakers at a women's conference. At the airport, I was picked up and driven to a lovely small hotel near campus. The next day, someone would pick me up to take me to the luncheon. The women attending the conference would be in workshops all morning, so I would have a little extra time to prepare my talk. I'd been making notes for weeks, but hadn't finished writing it. And that night after dinner, under pressure to pull it together, I ordered a carafe of coffee and a bottle of white wine from room service and settled down to work. This seemed perfectly normal, but when the tray arrived with my drinks, a little voice inside whispered, "Enjoy this, because it's almost over." I brushed that voice aside. I dove into my subject, broadly the fear of women and how it conspired to keep us an underclass. My talk was informed by such anthropological studies as the Golden Bough and the Chalice and the Blade, but the sources I was most excited about were Phyllis Chesler's Women and Madness and Jean Baker Miller's Toward a New Psychology of Women. Chesler's premise that a sexist society makes women crazy resonated. Without wishing to diminish her exquisite argument, in brief, she had advanced the theory that because the human fetus begins with 2 X chromosomes and only later develops masculinity, men had a cellular fear of falling back into their double X chromosome femaleness. Therefore, they had to repress their own femininity and subjugate women. In our research on battered women, Cynthia and I had noticed how acting victimized or showing weakness could frequently bring on more beatings. I was on a mission to arrest this pattern, excited about the potential of equality of women to advance freedom for both sexes. Baker Miller analyzed the way the lack of shared parenting landed resentment, fear, and anger on women. Steeped in feminist writings with more material than I could possibly use, I wrote and wrote until late, leaving the 3x5 cards for the morning. I took breakfast in my room, worked on the cards, and did my hair and makeup. I ironed my suit and dressed. I was dropped off at the conference center for the luncheon, but when I arrived, no one else was yet there. I learned the morning seminars and workshops were running late, so I waited at the bar, ordered a white wine spritzer, a ladylike drink, and studied my notes. Still, few people arrived, but someone from the conference assured me they would be there soon. I sure hope they're right, I thought. The longer I waited, the more butterflies flew in my stomach. Oh, glass empty, order another. I'd always had stage fright before speaking engagements, and that day I felt unusually underprepared. Hope this wine calms me down. Soon, hundreds of women began to stream into the dining room, chatting in small groups, finding their friends, collecting at round tables of 10. Someone introduced me to my co-presenter, Carolyn Bird, the author of the provocative book, The Two-Paycheck Marriage. As I carried my 3rd glass of white wine to the dais, Carolyn and I struck up a lively conversation on the challenges of women earning more than their husbands or their male partners, and whether this subject might make a good movie of the week. The meal was the usual rubbery chicken and peas, but I was much too nervous to eat. In the sea of faces, I noticed one table where the group seemed decidedly unfriendly. They would look up, then lean in and whisper in a way that seemed hostile. This was my first experience with the antagonistic clique I later would become accustomed to seeing. It was the Right to Life crowd, showing up to intimidate me at personal appearances. Oh boy, I thought, wait till they hear what I have to say today. It was time. I stood, turned on my small Sony recorder, and began. My talk focused on how a woman's sexual vitality, expressed by her apparently magical power to create life, as well as her capacity to be multi-orgasmic, intimidated the male of the species. Man's need to identify his offspring and protect his property, plus his lack of control, stirred together, were motivators for subjugation. I rolled on to the battle over women's right to procreate, or not. My talk was ambitious and, needless to say, a contrast to the image so many had of me as Ma. Some people, had come to hear me spout ma homilies, no doubt, but this was a feminist conference, and I sensed the audience paying close attention. Alas, I hadn't sufficiently boiled down my material or memorized. Rather, I relied on my notes, and excited as I was to make my points, I soon was droning on without realizing it. Suddenly, I heard the click of my tape recorder turning off, which meant I had been talking for half an hour. I'd been asked for 15 minutes. I flushed red, wrapped it up, and sat down, folding myself into the padded chair and wishing I could slide under the table. Applause, merely polite. I couldn't have felt worse if I had stripped in front of them. I had disgraced myself among the women I respected. I was grateful my plane was leaving that afternoon, but now I had a raging hunger. I hadn't eaten lunch, so I insisted the unfortunate student who had to ferry me to the airport stop so I could get something to go. She wasn't sure where to stop. We had so little time, and there's no doubt I was being picky and impatient. She must have been relieved to see me checked in at the airport and out of her sight. Once on the small plane making the short hop to Minneapolis, where I looked forward to visiting Tony for the night, I leaned back and sighed. Christ, I need a drink. No problem. In those days, we were always offered alcohol when we flew. When my seatmate made a pass, I got up to confide this to the stewardess, and when she recognized me as a celebrity, the show was huge, and people were forever stopping me. She led me to the cockpit to meet the pilot. He and I were soon chatting away. I signed autographs for his kids. Tony was waiting for me at the gate when I careened off the plane, but one look told her I was smashed. She drove me home to her cottage on a lake and fed me dinner, but no wine. She no longer drank. After dinner, as I stretched out on her couch, she began to talk to me about being an alcoholic. Tony was perhaps the one person in the world who could tell me, and who I could hear, I'm an alcoholic, and I think you are too. We had been drunk in the Berkeley Hills, stoned in Santa Barbara, and high in a London casino. She knew me. We had always had a unique understanding of each other, and now here was the disease, lurking. She named it. The only person on the planet who could say this to me, and I would not argue. She began to talk quietly about recovery and the need to give up grass, too. If looks could kill, she'd have been exterminated. But I can't get through this world without something, I exclaimed. Despite being in intense psychotherapy, 2 to 4 hours a week by then, I couldn't imagine living without my medicine. I had never been honest with my psychiatrist about how much I drank, and now with Tony, the walls were closing in. Still, her proposal, going to a self-help program, was out of the question. I had an appointment the next day to meet with the director of the St. Paul Shelter for Battered Women to get feedback on our script. Tony dropped me off at my appointment, and afterward I caught a cab to the airport. On the plane, I discovered I had no cash, and this wasn't first class, and the stewardess wouldn't take a traveler's check for a drink. I turned my fury on the airline. Poor me. I sat and stewed throughout the long flight. The next morning, I was sitting in bed, hungover and drinking coffee, when Tom said he had something to tell me. When I'm working out of town, he said, I don't feel this knot in my gut. I sucked in my breath. I knew where he was going with this. "I don't mean this as a threat," he said, "but when I get home, it's my stomach. I feel—" He spoke slowly, even more thoughtfully than usual. I could feel his pain at having to tell me this life with me was terrible. I waited for him to finish, felt his hand lying gently on mine. "It's this knot in my gut," he said, "like something awful." I know, I said. "I can't go on like this." "No," I said, "you don't deserve this, Tom. You don't." I had no answer for him or for myself. As he leaned in, concerned, still hopeful I could give him a magic solution, I looked at him and said, "The thing is, I can't promise you I'll get better. I've tried everything and I'm not better. My psychiatrist is saying I may be hypomanic. That's like manic depressive." Tom began to ask when or why or what. I'm not sure what he wanted to ask, but I slowly shook my head. "I don't have any more excuses, any more promises. I don't get better. I get worse," I said. We both had tears in our eyes. I felt hopelessness envelop me. We'd been getting ready to buy a home together, but could he still want to do that? After he went back to Utah, I continued to look on my own. Bereft, on nights when I was home alone, I found myself running upstairs, arriving on the landing only to wonder why I was there, running down again but not knowing what I wanted downstairs. I was having hot flashes, and I wondered if it was early menopause. Thank heavens, Roy was still alive then. I called him and asked him to meet me for dinner. We went to a little Italian place he had discovered. At first, I told him I wasn't drinking, but after a few minutes, we decided to split half a carafe. Half a carafe for the two of us was a joke. Years earlier, when Roy first came to California, he and I stopped at the wine merchant one Friday night to buy wine for weekend guests. I needed something better than the usual half-gallons of Almaden Chablis I had at home. Someone in New York had sent Roy the recording of the then great new musical, A Chorus Line, and back at my place we spun the record and danced our hearts out in a Bacchic celebration of show business, and we drank all of the wine. All of it. So, ordering a half a carafe to split was the epitome of denial. Naturally, we followed it with a full carafe, and on a roll, we went to visit a friend and drank from his gallon of Almaden. Inspired, we tore off our clothes and dived into the apartment complex pool. And suddenly, without warning, my feelings were hurt. I pulled on my clothes, ran to my car, and drove home, quite a trick with one eye closed to keep from seeing double and both eyes spouting tears. I have no idea what Roy said to me that night. When I got home, I discovered that Molly was mad at having been left alone too long and had emptied the trash all over the kitchen floor. I swept and sobbed and sobbed and swept, a drama queen at her best, when Roy arrived. "What?" he asked. "What happened?" I talked in circles, worried about my partnership with Cynthia, paranoid that my attorney had heard something bad about me from our producer, afraid Tom would leave me. I wept, repeating over and over the tragic drum roll of events, experiences, people I imagined were destroying me. Roy was afraid to leave me alone that night, so he rushed home to get his clothes for an audition he had the next day and returned only to find me passed out in bed, a glass of wine unfinished on my nightstand. The next morning, when I woke swollen with another god-awful hangover, I had only one thought. I must never drink again. That was 5 days after Tony told me I was an alcoholic. 5 days since I'd heard that click. I knew I couldn't fight anymore. Surrender. Whatever it takes, I must never take another drink. In my mind, I imagined I would lose my lover, both my lovers, maybe my job too. I thought, I'll never eat in another fancy restaurant or even have Mexican food. It was the end of pleasure. And still, even if all that were true, I was clear about one thing: no more drinking. I was finished. I called a recovery program to ask for help. 19. Sea change. This is now. Little House in the Big Woods, Laura Ingalls Wilder. The day after my surrender, I had lunch with Dean Johnson, and he told me he had been planning to talk with me about my drinking. He'd heard some reports from Michael Jaffe, which embarrassed me, but he said that his best friend, William Holden, had been alcoholic and years earlier had gotten sober. Dean was enthusiastic about my plan. I went to my appointment with Dr. Kaufman Diamond and told her. Otherwise, I told no one, afraid to fail, afraid to jinx it. For 3 or 4 mornings, I awoke astonished to have another day without a hangover. Unsure of my ability to keep going, I confided only in my mother, my sister, and Roy. Was it the 3rd day when my neighbor asked me to go with her to the valley to look for a refrigerator? At a loss, with a day free from shooting and feeling shaky and scared, I grabbed the chance not to be alone. I told my neighbor I was giving up alcohol and had gotten into a recovery program, and I learned that this news didn't shock her. She reminded me about the first time Tom and I had come to her home for dinner, and I'd spilled red wine all over my new cotton outfit and had to take off my flowing trousers to wash them. She and her husband hadn't minded since they'd had a secret agenda to get all 4 of us to take our pants off, but Tom and I demurred. We headed north on a busy boulevard, passing rows of tacky commercial buildings. A billboard screamed its glamorous, icy call for Russian vodka. Not even my drink, but my mouth watered. Day, too hot, too bright. I dragged myself through showrooms of appliances while my neighbor debated the insides of refrigerators, examined freezers. We rolled farther into this concrete valley of discount stores, car repair shops, and bars. Bars. Their neon flashed brighter than the summer sun. I'd never liked bars, but that day every cell of my body yearned to enter one of those seedy, dark places, longed to sit at a long bar or in a padded booth where I could salve my wounded self. So, this was craving. Until this moment of deciding to resist, I hadn't understood I had a craving. It had been like that on the set, on the plane. It was like that for at least 2 months. My nerves felt sandpapered. I sweated. I walked a tightrope. People say when you first get clean and sober, it's wise not to make any other big changes, but that train was already speeding down the tracks. A few months earlier, when Dean called to tell me my contract was settled, he asked, "What are you going to do with all that money?" And I told him I supposed I had better shelter some of it from income tax. Dean told me, "I wish I had 50 cents on the dollar today for every dollar I tried to shelter." The best investment I know of is to own your own home. You can write off the interest on your mortgage and build equity. I shook my head at my own naivete regarding anything having to do with money, and I was the daughter of a realtor. But okay, Tom and I wanted to own our own home. He was a Midwestern guy with straightforward values, a guy who insisted he carry his own weight. We figured we could work out something so that each of us paid according to our incomes. I had been going to open houses on Sundays, but it was hard alone and with a hangover. Everything was so expensive. This was the year 1977, when Los Angeles Magazine ran a cover with an outhouse on it and the caption, "What do you want for $200,000? I was looking for small paned windows, nooks, and crannies, and I wasn't finding anything. Then Bernie, my business manager, called about a house he thought I might like. It wasn't on the market yet, so on a Saturday morning, I drove to a serene part of Hollywood Boulevard I hadn't known existed, high above the Sunset Strip. The house sat on its own adequate lot, fenced off from a turreted, brown-shingled, grander neighbor on one side, and protected by a cinder block retaining wall from the granite hill on the other. The woman real estate agent, Bernie, and I walked through a high wooden gate across the flagstone patio to the front door. A weird entry. I turned up my nose, passed right by the swimming pool to reach the front door. Southern California gauche, not what I was looking for. And yet, the long and narrow living room had a brick fireplace all the way to the vaulted, beamed ceiling. The house was light and bright everywhere but the hall and bathrooms. The master bedroom's sliding glass doors opened to a tiny garden, and beyond, to the lights of Hollywood and downtown. Down the hall was another bedroom, a roomy, cheerful kitchen, and a back porch for my washer and dryer, of which I was still inordinately proud. A small back bedroom, a maid's, I guessed, would be perfect for my office. As we walked out onto the patio, I admitted the patio and pool were nice, with a peaceful ambiance presided over by a huge agave. And no one else had yet seen the place. I later learned that my inside track was the affair my business manager was having with the attractive agent. But the price was $180,000. Still, Bernie said I could afford to make an offer. I talked with Tom that night, and we did. But I had no idea that I was hurtling towards sobriety and would be fresh into withdrawal when escrow closed. During my first days of sober life, I was fearful of falling back into drunken despair, wild, kicking rebellion, atomic anger. For at least 2 months, I looked at the world through pea soup glasses. My nerves flailed like loose wires in air. My thermostat shot up, and I sweated it out. My blood sugar would catapult suddenly. I'd imagine people who were laughing clear across the studio were laughing at me. Told to drink a Coke, I tried it and felt better. Despite all the therapy, the physiology of my moods was mostly a mystery to me, and I realized I was truly a beginner. I didn't know how not to drink. At recovery meetings, I heard it would get better, and I believed that. Mornings brought blessings, no hangover, no remorse. But I was very shaky when it was time to pack and move. On a Friday afternoon, I rushed from work to the broker's office to sign escrow papers, sped up to Hightower Road to meet Roy, who was helping me pack. Tom was still in Utah. The moving boxes had not been delivered by the moving company, and the place was helter-skelter. I called the movers and they said they would have to bring them Monday. But Monday was moving day. I had the day off. The man at the moving company did not see the urgency, and I began to complain through the phone about how I had to be out. This was my only time to pack. What did he expect me to do? I did my best to guilt-trip him, but he was unmoved. I inflicted some ear-scorching invective and hung up. A few minutes later, the phone rang. I picked up in a panic. The moving man. "What?" I asked. "We can't move you. It doesn't seem like it's going to work out." I was stunned, then chastened. It was my own fault, and I knew it. That behavior had to stop. Over time, I would learn that often the best consciousness raising came from the consequences of my own bad behavior. Roy let me cry on his shoulder, and then I got busy in the yellow pages looking for a mover. When I called Grizzly Bear Movers, butter wouldn't melt in my mouth. They brought the boxes right over. I had been saved, and I knew it. A crack in my armor. The bare beginnings of humility were seeping into me. I wonder now why I thought I had to pack the whole house myself. I was on a top 10 show. I had just received a raise and was making more money in a week than I had made the entire year before I got the show. But I was used to doing things myself. Asking for help felt awkward. All weekend, Roy and I packed as fast as we could. In each handbag, in every suitcase, in a carry-on or purse, Roy would find a corkscrew and ask, "Do you want this?" No. No, no more corkscrews. No more rush to open the wine bottle. Monday morning, Grizzly Bear Movers, enormous friendly men, arrived. I was tame as a turtle dove. They would have no trouble with me. Even as they took the long, arduous path uphill, loaded the rickety elevator, rode down, loaded the truck, returned and repeated, on and on, hour after hour, I did not utter one peep of complaint. I could have used a drink. And so could they, apparently, because when Roy and I finally drove over to the new house, the movers took a long time coming. They arrived, they unloaded, and after 9, Roy having gone home, I paid them and they left. I walked around the empty house. I'd had all the walls painted white, an empty canvas, quiet. Still, a new life beginning. 5 days sober. I dropped my clothes on the flagstone and slipped into the pool and swam a slow breaststroke in the moonlight. I felt safe and grateful. The next day, I returned to the old house to clean up. Tom was flying in and was to meet me there, but he was late, and full of resentment, I finished cleaning. When he arrived, lit up with joy, I saw the plants in his trunk, his celebration of our new home, and I started screaming. "You went to a nursery while I cleaned alone? I did the whole move. You were buying plants?" I saw the happiness drain from his face. I began to cry and plead and tell him how sorry I was. Sorry, sorry, sorry. That was his welcome to our new home. My stop button had burned out long ago, and it wasn't back just because I wasn't drinking. I had no more rationalizations, though, no excuses. I had no filter for the shame and powerlessness inside. I was horrified by my reactions, sorry, over and over. No one to blame now, only Karen. The next day, Tom went to business appointments, and Mom and Dad came down to help me unpack. Dad brought his swim trunks and tried out the diving board. He hadn't been drinking, but I had beer in the fridge. It went with a move, didn't it? He drank a beer. Mom asked about Tom. Was that over? I told her I no longer thought changing people was the answer. I was the constant in all the equations. In the nearly empty house, a simple routine developed. Most of the time, Tom was working out of state. No wonder. At the end of the day, I'd return home in the still bright evening of daylight savings time, attentively prepare a balanced meal while drinking apple juice from the wine glass I used to slurp from. Some for the skillet, some for me had been my cuisine art. Then off to the support group, back home to read, then sleep. Usually I could sleep. Late that summer, during one of Tom's times home, I had this dream. I am at a Hollywood party. Everyone is drinking and doing drugs. I know I mustn't, but I begin to drink and smoke dope, or is it cocaine? The scene grows dark. The snake of despair writhes in my gut. I pull away from my companion, hide in the closet, shrinking farther and farther in, hiding behind the clothes. My body implodes. It's terrifying, like dying. Remorse and hopelessness knock at my ribs. My heart is racing. I woke in a panic. Had I used? Had I had a drink? Slowly, I could feel the true night. I was safe. I hadn't used any drugs or drunk anything. Weepy and trembling, I got up and walked down the dark hall to the kitchen. Like a good pupil, I followed the recipe I'd been given at the beginner's meeting. A mug full of milk splashed into the pan, add honey, warm gently, drink. The mug heated my hand. I held it to my solar plexus. I felt weak, as if I had no bones. Gradually, the milk's warmth, calcium, and sugar restored my equilibrium. I wrote down my dream, still feeling its power over me. Sitting still in the dark morning, deeply relieved the dream wasn't true, I thought of my father, over 70 now. Maybe this getting sober business was too tough. Maybe he wouldn't be able to face it, no matter how much I wanted it for him. My warm milk gone, I sighed. Well, maybe sobriety is not for everyone. Soon it would be time to get up and go to work, and I was exhausted. I lay back down next to Tom to rest until the alarm. The next morning's work went quickly. I got off before lunch, stretched my legs out of the dusty station wagon, said farewell to the union driver, and hoisted my work bag with script, newspaper, and snacks I hadn't needed at the ranch. Sprung, free for the rest of the day. A swim, maybe a nap later. I let myself in through the tall wooden gate, walked across the flagstones, squinting at the pool flashing in the morning light, and there was Tom and some friends of his whom he was, collaborating on a project with? I can't recall, except that he got rid of them seamlessly while I reached for, what, a cold drink? A glass of water? Always parched when I came in from that dry location. The dust so fine it found its way into my pores. We were standing in the white kitchen by the counter. No furnishings yet, no curtains to soften the angles, just the telephone and the refrigerator. Your brother-in-law called. Something in Tom's manner froze me. My face upturned, waiting for the inevitable crash of the symbol, the fact after which everything changes. It's your father, Karen. He died. What? My incredulous, refusing mind. It must behave this way, though I knew it was true. He was gone. But what I couldn't believe, and what burst out of me as I bent double, anguish throttling my cry, but he didn't say goodbye. Eyes closed, my head shook no. I grabbed the windowsill. I was cornered there between the news and a window. The terrible telephone hung on the end of the white kitchen cabinet. I gasped, "Dear God, don't let me drink." It had been 60-some days. I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to live through this. I reached for the phone, found the number, called a sober friend, told him, "I'm afraid I'll drink." The simple reply, "You never have to drink again if you don't want to." I called for more support. Then I packed. Black wool designer dress. Good thing I bought that, I thought dully. Tom drove me up to Ventura. I learned that Dad's drinking had suddenly escalated. Janie told me he had been drunk during the day, and she had been furious at him. He and Mom had a terrible fight, and Mom went to Janie's house to spend the night. Dad disappeared. He was found dead in a room at a neighborhood motel, an empty bottle of vodka nearby. Police had to be called. Later, an autopsy revealed the presence of sleeping pills. At the new mall, we rode up the escalator as if we had a destination. The stairs folded and disappeared into their braced tops. My head felt light, but my body carried sandbags of grief. What were we doing in this shopping center? Whose idea of a coping mechanism was this? On a good day, I hated these places. But my sister, brother-in-law Larry, Mama, and I trooped along in motley formation. Janie held herself as tightly as a shell holds its oyster. My brother-in-law, our shepherd now, was bearing up. Mama was neatly dressed in her polyester blend suit, her practical leather handbag on her arm. What use was that now that he was gone? The trusty tissues in the side pocket, in case her widowhood should spill forth. 3 females and a man, ever our configuration for our whole lives. Only now, Jean was gone. Daddy had finally taken himself out, as we always knew he would. And now he had kept the faith, kept his threat like a promise, deciding the end for himself, as if he had any control over anything at all. What were we looking for in that sterile mall, its muzak muting individuality? Did someone need something to wear to the funeral? Pantyhose? I can't imagine what our motive was, except, yes, to get out of the house, to get out anywhere from our house, The house where the molecules of the walls, carpet, dishes, maple side tables spoke. Jean, Jean, that big, lazy boy chair bought to relieve his back pain, smelling of his tobacco and his sweat, untouchable now. It was too late for confrontations, too late for solutions, too late. And what a relief, because the worst had happened. There was nothing to dread anymore, except the next hour, except getting through the night, except tomorrow, dry as ashes. Mom's neighbor brought a casserole. Someone dropped off a ham. Larry took me to Mayor's funeral home. Decisions were made. Coffin, satin, open or shut. Mama, Janie, and I sat together at the kitchen table, still. The note told us the truth. You don't deserve this. A scrap of paper. There on the family table, it looked inconsequential. Time in slow-mo. After this, what? Years of watchfulness, years of dread done. My sister's eyes were wide and deep. My mother's skin had crumpled like an old gum wrapper. She was grateful for one thing. Janie and I were old enough to see her side of the story. She would not lose us, too. No blame. Tom had to return to Utah. I joined hundreds of locals in their Sunday clothes, the awful hush of the shaded chapel, and our little band of family behind the screened enclosure, me, Mama, Janie, Larry, manly and dutiful with their boys, bewildered in their little suits, silent, not squirming on the smooth pew, while Mama, stricken, looked at the program, looked out through the mesh to see who was there. I noticed the big horseshoe of flowers sent from the show. The minister hadn't known Daddy, so he kept it short, but when his friends stood up to eulogize, they could barely talk, so deep their loss, men choked with tears. The pianist played a medley of old favorites of his, and she got so carried away with the chance to perform that her renditions went on and on. Janie and I began to steal glances at each other, our sense of real time abruptly back, our hands folded in our laps. I thought we might giggle, wishing for the hook. Finally, the pianist wrapped it up. The benedictions droned, and we rose, moved through water to the casket. How cold his face and his frozen expression, which his never was, couldn't be, and out toward the open door, where we clasped each other and sobbed, our bodies rippling against each other in an embrace as close as we would ever know. Blowing our noses and returning to responsible roles, turning aside and giving support to our mourning mother, the restless grandchildren in the too bright sunlight. A week later, I had to go to Tucson with Little House. Already fragile in my new sobriety, with shock and grief piled on, I felt vulnerable and bereft as I arrived at the desk of the Hilton. My new sober friend had left a message at the desk. Welcome to Tucson. Sober support. Maybe I would be all right. In the morning, in the makeup trailer, Mike made a joke about suicide. It cut me. Did he know? Was it on purpose? I was dumbstruck. I did my best not to react. If he knew, it was too cruel, and I didn't want to give him the satisfaction of seeing my grief. If not, then it was just coincidence, and I needed to let it go. When not needed in a scene, I walked far up a dirt road on a hill in the desert. Clyde, our transportation captain, came and kindly drove me back for the next shot. Scotty invited me to eat dinner in her room, away from the noisy bar restaurant where the crew was imbibing. Kindness was saving me. Too soon, I was playing the president's mistress in an NBC movie starring the marvelous Beau Bridges. Into the Hollywood apartment where my character has been murdered, the crew rolled a body bag on a gurney. My job was to climb into it and be zipped closed. I eyed it with dismay. It must have been like this when they took Dad away from that room. A gurney, a bag, 2 guys. I climbed in, closed my eyes. They zipped me up. I hung on to myself deep in my center. Then they rolled me out of the apartment. They got the shot. Unable to breathe, I ran downstairs to the smoking room. The next blow was a call from Gil with bad news. Go on antibiotics. You've been exposed to gonorrhea. God, what else? I would have to tell Tom. I had no defense. I was reduced to just one goal. Don't take a drink. Before I left Ventura after the funeral, I dreamed that Tom was leaving me. In the dream, I understood. It was all too much. He was worn out. I didn't act out. I understand, I said. You've been wonderful. Actually, it took a while longer, a month or 2. But I was calm as I had been in the dream, surrendered. I repeated my line from the dream. I understand. You've been wonderful. Jaffe called to say that he was taking a new screenplay to the network. It was based on the one Cynthia and I had worked on for over a year. We learned that on the sly, our coach, John Wayne, had been writing his own version. When Cynthia and I read his script, we realized that not only had he stolen our subject and our characters, he had approached the subject with a slimy tone, suggesting that beating women was sexy, even to the victims. We were appalled, but Jaffe was firm. This was the script he believed he could get made at NBC. That Friday afternoon, he would send the script over to the vice president in charge of movies, a woman. As I listened to him, I was outraged. But I could hear the voices of all the women we had talked with, giving me courage. I muttered a prayer and telephoned the VP, Dina Kramer, and told her of our concerns. We had the trust and confidence of our research subjects and would definitely not allow our names to be attached to this John Wayne version. She asked me to send over our script. Thank heavens, weeks before, Tom had insisted that we not leave it unfinished. Write the ending. Even if you're not crazy about it, finish it. And I had stayed up most of that night doing just that. So, when Ms. Kramer requested it, I went to my files, dug out the finished script, and trembling from the rush of adrenaline, I had it copied and messengered over to her. The network set up a meeting. On the day of our appointment, Cynthia arrived at my place looking dazzling. We were not surprised to find our outfits were color coordinated, though we had not spoken of what we would wear. We had that kind of synchronicity, and we were both ready for a fight. But we were nervous, too. We were 2 good girls who had gone behind the boss's back and over his head. Still, as we drove to Burbank, we reminded each other that it was necessary. Our integrity was on the line. We owed this to all those women who had trusted us. Our script would either succeed or fail, but whatever happened, we couldn't be involved with the script Jaffe wanted to produce. When we walked into the waiting room of the VP's office, we saw Jaffe and John Wayne seated on soft ivory couches. We greeted them coolly with polite smiles, and a few minutes later all four of us were called into the VP's office. Once we were all seated, Kramer picked up their script, shot them a piercing look, and said, "Gentlemen, you have no idea what it is to be a member of a class in jeopardy." They looked stricken. Cynthia's eyes flicked to mine. We had won. Sweet, sweet vindication. Jaffe was annoyed with us for going over his head, but wanted to complete his deal. And so John Wayne rode out of town. A week or two later, Dina Kramer gave us her notes, and Cynthia and I went to work to make it all it could be. Having lost, Jaffe handled himself with grace and humility, trusting our instincts, giving us approval of the director and cast, a true coup. Unlike most writers, suddenly we had a full creative experience. The caliber of actors who wanted to perform in the film stunned those who had been skeptical, but I knew actors would recognize a juicy character when they read it. Mike Farrell from MASH signed on to play my husband. Joan Blondell and Howard Duff, who had been movie stars when we were kids, signed on to play the older blue-collar couple. LeVar Burton, very hot coming off Roots, and the excellent Chip Fields would play the younger couple. The immensely talented Diana Scarwood was cast as Joan Blondell's doomed daughter, bitter and broken-hearted. My darling old friend Fred Gordon won the part of her abusive husband, and Ketty Lester, who I admired from Little House, would be tough and compassionate as the nurse who saves the young black wife. Our sensitive director, Peter Werner, had just won an Academy Award for his short fiction film. What a team. 20. Woman's Work. I don't know, but sometimes I believe in women's rights. If women were voting and making laws, I believe they'd have better sense. These happy golden years, Laura Ingalls Wilder. It was time to shoot Battered. By the fall of 1978, the worst of the grief was past. On the first day of principal photography, our cinematographer, John Bailey, not yet famous, was setting up the shot at a classic house in central Hollywood, and I was so excited I wasn't sure how to contain myself. I did yoga on the lawn, rolled up and down to release the overpowering enthusiasm bursting out of me. Those scenes we had so long visualized in our living rooms were coming to life. Words we had created were being spoken out loud, and when I heard, "That's a print," and knew those words and those movements were recorded, I was delirious. This creation that had lived inside for so long now existed outside of me, and we never had to rewrite that scene again. Battered was scheduled to air that fall right after Little House, a time slot that guaranteed great ratings. When I went out on my annual promo tour that September, NBC's New York office, seeing an opportunity, set up meetings for me and Chip Fields in Washington, D.C. At that precise time, Congresswoman Barbara Mikulski and her House committee were writing H.R. 12299 to support victims of domestic violence. I arrived in D.C. tired at the end of a long day, but excited and honored to meet that evening with the brilliant Congresswoman, who had also been a social worker, and the rest of the committee in a small conference room buried in the basement of the Capitol building. I briefed the committee on our research and the vital importance of each community creating its own shelter system. For example, I told them in a small Appalachian town where everyone knows everyone, an institutional place for women would be too dangerous. To this day, the locations of shelters for battered women are secret to protect the inhabitants from enraged partners. The committee listened. They wrote the legislation so that towns and cities not only would be unfettered by national requirements, but also could receive grants based on the specific needs of their community. Chip Fields arrived the next day, and she and I began our work. After a radio interview, Chip remarked, "You're such a lady." I laughed and said, "Yeah, I suffer from terminal politeness." Those years of research had taught me how trapped a woman could be by the good girl syndrome. Trapped into not speaking your mind, trapped into taking responsibility for other people's moods, trapped into trying to fix everything. My character in Battered. Our film was shown in a screening room just off the halls of Congress to help the committee garner support for their bill. After the screening, Chip and I took questions, and we were gratified when Representative Mikulski and her colleagues succeeded in establishing the first national support for shelters. That moment was groundbreaking, and all these years later, seeing the support that has grown, California has a surcharge on driver's licenses that supports shelters. I still feel proud. Chip and I headed back to Hollywood, looking forward to the night our film would air. But when we returned, I was shocked to learn that Mike had prevented the showing in the scheduled slot. He told the network the audience might confuse my character in the film with Ma, and Battered was moved to a less propitious time. While Cynthia threw a party for the principals, I felt too vulnerable to join, so I invited a few friends over to watch with me in my still empty living room. With only the love seat Mom had given me, the sound was hollow. The film garnered a hugely positive response, and when Cynthia and I learned it was being used as a training film for police in New York State, we were especially heartened. Prior to that time, many police encounters with domestic violence cases often resulted in injury or death to the officer. But our film provided a platform for discussion about better ways to approach volatile couples. Within a few years, California alone had 20 shelters, where in 1975 there had been one. I was invited to all the major talk shows to describe the problem, to clear up the impression that if a victim didn't just leave, another beating was her own fault. We exposed the way the syndrome undermined a woman's autonomy and self-esteem, and how the police and judicial systems contributed to that powerlessness. Our film led to other films that tackled the subject, and consciousness about wife-beating changed completely. When, in 1984, Farrah Fawcett won an Emmy for her portrayal in The Burning Bed, in which a battered wife, driven to desperation, burns up her husband in their bed, her star wattage helped still more people begin to understand. These were special years in television, a time when the networks mounted movies weekly that addressed important, hidden social issues. As a nation, it seemed, we were hungering for exposure of the shadow side. And still, the idealized world depicted on Little House continued to thrive. In Hollywood, I invited 20 actresses to join me in helping the ever-increasing number of shelters to raise funds. We were stars for shelters, each actress going to a different community to appear at a fundraiser for the shelter. Some, like Catherine Hellmond, continued to take an interest even after our first foray, and whenever she was appearing out of town, she would contact the local shelter to offer to help. Proud as I am of the work we did to bring the problem to people's attention, today's preponderance of shelters and the fact that they are always full demonstrates we still have a long way to go to eradicate violence against women. I regret deeply that Dad never got to see Battered Realized and that he barely knew me sober. After his death, Mom and Janie and I did 12 weeks of intense grief work with my psychiatrist. Words we had never spoken, fights we had tried to forget, revelations of what it had been like living in our house opened us up to each other, creating opportunities for us to be and feel connected. In my new house, I furnished the guest room with a French iron bed and Pierre deux fabrics so Mama could sleep over comfortably. We three had fun sharing the perks of my success, booking a day at a spa, shopping at Saks for new outfits, eating lunch at a French restaurant. When I was the co-host on the John Davidson show, I invited them to come. To surprise them, I had taken my grandmother's unassembled quilt pieces that all our lives Mama had kept on a high shelf in a closet and arranged to have them joined together, then quilted with tiny hand stitches, one for Mama and one for Janie. While we were on the air, I presented the quilts to them, and the studio audience applauded my mother's and sister's surprise and delight. We were stitching ourselves together. And for the next 5 years, the Hollywood Boulevard house gave me a supportive base. From the spare, bare home, I built my recovery. I didn't just change my lifestyle. My entire focus moved to health. My fear of drinking made me willing to try all the suggestions sober people described. I began each day with a simple spiritual reading. At meetings, I washed ashtrays to be of service without having to talk. At work, people wondered aloud if I'd joined a gym. I had fun exploring design shops on Melrose Avenue and began to spend some of the money I was earning. And little by little, my house got furnished. Some days were even easy. I bought a soft yellow Mercedes-Benz 450 SL as a reward for all the hard work, and now I had a garage I could park it in. After Battered aired, exciting opportunities for writing and developing new work came my way. I had forged a new life, lonely but real. By 1978, my health was improving. I had a new sober pal, Constance, who I had met when I first went to a meeting. I'd crept into the crowded hall where people milled around, drinking coffee and talking animatedly. Were there really so many alcoholics in Los Angeles? Many seats were already taken, and I scanned the back section of the room for a seat not too far from the aisle. I excused myself as I picked past people's knees and sat next to a clean-looking young woman with a head full of light brown curls. She wore a blue and white striped Oxford shirt with the collar turned up and looked safe to me. Not so the disheveled guy just behind her. At the end of the meeting, I stuck out my hand and introduced myself by my first name. I had seen others do this, and I was trying hard to do what they did. "Are you an alcoholic?" she asked pertly. Yes, I am." "You don't look like an alcoholic," she said. Was she kidding? "You don't look like an alcoholic either," I answered. Are you going to do this?" "Yes, I've got to." "Well, I have to, too. I'm allergic," she declared. But of course, we all are. I saw her next a short time later at a small Hollywood party, where many people were sneaking into the bathroom to snort coke. She and I practically grabbed hold of each other, and she smiled shyly at our little miracle. After that, we began to meet for meetings and share our stories. At the end of a workday, instead of having a glass of wine, I called her. I called her when I panicked and thought maybe pills would be a solution. Constance knew better. We became close quickly. When we met, she didn't know about my work, and I rested in the anonymity, but a magazine cover photo in the supermarket changed that, and at the next meeting she teased me by bringing it along. She was both shy and friendly, like a puppy. She had grown up in the tonier neighborhoods of Los Angeles and had many famous friends. Through her, I met a number of the strong actresses I had admired in movies. Carrie Fisher, the surprisingly strong heroine of Star Wars, had been her neighbor, and Constance said she recognized her brilliance even when they were kids. Candice Bergen, Constance's close pal in high school, lit up the screen like a bolt of lightning when she appeared in The Group, the popular movie based on Mary McCarthy's novel. I loved that film about the modern young women of their time, especially the work of the actress Joan Hackett, the dazzling brunette. Constance introduced me to her at an obscure Middle Eastern restaurant hidden behind shops on Melrose Avenue. She seemed exotic and fascinating to me, like a European diva. I felt quite awkward and shy meeting these dynamic women, but sometimes I could present myself as someone working on Battered and feel that gave me a calling card. Despite being sober, I hadn't cured years of self-criticism and wondered if it was possible to be accepted among these creative women I so admired. Television was still treated as the country cousin to the movies and looked down upon by many in Hollywood, and our show was not hip like MASH. But my life began to whirl with opportunities to act, to create new work, and to serve others. Learning to navigate offers was tricky. As an actor who had been through lean times, I dared not say no. But I wrote a note to myself and put it on the bulletin board in my office. I'll think about it. Instead of wearing myself to a nub with all the yeses, I learned to delay, so I could actually think about it. I couldn't do it all, and I knew my appetite for more could leave me exhausted. Looking back at my calendar and telephone log from this period, I'm astonished at the number of bases I ran. I had a great, capable assistant, Jeff Calnan, and many days when I came in from shooting at the studio, I showered and changed into one of the designer outfits Constance had helped me find. Then Jeff handed me a slip of paper with an address, and off I'd go in my spiffy yellow Mercedes to take a meeting. I scooted to afternoon talk shows, accepted awards in San Francisco and Atlanta, took meetings with potential subjects for movies of the week, or with producers for whom I could create new material. On Sundays, I frequently grabbed 5 changes and drove to NBC to shoot a week's worth of Hollywood squares. I was on an adrenaline rush and found inside me a live wire that hadn't been activated since the free speech movement. The gal who had rushed to high school with Sarah Sue to fix the student government kicked in. A chance to make a difference revved my motor. When I received a call from Representative George Miller's office, letting me know that the national bill for battered women's shelters had passed, I felt proud. And when the Dinah Shore Show asked me to debate the Equal Rights Amendment with Phyllis Schlafly, I said, bring her on. I used Schlafly's own heroes like President Eisenhower to defeat her specious arguments. For years, she had been one of my bête noirs because of her campaign to stoke the fear that the ERA would take away women's privileges, such as the right to be a housewife. And even decades later, at 90, Schlafly was speaking out to keep transgender people out of bathrooms that matched their gender identity. Some of her old predictions have come to pass, and we are none the worse for it, nor will we be when the transgender community achieves acceptance. The only thing that keeps a woman from being able to be a housewife, if she wants to, is an economy that requires her to contribute to the family budget. In 1979, for the hiatus, I decided to fulfill a lifelong fantasy and rent a place in Malibu for the break. I imagined walking Molly on the beach and having a quiet, reflective time. But then an offer came to do the independent feature Harry's War, shooting in Utah, and off I went. Did I have a speaking engagement in Oakland to help raise funds for a shelter for battered women? Good. I could also contact some old friends in Berkeley and with luck clean up some messes from my drinking days, then rush back to Utah to finish the film. I felt an unstoppable drive to take advantage of every opportunity, to grab every chance while I had it. I was also fueled by the thrill of feeling that I belonged, that what I had to say mattered, and getting a chance to know all those actors and producers I admired drove me too. Constance was excited to tell me that Joan Hackett was giving a party for the Equal Rights Amendment. She volunteered her home in the canyon above Beverly Hills for the first consciousness-raising fundraiser for the ERA. The open house took place on a sunny, Sunday at Joan's, all beige and glass, opening onto a wide deck overlooking the canyon. We were 25 women and 1 or 2 men, actors, writers, and producers. Cheryl Ladd waved hello, and I congratulated her on taking over Farrah Fawcett's part on Charlie's Angels. Joan introduced Virginia Carter, the writer-producer from Norman Lear's organization, who lit the spark that started the Hollywood ERA movement. Norman Lear and his partner, Bud Yorkin, of Tandem Productions, had enlightened the American TV audience with politically astute, hilarious shows like All in the Family, Maude, and Mary Hartman, Mary Hartman. Virginia, a patrician woman with a no-nonsense style and utterly unadorned, began her speech that day by telling us the history of the ERA, the brainchild of Alice Paul, and first introduced in Congress in 1923. Virginia read the one-sentence text. Equality of rights under the law shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of sex. Obvious, you'd think. But, she explained, it had been introduced in Congress every single year since then, and finally, 50 years later, in 1972, it passed by the 2/3 majority of both houses. Then, it had 7 years to be ratified by at least 38 states, and now we needed just 3 more. Virginia's moral outrage that we Americans had been living without this right for all these years was contagious. We had fewer than 2 years to get the job done. We had to push this bill through so women could at last gain our full legal status. Virginia was straightforward but passionate, making her pitch for action and, finally, for money. We got out our checkbooks, and thus began the crackling chain reaction of the Hollywood ERA movement, exponentially expanding with every event. Less than a year after that gathering, there was a huge march in Century City and a rally where thousands of women and their children cheered. More stars were scheduled to speak than there were hours and stage to hold us. The media responded to all the names, and coverage was tremendous. We began to help out in other states. One Friday, after work, I flew to Colorado to be the celebrity attraction for an ERA march in Denver and spoke to a vital crowd of women and their children on Saturday, then returned home in time for work Monday morning. When Colorado ratified, I celebrated without a drink. In California, we needed a big event, and I joined the committee to plan a showy luncheon with speakers and entertainment. The sharp, witty, and well-organized Mike Donlin and I joined forces to organize the location and catering. The Bonaventure Hotel was the newest, most original landmark in Los Angeles. Every movie and TV show wanted to shoot the shiny, silvery columns that formed the building. When I dashed into the lobby, I saw Mike in his IBM pinstripes and tie. He gave the impression of being much more straight-laced than he turned out to be, and working together for this cause was the beginning of a special friendship. When we learned we had to wait for our appointment, he kept me company while I had a snack in the coffee shop. I was still learning to take care of my wildly fluctuating blood sugar, still unable to get up in time to eat properly. We discovered we had much in common, including a wry sense of humor, and the subtext of our partnership was the natural affinity that the gay world had with the women's movement. Our meeting with the events manager was propitious. We had knocked on the door just as the Bonaventure was building its reputation. We anticipated 300-plus people, many celebrities. This would be good press for the hotel. We made an excellent deal, and Mike and I took this back to the committee. Months of evening meetings, ego-driven promises of, "I can get you Helen Reddy," topped with, "I can get you Barbara." So credulous me was convinced our turnout would be huge. But, as so often happens with good causes, many of the names that were mentioned did not commit, and ticket sales were arduous. The most dedicated volunteers finally bought packets and gave them to friends so we could fill the tables. On the day of the luncheon, the ballroom looked inviting. The curtains shone. The flowers were original and arrived on time. Raquel Welch showed up looking utterly chic and treating everyone with warmth. We waited nervously, and Governor Brown was led in just in time, spoke, and was rushed out by Gray Davis. The entertainment went on too long. After all, this was the entertainment world. The sparkle died. Guests drifted out. Mike and I looked at each other, shrugged, and went on because the cause was worth it. The pinnacle of these fundraisers was at Marlo Thomas's estate in Bel Air. As I drove into the park-like grounds above Westwood, I reflected on how Marlo had been leading the pack in the movement for equality. She and Gloria Steinem had shared the podium at a dinner Cynthia and I attended when we were writing Battered. Marlo was the main speaker at the fundraiser at Renee Taylor and Joe Bologna's Beverly Hills home. Unassuming and gracious, she sat at our table that day while she waited for the chairperson to take her to her place. And now she had offered her home. I handed the keys to my new Mercedes to the valet and tried not to let my jaw drop when I saw the stunning mass of trees obscuring the house. I walked, amazed, through the lush landscaping, unbelievably green for Southern California, down a path that led away from the ivy-covered mansion reminiscent of an English castle. I joined the celebrities, publicists, reporters, and guests. Bella Abzug was set to speak, and our expectations for the fundraising auction were high. We expected 200 well-heeled people from the industry, including Jane Fonda, Robert Altman, Norman Lear, and Shirley MacLaine. Hors d'oeuvres were served by uniformed caterers, often actors, supplementing their income, while people schmoozed over drinks. By that time, I was able to greet many actors and actresses from our previous work, and I felt grateful to all these people for giving their day off to the ERA. We all knew the point was getting the votes in the state legislatures, where the amendment had to be ratified in order to be added to the Constitution. And now we had less than a year to go. The funds we raised went to support these efforts. By the time the auction was in full swing, some of our guests were pretty high. Robert Altman, whose work I was crazy about, took himself to the podium and announced that he would give all the profits from his next picture to the ERA. And, "Now can we get back to the party?" That stuck a pin in the balloon, and the fundraising sputtered out. Many people drifted off to their cars. 40 of us stuck around for the commemorative photo. I was proud to be a part of this group of talented, dedicated people. As my birthday approached, I was working as compulsively as ever. I had a new boyfriend, and he and I decided for my birthday to take a trip to a solar eclipse weekend being held at the Big Sky ski resort, which Walter Cronkite had built in Montana. I was no skier. As a young person, I couldn't afford it, and as an actor, I simply couldn't risk breaking my leg. Indeed, many equity contracts forbade skiing. Still, I looked forward to the trip. But then an urgent call came from the Hollywood ERA committee. There was a movement afoot to rescind the ERA in South Dakota, which had ratified it in 1973. Would I go to call on members of the state legislature? I was a natural for this state because the Ingalls family had had a home in the Dakotas, and the vote was imminent. We couldn't let votes start moving backwards. We were so close. I wanted to go, but I needed a breather, a complete change. So, feeling flush, I arranged for us to fly in a private plane from Montana after the eclipse to reach South Dakota in time for the legislative debate. The freedom to hire a private plane, I'd fallen in love with them when we flew in the gold country to save time, and to feel virtuous at the same time was irresistible. I could practically be in two places at the same time. And so, the night before the eclipse, in the sharp, cold Montana air, my boyfriend and I walked to listen to a lecture about the eclipse. The next morning dawned cloudy. Meteorologists were keeping a close eye on the weather and the clock, with the pressure on to deliver the show we had all come to see. Organizers were communicating every few minutes with meteorologists stationed in the field and ham radio operators looking for an opening in the cloud cover. As with the ERA, we all knew if we didn't catch it now, it would be a long time before another chance came along. And so, in Wild West pursuit, we followed the big buses as they sped along the open highway, changed course, and drove down a country road then switched back to another, speeding across the open prairie. When I saw antelopes on the patchy snow, I shrieked with delight and belted out, "Oh, give me a home where the buffalo roam." The world was white, frozen white and edged in tan, dead grasses. The sky was, as advertised, enormous. Finally, we all came to a stop beside an open field, and everyone piled out and looked up. Sun. Eclipse aficionados took out their cameras, special lenses, tripods, and telescopes with sun filters and set up all over the field. A hush swept over the group, sprinkled there below the white gleaming. As the shadow moved across the sun, all the earth seemed to tense and draw itself tightly together. The birds went still, and deep quiet descended. The earth seemed to be holding its breath as the shadow completely shrouded our sun. An eerie light lit up the prairie, a twilight like no other, all mauve-gray and vibrating. A gasp, it seemed. The primitive me sensed what ancient people must have felt at such moments, simple terror, as if a god had died. It lasted only minutes, and then a sliver of sun reappeared, and the shadow moved away and disappeared. The earth exhaled, and joyful, incomprehensible voicings, birds, rustlings rose on that Montana plain, and I understood why people traveled the world to catch another and another. I comprehended why Stonehenge, why the Great Pyramid, why all those massive stones had been moved. For to be able to plan for such an enormous and terrifying event would have given people confidence that the world was not ending. Then, on to the airport and the fight for the ERA. I was aquiver with adrenaline. This was my idea of living, rushing from one intoxicating, once-in-a-lifetime event to another, no longer jacking myself up or calming myself down with alcohol or grass. Instead, I felt high on life, and I felt so privileged. We landed in South Dakota on time, but at the State House in Pierre, we found the legislators had retired to an eatery. The local organizers whisked us to the bar restaurant where we could approach the lawmakers and persuade them to hold on tight. One of our talking points was that the wage for women at that time was 59 cents on the dollar for men. And 40 years later, we still have not accomplished equality, not even a penny a year of improvement. I think of the vast sums saved by companies over all these years, saved at the expense of women. Of course, wages have been flat when adjusted for inflation, so it doesn't take a mathematician to figure out that profits have not gone to the middle class, not to families, and not to women. But back then, in the dimly lit restaurant, our eyes were full of light, and we argued with facts and with humor, with passion, even flirting, to try to keep the ERA ratified. But specious arguments against the ERA had begun to fill people with fear. Men and women sharing the same bathrooms, gays having rights, women sent to the front lines. All these scenarios, I believe, masked the real fear, women's autonomy. And in the end, we came up 3 states short. I was actively on the lookout for material oriented to women's issues to produce with NBC, and one day a friend brought me a spec script, a charming whodunit. The female private investigator was amused, offbeat, and independent like the writer. I loved the idea of starring in a lighter movie of the week. I met with Chris Abbott at La Scala Boutique one mid-afternoon when the restaurant's red upholstered booths were nearly deserted. An attractive blonde with enormous blue eyes, Chris was married, living in the valley, and making her play to break into television. With theater as our common background and her marvelous sense of humor, we hit it off right away, and I took her script to NBC. The network didn't buy it, but I kept looking for the right project, keeping Chris in mind. She wanted to write for Little House and worked up some ideas to pitch. After 5 or 6 seasons, a new reader was challenged to master all the established details and come up with a story we hadn't already done. We had already worked our way through stories the books provided and craved new material like a cotton gin craves cotton, and I'd grown hopeful that Little House could contribute to the fight for women's equality. Chris and I began to work behind the scenes to come up with stories accenting Carolyn's character and advancing a woman's perspective. We sat on my patio and brainstormed clandestinely. Having won my contract, I was still in the doghouse with Mike, so I couldn't present the scripts myself, but Chris could. One of our ideas was to write a script focused on a woman's right to vote. Little House took place in the second half of the 19th century, when Susan B. Anthony had traveled the country to promote this right, and her correspondence with Elizabeth Cady Stanton for women's suffrage was inspiring. So Chris and I focused on that. By 1980, we had come up with a Prairie Lysistrata based on the classical Greek comedy in which the women refuse to have sex until the men end the war. In our story, a charming comedy called Olsen versus Olsen, a woman comes to town to present a petition for women's property rights. When the men of Walnut Grove refuse to sign it, the women decamp to Nellie's restaurant and refuse to go home until the men sign. Most of the men are overwhelmed by women's work. In the story, Mrs. Olsen and Carolyn join forces. Camaraderie among the female characters is like a big slumber party. The men are comically incompetent, and in the end, the women win. It was funny and relevant. After it aired in season 7, I was pleased to receive a call from Valerie Harper congratulating me. I knew you must have been behind it. I didn't share a story credit because I didn't want Mike's antipathy toward me to hurt the project. Soon, Chris was hired permanently on Little House. Finally, a woman writer on staff. A coup. She brought a warmth and wit to the material that frequently reflected a woman's point of view. Then she and I set about writing a film based on the book Those Wonderful Women in Their Flying Machines, about the wasps who flew during World War II. We couldn't get it made. At the time, even Goldie Hawn couldn't get Rosie the Riveter made. Nevertheless, Chris had broken through to the benefit of other women writers and our audience. 21. Buried Desire. There are a lot of decisions we make in this life we wish we didn't have to. But it's not right. That's easy to say when it's not left up to you. Remember Me, Part 2, Little House on the Prairie, Michael Landon. At first, they were just standing and talking a little longer than he talked to anybody else. Then she loaned him My Mother, Myself, Nancy Friday's probing book exploring her relationship with her mother, fitting since, as his work so often revealed, Mike had been wounded by his mother. Then they began to walk farther away from the action engrossed in conversation and in each other. It was awkward as hell for us in the company. Everyone saw, everyone looked away. Missy had grown taller, and a new stand-in who could relate to a young teenager had been found. Cindy Clerico was a nice young woman, 18, and her tiny, slim body looked great in the tight jeans that had been made popular by Charlie's Angels. She wore cute, colorful tops, and when Mike began to arrive jubilant at the makeup table, crowing about the benefits of bee pollen for the aging male, Whitey found a way to laugh with him without actually acknowledging what was going on. But Whitey had been around. Mike's open discussion of his revived libido distressed me. I didn't want to think about his penis. I knew his wife. I had been in her home. She had been kind to me. And I thought about their children. There were still 3 at home, I thought, and younger than Cindy. This after doing everything his way, not dancing, going to the spa right after childbirth, living with his long work hours, all the business entertaining, Christmas Eve alone with the kids while he gambled at the office. I remembered her at the People's Choice Awards, holding herself tight, trying to be pleasant to Tom and me while Mike was loaded. She and the kids had reminded me that night of Janie and me at some of the Grassle family celebrations. And now this. It all blew up. Lynn followed him, I guess, to their secret hideaway. A bottle of vodka was thrown. The tabloids got wind of it, and it was a painful mess. Mr. Perfect Family Man moved on. Soon Cindy showed up in a Porsche, having become a makeup artist. Mike and Cindy got a place in Malibu. Before the divorce was done, Cindy turned up pregnant. That bee pollen was really something. They married in 1983. Series work is hard on marriages. In those days, the cast and crew had to commit to 9 months a year of 12-hour or longer days for a 1-hour drama. In our company, I recall at least 4 divorces in key positions within a few years. Kenny Hunter, our tall, quiet, gray-haired cameraman, used to call his wife every lunch break when we were at the studio. I'd return from the commissary, and there he'd be, standing in the pay-phone booth outside the stage, visiting with his wife, keeping their communication open, keeping the marriage alive. Little House had been a reliable lead-in to strong ratings for NBC's Monday night lineup. Instead of waiting for our contracts to run out in Season 7, the network opened negotiations during Season 6 to extend for 2 more years. I was already digging deep to give my best work despite fatigue with the whole enterprise. I was trying to be grateful, a worker among workers, and steer clear of gossipy cliques. But 2 more seasons? I was reluctant, though I did see that the show provided a foundation for all the other projects I was developing. Still, I wanted my freedom. But then, they made me an offer I couldn't refuse. I signed on for Seasons 7 and 8, promising myself that I would go no further. One night at dusk, I drove with my sober boyfriend back to Hollywood from a family holiday. Shadows slid slowly down the Golden Hills. Traffic dragged. Celebrations in Ventura often ended this way, with a slow slog home, but I wouldn't have thought of not showing up for Mom. But after 2 years with this man, we were not yet engaged and had less and less to say to each other. His darling 3-year-old daughter spent many weekends with us. Truthfully, I was more in love with her than I was with him. In the car in front of us, silhouettes of a couple and a small child were framed for the long ride, and the image activated my longing. Unavoidable. A deep blue mood descended. Once home, I crawled into bed and turned out the light, but grief shot up like a punch to the gut. Long denied yearning for my own child was on me like a wrestler on a foe. Sobbing had its way with me. Sitting up was no use. I tried to stand, but that was no use either. I was bent with it. Couldn't catch my breath. Hyperventilating. He got me up and walking, but I could not regulate my breath. He brought a paper bag from the kitchen, and I blew into it like a neurotic Goldie Hawn character. Finally, the breath slowed. I washed my face and lay down to rest. I resolved to call my older, wiser friend from the support group in the morning. I didn't sleep. In the morning, as soon as was polite, I called Shirley, and she invited me to come right over. Self-consciously, I told her what had happened. Now I knew what I wanted. I wanted a family. I wanted a baby. I had put it off for so long. "Well," she said, "now we know what your will is. We'll have to see what God's will is." She asked if I was hungry. I was starving. She explained that when we don't sleep much, we need to eat more. Oh, there was so much to learn about how to ride these new, sober waves. She fixed me a meatloaf sandwich with plenty of mayo, and after that, I couldn't stop wondering how much I had hidden from myself. It was too much to absorb, and I realized I had to turn over what would happen next to God. That man I had spent 2 years with went his way, and again I was crushed. But I went on with my work, the inner work, more surrendering to the unknown, more trying to trust that something beneficent was operating in the universe. Mom believed it. Shirley believed it. Maybe I could again. By that time, Ma had 5 children, and the child actors were turning into teenagers and running with faster crowds than I wished for them. Their childhoods would not come again, and I would not be able to have children forever. I'd already shot a show in which Ma passed into early menopause. Cindy brought their newborn to the studio for us all to see. Those tiny fingers made me gasp, and my insides heaved with longing. My mind became plagued with the memory of my early pregnancy. At 20, during The Apprentice at the workshop, I had just moved in with Joanne Akalitis and her roommates in San Francisco. Before we went looking for a bigger place, I slept on the cot in the living room. One warm night, I was writing in my journal when a thought suddenly electrified me. How long since I'd had my period? I counted, leafed through my journal. I was more than a week late. I was never late. Early sometimes, but never late. Heart pounding, I counted again. I really was late. My breasts had swollen as they did each month, but this was not the usual. This was the other, the dreaded. I was pregnant. I knew it. My God, what will I do? I got up and dressed. I went out walking. Where to go? What to do? I knew I could not have a baby, but abortion was frightening and illegal. A woman I knew had been through one and had described a nightmare. how to do it. Up over the hill and down to the marina, walking and walking. Illegal abortions were dangerous, could be fatal. Who could I tell? Who could help me find a doctor? I needed the counsel of a more experienced person. There was a successful novelist I had dated, a grown-up. Go, now. Through the tunnel with cars whizzing past, loud to his apartment in North Beach, I climbed the stairs. What if he was in bed with someone? How embarrassing. Besides, I didn't know him all that well. It wasn't his problem. I stood paralyzed outside his door, then trudged back to our flat. Shame isolated me from my roommates, my co-workers. Joanne never disclosed personal feelings. I admired her but was ashamed to move in and be a problem. In the morning, I walked the few blocks to Bob Levine's apartment where Rob was living in a spare bedroom. Bob was a good friend, older and sophisticated, but Rob and I didn't go to him either. Instead, we hatched a plan to cause a miscarriage. I began to take high doses of quinine that made my head buzz and my ears ring. Rob and I would meet in our neighborhood park, where he counted as I pounded my lower back against the grassy hill. Nothing came of this. I was a healthy 20-year-old. My anxiety was like a scream suppressed. I told Tony. She knew someone with the name of a doctor in Tijuana. Rob called. It would cost $350 cash. Nearly 4 months of living expenses. Where would it come from? Rob said he'd get it. He kept hoping I would miscarry. I continued my quinine, taking a break only for my performances and then pumping it back in. We met with Tony to talk over the plan. She leveled with me. Karen, you don't have time to wait. What's he doing? Rob had been dragging his feet for over a month. It's the money. He doesn't want to tell anyone, I guess. Where is he anyway? He's coming. He has to get it. It's his baby. Listen, I'll take you if he won't. There was a knock at the door. He arrived, beautiful and bedraggled in worn-out pants, and Tony gave it to him straight. It has to be now, no more than 2 weeks from today. He borrowed the money from his brother's friend, and we booked the operation and the flights. After my matinee on Sunday, Mother's Day, we took a bus to the airport. In the pocket of my corduroy coat was the Mother's Day card I had neglected to send. I found a payphone and called collect. Mother was so annoyed she almost didn't accept the call. I apologized. Again. Too little and too late. I hung up, feeling very bad about myself. We waited, tense and depressed. Karen! I cringed as I turned and smiled. A friend from high school, on her way back to college in San Diego after a weekend in San Francisco. And she was on our flight. What was I doing there? Meeting a friend, I lied. Rob and I felt so guilty and nervous. We were sure she would guess our reason if she knew we were going to San Diego. And as he went to change our flight, I caught up with her, then cheerfully waved goodbye. Eventually, we left for San Diego and drank on the plane. We took a cab to a motel near the border and checked in. Had to lie at the desk. Seeing Mr. and Mrs., I felt diminished. He'd never said anything about marrying me. In the room, we had beer and perfunctory sex. He told me, someday you will meet someone and want to get married, and when you do, don't tell him about this. I began to cry. Furious, I shattered a glass against the tub in the bathroom. The next morning, we crossed the border, got a taxi, and gave the driver the address. The driver knew what was up right away and wanted a payoff. Frightened, we denied everything, got out, walked around. Finally, got another cab and had it drop us near but not at the doctor's office, where we climbed the stairs, relieved that the place was clean. The nurse wore a spotless uniform, but she hushed us as she hustled us into another room, then finally into the doctor's office. He didn't want to take me because the first taxi driver had tried to blackmail him. We hadn't realized it, but he was breaking the law here, too. He wanted more money. We hadn't any. He decided to take what we had. Then they shooed us out, whispering, and told us to come back in a couple of hours. I had had nothing to eat or drink that morning because of the operation. Outside, it was hot and dry and dirty. A little boy was selling slices of watermelon on the street. I never wanted a piece of fruit so badly in my life. I swallowed. We walked in miserable silence. We found ourselves at the Highlight Stadium and went in. It was cool, and we watched the practice. The young men slung the ball at the far wall with incredible speed, then caught it in a big skin bag and slung it back again. The languorous tock-tock rhythm soothed us. That sound recalled another time in Tijuana, a family vacation only 6 years before, when I still felt like a child. We had been to the Highlight games. We bought souvenirs, silly straw hats with palm trees and donkeys on top, and pretty painted Mexican dancing skirts decorated with sequins. I spent my savings on a big silver bracelet. A drunken sailor tried to grab me on the packed street, and my dad just laughed it off. I was 13 and humiliated, betrayed by the man who was supposed to be my protector. But that same father took me to a doctor in Ventura when he saw how in love I was with Vince. He told the doctor I was engaged to be married, but wanted to finish college, so I needed birth control. Privately, Dad told me if I ever told my mother about this, he'd deny it. And the doctor fitted me with a diaphragm and gave me some spermicidal cream. If only I'd used it consistently, I wouldn't be in this fix now. Stupid, I thought, on top of everything else. Or was it something more pernicious, self-destructive, Freud's death wish? I suspected it was. Finally, it was time to go back to the doctor's office. We climbed the stairs. I was weak with hunger and fear. The nurse took us into a little dressing room with a locker. In gestures, I was told to put on a cloth gown and put my clothes in the little locker. I did. But I forgot my watch, the one that my parents had given me for high school graduation. I started to open the locker again, but the nurse came in. They were ready. I handed the watch to Rob, who was nervous and seemed annoyed with me. Then they took me away. We entered a small white room. I got up on the table and put my legs in the cold steel stirrups. They gave me sodium pentothal, and I began to cry. The last thing I remember was staring at the polished wooden crucifix on the wall and praying not to die. They brought me back into the dressing room and had me get into a clean single bed. I passed out again immediately. Rob got me up, tried to get me dressed, and put the watch back on. He was anxious to get the hell out of there, but the nurse came in and stopped him. She put me back in the bed, and I was allowed to sleep for a few hours. They didn't want us to leave before dark. Then they sneaked us out, and we caught a taxi to the border. The border guards challenged us. We had no souvenirs. They were conspiratorially suggestive, but they couldn't prove anything, and we played innocent. On the bus to the airport, I leaned my head against Rob's shoulder and fell asleep, but he pushed me up and told me it was bad form. I spent the night and the next day with Tony in Berkeley. She fed me, took care of me, and walked me to the bus when it was time to get back to San Francisco for the evening performance. Then I pulled my grief tight around me like a big black cloak. Guilt rode my back like those monster monkeys from The Wizard of Oz. 10 years later, in 1972, I was pregnant again. After almost a decade on the pill, I had given it up because of the serious side effects reported in Barbara Seaman's book, The Doctor's Case Against the Pill: Stroke, Paralysis, even death. I asked my gynecologist for something safer. He discouraged me from going off the pill, but I was adamant. They're experimenting on our bodies. If men got pregnant, we'd have something safer. After all, we've been to the moon. The pill is the moon, he replied, and fitted me with a diaphragm and cream. In Los Angeles to look for work that summer, I began an affair, nothing serious, and I got pregnant. New York had legalized abortion. I rushed back there as fast as I could. What a change in environment for women. I could have my own doctor, a real hospital with a supportive staff. Dr. Paulson helped me to work through my conflicting feelings about a decision in which there had been no good choice. At the hospital, I paid the flat fee in advance and a date was set. On the morning of the abortion appointment, Fred swooped like a great mythical bird into my apartment and scooped me up and off to the hospital. When I checked in at the window at the hospital, I was surprised to be greeted warmly. No judgment. I was directed to a room I'd share with 3 other women. We were scheduled for tests early and surgery later. We were treated with care and respect. In the elevator on the way to get some blood work, a friendly nurse asked me what I'd been using for birth control. I told her the diaphragm. She said, "That's why you're here. It's only 85% effective." I told her I'd given up the pill. Why? I explained, and she understood and suggested I consider the IUD. Afterwards, I felt grief, but not guilt, not shame. As I made the appointment for an IUD, I was sad I still couldn't include a baby in my life, and back in my rent-controlled apartment, I gratefully accepted another contract standing by for Butterflies on Broadway and had no doubt about whether I had made the right choice. It was my only choice. I was grateful to the state of New York for making this as painless and as safe as possible. Anti-choice advocates use grief as an argument against ending a pregnancy, and yes, there is heartbreak, but it is nothing compared to the heartbreak of an unwanted child, the deprivations of poverty and abandonment by mothers who can't handle motherhood. Living through this decision consciously was an experience in living through a time when there were no easy choices, and the decision deepened me, made me a better vessel for expressing the human struggle. When we started Little House, I'd thought I was moving toward marriage, stability, and family. But with my depression, rage, and alcoholism, I lost 2 good men, first Tooey, then Tom. Sober, I couldn't blame anyone and had to face myself. One night, after a quiet dinner, I headed up the hill outside my house in Hollywood for a walk. It hadn't been that long ago, that tough time in New York. Just a few years, but everything had changed. The dry night air seemed to wrap itself around my shoulders. In that moment, I no longer felt alone. An overwhelming wonder came over my mind, spacious and bright. I was truly sober. Now I believed it. Maybe I could have a child, not just play a mother on TV. Now I could trust myself. Maybe now. Maybe it wasn't too late. 22. New acts. Success gets to be a habit, like anything else a fella keeps on doing. By the shores of Silver Lake, Laura Ingalls Wilder. How to find a husband. I had no idea how to find out if a man was serious or a good candidate. With the sexual revolution, dating had disappeared. Most men expected sex, and many had lost the knack of pursuit. I recalled my own attitude in the 60s when Dr. Paulson tried to talk to me about containing my sexual desire, recalled that liberated me had known better, but now, willing to re-examine my behavior, I saw that my old ways hadn't helped me achieve what I wanted. I wasn't getting any younger, and my biological clock wasn't just ticking, it was racing. That season, I got married a lot. A part on Love Boat gave me a romantic, happy ending. When I arrived to shoot it, I was amazed to be sitting in the makeup room alongside a star I had seen in many musicals at the Ventura Theater, Jane Powell. Then off to costumes to get into the swimsuit. The top didn't please the costumer, and she pulled out one falsie after another. I did my best to become a mannequin while she stuffed first one sponge, then another cotton pad into my top. They knew my breasts were small when they hired me. The previous week, I'd had to wear the swimsuit into the producer's office to get the nod of approval during the costume fitting, and now, nearly time to rehearse the scene by the swimming pool, I couldn't imagine what would satisfy the costumer. Every week, the show opened with the introduction of the guest star couples of the week being greeted by the regulars, while some young, sexy people lounged around the pool. The camera lingered on female body parts. The idea was to catch as many audience eyes as possible in the first few seconds, while also working to keep the wholesome tone of the show. The old Berkeley feminist was not outraged, because I knew the score, and being able to get out of my Prairie skirt and play a comedic, romantic lead was great. No one in Hollywood remembered that I'd played comedy on Broadway, but these beauty aids that might keep the director waiting were making me nervous. Soon I would be free from my Little House contract, and I knew I needed to demonstrate my comedy chops. Still dissatisfied, the costumer sent an assistant to find more falsies, different shapes, crescents, pillow pads, and I began to take deeper breaths. I thought, aren't we in Hollywood? Isn't this the place where they do this successfully all the time? The assistant director knocked at the trailer door. They were ready for me. She let me go to rehearsal with instructions to come right back afterward. The falsies were not going to get me down. For years, I had craned my head to look whenever I passed the 20th Century Fox lot, and now I was here, seeing the roofs of the old New York street set I'd seen at matinees so long ago. Though the lot was much reduced, with vast amounts of the land sold off to create Century City, it still buoyed me to drive onto its manicured grounds, and I loved being made up with more pizzazz to play my kooky, clever character. I sped out to greet Joe Namath and rehearse our pool scene. Joe, the football hero, was such a cute guy, with blue eyes as intense as Paul Newman's. No wonder Hollywood had come calling. Many athletes were given chances for a second career in the movies. Merlin Olsen on our show, who wound up with his own series, Father Murphy, had a dual career as sports announcer and series star, besides owning the Porsche dealership that had been his insurance policy in case he got hurt too seriously to play ball. His success as an actor was due less to his acting than to his simple decency, a presence built of equal parts confidence and humility that he projected on TV. Joe seemed shy. We rehearsed our scene, and I scooted back to the swimsuit challenge, to the prodding and prying. Finally, we ran out of time, and I was pronounced passable. I went off to play the scene, pushed up as far as I could go, a reminder of my first equity job, when our costume designer had cleverly built up my costume with a padded bra to give me the fleshy rounds that would look so alluring in a low-cut period dress. Then I accented my cleavage with rouge and highlighted the breast tissue so it looked bigger under the lights. At the opening night, the general manager said to the costumer, a pal of mine, "She was good, but you should have padded her." And we howled with laughter. So, it was no news to me that I didn't have a lot to push up, but I'd accepted my breasts as they were, even grew to appreciate them. And as Twiggy replaced Marilyn as the ideal, I'd begun to feel more and more comfortable, even dressed in tight tops, even braless. Our Love Boat director had deep roots in comedy, and even had a vaudeville show opening that weekend. He and I communicated perfectly, and I had a lot of fun with my character, who pretended to be superficial, but had a cunning plan to get Joe to marry her. When lunch was called, Joe disappeared, as did the pretty blonde extra who was my stand-in, but they were back in time for the scene after lunch. And back on Little House, Mike and I got remarried, as if reflecting my preoccupation. Simultaneously, a few suitors appeared. I consulted a woman older and wiser than I in the recovery group about what to do, and she told me to stay out of bed. Say goodnight at the door. Take time to get to know who he is. She told me to be sure to give myself time. Despite my desire to be as free as any man, I knew that after sex I lost all objectivity. I began to date differently than I ever had, and I was frank about my intentions. I was looking for someone I wanted to share my life with, and who wanted to share his with me. One man actually said, "You don't expect me to court you." I left him behind, just as I was leaving behind old behaviors that hadn't served me. Another seemed to feel he suffered too much when asked to wait for sex. Not promising. A sober pal of mine, a writer for the LA Times and TV Guide, was invited to a party for successful singles and invited me to join her. We both were 3+ years sober and ready for romance with someone who would not be intimidated by our success. I wore my new Armani pants and silk shirt, and off we went to a house in Santa Monica, the home of a woman photographer. The crowd was young, middle-aged, dressed business casual, and voluble. There we met a businessman named Alan Radford, a friend of the hostess, who presented himself as a man who'd been transformed by a weekend workshop in which he learned to understand unconditional love. My friend later referred to him slyly as Mr. Unconditional Love, mocking his facile Southern California enlightenment. But Alan's enthusiasm was disarming. He was a large, strong man with lively blue eyes who already had made it and lost everything in a bankruptcy for which he admitted full responsibility. A week or so later, he called to meet me for a walk, and I told him I was looking for a partner to share my life. He grinned. "So, you want to play hardball?" It turned out that after years of easy bedding, he relished the challenge of courtship. He admitted his own longing for companionship. On our second date, Alan took me to C.C. Brown's ice cream parlor on Hollywood Boulevard. I had sweet memories from the summer when Karen Ewing and I had studied at the ballet studio next door, and I still loved the parlor's black and white checkered floor, and I loved ice cream. Good date. But would he want children? He already had 3. I asked. "Only if my wife does," he said. It was not an enthusiastic response, but it was an open one. I hadn't met his kids, but he was an involved father, and so I decided to see him again. He said he would call in a few days, but it was weeks before he called. Valentine's Day. I picked up the phone and he asked, "Will you be my Valentine?" "No," I said. "You won't?" "No. You don't get a Valentine by calling in the afternoon and expecting a date." "Well, would you like to go to La Jolla this weekend?" "No, I'm not free." "Oh, okay. I'll call you in a few days." I've heard that before. I said that before? Look, you don't have to say that, but if you do, I expect you to follow up. Got it. I'll call you in a few days. Not long after, on our way to a screening at the Writers Guild, he announced his serious intentions. I told him it wouldn't work. You'd steamroll me. And so he reined himself in, courted me with patience, tenderly described his children, and his self-disclosure about his business mistakes gave me confidence that he was trustworthy. In back of his recently acquired fixer-upper, he was starting over in the garage with 2 employees, slowly paying off his creditors. He started sending me gigantic bouquets. I had never seen such beautiful flowers outside of 19th century paintings. Fresh roses, carnations, alstroemeria, stock, and stunning stargazer lilies whose aroma filled my rooms. I'd rarely been spoiled, and his gesture made me buoyant. Still, I took a wait-and-see attitude. On mornings, when I didn't have to be at work until 10, Alan met me for breakfast. He took me to so many French dinners, I began to need to diet. When he invited me to go to La Jolla for the weekend, he was willing to let me have the spare bedroom. He was patient, and so was I, for once. We both knew the stakes were high. We were not young. We were scared, but we finally managed to get engaged. And the next night we danced at an art fundraiser for Barnsdall Park, the beautiful Frank Lloyd Wright property. He surprised me by being a terrific dancer, light on his feet. That night we seemed to dance on air. More and more I pulled my focus from Little House. Both Alan and I were active with our careers, and I got to know his sweet boys, ages 9 and 15, and his lovely 10-year-old daughter. He was rebuilding his career as a commercial real estate developer, and I was developing a movie about a different mother, Mother Earth. When the Little House scripts didn't involve Ma much, instead of feeling disappointed, I saw opportunity to focus on my personal life and new projects, and I had my guarantee of 2 Ma episodes to look forward to. I didn't want to stop acting, but I wanted to be a mother, and I looked forward to a variety of roles, parts in which I could transform in theater, TV, or movies once I was free from the series schedule. I let the network know that Season 8 would definitely be my last. In all long-running series, new settings, new plots are needed. In Season 5, 1978, Matt Laberto, who had played Charles as a little boy in an earlier episode, was brought back to play the rapscallion orphan Albert, who the family takes in when they move to Mankato for a change of pace with city life. Matt's knowing laugh and smart charm brought a new dynamic to the Ingalls family. He and Laura were natural co-conspirators. Mary's blindness had taken her away, first to study at the blind school. Eventually, she fell in love with her teacher, married, and had a baby. In Season 7, we were back in Walnut Grove. Ma's success running the restaurant in the hotel that Charles managed in Mankato led to Nellie's restaurant in Walnut Grove. Mary was rarely in the stories. Laura was being rushed into courtship with Almanzo, and the Ingalls soon needed more kids. My darling Grace was still a baby. Carrie's character had not been developed. A sagging feeling came over the set. Not only had some of our favorite crew members and actors died, some of the stories had become a real stretch. Between a blind school fire burning up Alice Garvey and Mary's baby, and then a rape script, we seemed to have lost our way. At the end of that season, a 2-parter called The Lost Ones introduced Melissa Francis as Cassandra and Jason Bateman as James, and the Ingalls adopted them to fill the house back up with kids. Though the kids were talented and as cute as could be, I was reluctant to get too close because I knew it would be for just 1 season. Besides, my heart was engaged with Alan's kids. During that 8th and final season, the cast and crew learned that NBC had bought an idea for a new show. A huge sigh of relief from the crew. Steady work. Little House, A New Beginning would star Melissa Gilbert and Dean Butler as the Wilders. I was glad for them and looked forward to my own departure. But first, I anticipated a rich role for Ma, my contract honored. Instead, when the last possible script appeared, it was about the kids, and only at the very end of the episode did Ma deliver the story of Stone Soup, an old folk tale in which a starving town survives when each person contributes their one small bit of food to the pot with a stone in it. A good moral, but that was no kind of a role, and that was a slap in the face. Was this retribution for leaving? In my drinking days, I had used liquid courage and confronted people who angered me. As a sober person, I discovered I was a coward. I screwed my courage to the sticking place, as Lady Macbeth says, and at the end of the workday, with the page of my contract that spelled out my guarantee tucked into Ma's apron pocket, and the script for Stone Soup in my hands, I went to talk to Mike. I kept my voice calm. I looked him directly in the eyes. "This script does not fulfill my contract," I said. "If you count the words, it's a big part." "You know as well as I do what a good part is." "Well, talk to the network." "I'm talking to you. This is your show." "Go ahead and sue. Any judge will say this is a big part." "You have not fulfilled my contract." "You can sue." "I want you to keep your commitment." Then silence. We stood looking at each other. "Talk to the network." A small, disbelieving shake of my head. I held myself tall, turned on my heel, and walked to my dressing room as he called to my back, "You're not a nice person." I'd achieved nothing but my self-respect. And as I stripped off the skirt, unbuttoned the blouse, unlaced the black boots, I shook, and adrenaline coursed through my body. I drove to Constance's apartment, rage and powerlessness bubbling up in hot, racking sobs. Mike's flagrant disrespect rendered me vulnerable to all the old regressive thoughts. I'm broken. I'll never get satisfaction, achieve happiness. But an understanding friend, getting something nourishing to eat, a support meeting, these would help me cope with emotional storms. And so, for the last of that year's episodes, Jason Bateman starred in a 2-part special with Mike, in which Charles insists on a miracle to save his boy after a fatal gunshot wound. And he is resurrected. That was how we ended 8 years. That year, the annual wrap party would be bigger since it was the final party for our show, and once I was able to gain perspective, I made plans for how to wish the new show good luck. I invited Alan and his kids to come to the wrap party and had a big cake designed to depict both the iconic little house and the house that would be Melissa and Dean's in the new show. "From our house to yours, all the best, love, Ma," the cake said. And I had it delivered to the studio to be shared by all. I imagined a presentation full of good wishes, but when I arrived at the party, I felt everyone's coolness toward me. I understood. I had been instrumental in breaking up the successful run when I gave my notice a year earlier. Our kids had grown up, and it seemed they couldn't hire a new Ma. The party was a sad affair on the same old stage. While these parties had never been the best celebrations, there was a special pall over this one. Little House, as it had been, was over. We had all worked hard to make a show we were proud of, but now everyone seemed sad. There was a band, the lights were dim, and to me the atmosphere felt murky. The concrete floor was unforgiving to heels. Alan had hired a limo. His kids got a kick of being inside Hollywood, and he smoothly led me in a dance. We were happy, but when I found the cake I had had delivered shoved into a dark corner, I realized my gesture had not been well received, and knew my only choice was to let it go. Victor got terribly drunk and made a sloppy, maudlin speech about how great Mike and the crew were, and Alan and I shared a look and decided it was time to leave. I gave a last hug to my children, had a poignant goodbye with Matt Laberto. We gathered Alan's kids and waltzed out of there. A few months later, in April, Alan and I married in the garden of our cherished friends, Carl and Kathleen Little, with only family and a few friends present. We celebrated with our wider circle at the Riviera Country Club, including some of my little house family, then took off for a honeymoon in Italy. We were showered with good fortune. For the time being, we moved into my house on Hollywood Boulevard, and when all 3 kids were there, it was like a big slumber party. We planned to take our time to find our family home where all the kids would be comfortable, including room for the hoped-for baby and the big Thanksgiving feasts Alan loved hosting for his 4-generation extended family. We both were excited about finding a place to fulfill our dreams of family life, entertaining friends, and, as he joked, big enough to satisfy his ego. And after about a year, we finally found it. One Thursday morning, I was driving along Sunset Boulevard to my women's group and noticed a big old Spanish house set back from the street. I sighed at its simple but elegant proportions and thought, why can't we find a place like that? After lunch, as I headed back to Hollywood, I saw an open house sign on the lawn. I whipped a U-turn, pulled up in front, parked, and jumped out of the car. As I walked into the entry hall, I saw an enormous living room on the left and dining room to the right. Was it too formal? But just behind the living room was a library with mahogany bookshelves that drew me in and took my breath away. Behind the dining room was a symmetrical butler's pantry and a kitchen that looked as if it had not been fixed up since the house was built in 1930. Knowing Alan's love of designing kitchens, this seemed an enhancement. I hurried back to the front hall and up the broad staircase. The master bedroom had a door that connected to the nursery. At least, I imagined it as the nursery. I was so excited I had to stop and use the toilet. On Saturday, I took Alan to see it. Though it needed an overhaul, the proportion and good bones were there. And after we walked up the graceful staircase to the large bedrooms, down the back stairs to the kitchen, and out to the huge backyard, the lot was nearly an acre, Alan invited the man from the bank to join him on the lawn under a magnolia tree. He began to negotiate immediately. I was astonished. Looks like we're buying a house. Many months later, after a sweltering La Niña summer, with Alan's kids piled in with us in temporary quarters, our contractor gave us the go-ahead to move into our home. The complex renovation was not complete, but the house was functional, and I felt a thrum in my blood as I coordinated the move that would consolidate our lives, his stuff, my stuff, kid stuff, into one permanent space. I was sweating alongside the movers when Alan pulled up in the driveway with our favorite sandwiches from the Italian deli. The kids and I came out, and the 5 of us plopped down on the grassy swell of the side yard under the jacaranda tree for our picnic. Lavender blossoms floated about us, and the breeze from the Pacific puffed coolness. The white butcher paper crinkled as we pulled open the wrappers and ate hungrily. Behind me, I sensed the derelict rose garden, bushes brown, leaves crisp and spotted. Mama would help me recover it, I knew. Whiffs of ambrosia from the tree. A stillness. The air sparkled with potential. Joy bubbled up in my center as I chewed. Alan and I smiled at each other. We were blessed, and we knew it. We had joined our lives and were about to settle in this home as a family. I was 40. It felt like it had taken me a whole lifetime to get here. What came easily and naturally for some had come hard for me. Now, a thought whispered, I will have a family and a child of my own. I was soufflé light and as grounded as a cow with her calves suckling. If this were a novel, a dark cloud might obscure the scene. We might shudder in the chill. Or perhaps a sudden hailstorm would send us dashing into the incomplete indoors. But this is Memoir. We sat there, innocently happy. Afterword. The snug log house looked just as it always had. It did not seem to know they were going away. Little House in the Big Woods, Laura Ingalls Wilder. One afternoon while I was reading in our library, the phone rang. The room had restored beautifully. The mahogany cabinets had acquired a luster and held my books behind glass-paned doors. The green walls we'd copied from the Russian tea room in New York set off Alan's old leather sofa near the fireplace. How I love this room, I thought, as I got up to answer. It was Mike. I was truly surprised. It had been more than a year since our stinging goodbye. But he told me they were doing a special and he wanted me to be in it. He could have just sent an offer through my agent, but he had picked up the phone, and I appreciated the gesture. Of course, I'll be glad to be in it, I told him. When the script arrived, it was clear that this was to be the last Little House ever. Little House: A New Beginning had not caught on and was canceled after only one season. We could have gone on doing specials like the Waltons did, but Mike had made a radical choice, and I read the script with astonishment. The plot involved a bad guy who'd schemed to take over the town, and now the townspeople, rather than let him have it, decided to blow it up. That's right, blow up Walnut Grove. Well, I've heard of cutting off your nose, but what did he want to spite? I wondered aloud to Alan. At the end, the entire cast would be assembled to witness the last farewell. Boom, boom. Well, not the entire cast, because Scotty refused to appear. Her bitterness over Mike's lack of appreciation had bled so deeply into her spirit that she couldn't bear to be there. And Carl Swenson, gone. I remembered supper in his Swedish cabin on a hill above Laguna. He passed quietly after completing the starring role when Mr. Hanson died. At the ranch, I rushed to hug Dabbs, then Kevin. Here, too, was Dick Bull, who flew in from Chicago where he and his wife had settled for the lively theater scene. Much of our crew was still intact, though Larry was gone and Whitey had retired and moved out of state. During the weeks of shooting, we took full advantage of opportunities to catch up. And then we came to the last scene. It had to be shot last, for there would be no Walnut Grove afterward. There was a heavy, mournful atmosphere as I took my place with my fellow actors, looked around at our fine crew, watched Luke Tillman wire up the biggest special effects the show would ever see. It was easy to cry for the ending of something that had been deeply rewarding, with all its ups and downs, the chance to work consistently, the dear fellow workers, our children, no longer children, a real finale. I was sad, but not bitter. I had worked hard to heal the hurts I had carried when I left. Now I could simply be there. We stood in a line, a regiment at the last battle. They blasted those buildings to smithereens. Then dismissed. More hugs, tears, goodbyes as we dispersed, took off our prairie clothes, descended from the honey wagons, and climbed into the brown Ford to be ferried to the parking lot and away. 5 years later, in 1990, I wrote to Mike to let him know what I was up to, and he wrote back saying, "Give me a call so we can talk about the old days before we both forget them." When I called, I heard about his family. By then, he and Cindy had 2 small children, Jennifer and Sean. As we visited, I asked him how Victor had died. He'd been a regular on Mike's latest hit show, Highway to Heaven. "Drank himself to death," Mike said, as casually as if he were saying that Vic had missed the bus. The obits said lung cancer, but Mike knew better. Another big, gifted guy killed by alcoholism. Less than a year later, Mike received the terrible diagnosis of pancreatic cancer. He handled the death sentence like a mensch. He was much too famous to keep the story within his family and closest friends. He brought it out in his own style, letting the public know what he was dealing with and the choices he was making while consulting with Cindy through it all. He joked on The Tonight Show that he was doing only one press interview, Life magazine, because life was what he wanted. In that first-person article, Mike said, "I've abused my body over the years. I drank too much. I also smoked too many cigarettes and ate a lot of the wrong things. And if you do that, even if you think you're too strong to get anything, somehow you're going to pay." In the article, Mike was transparent, telling people what he was trying, what he hoped would help, without claiming to have any answers. He showed balance and humility in his last, short months. He was gone on July 1st, 1991. It was nearly 15 years later when an out-of-the-blue call from Kent came, inviting me to a reunion in Los Angeles. I had settled in the East Bay across from San Francisco, near my birthplace. We had lost another favorite crew member, and Kent had had a rough go with his health and knew it was time. Due to the unexpected longevity of the show, many of us in the cast had been brought together over the years at various Laura Ingalls Wilder museums, nostalgic TV shows, and fan reunions. Our kids had transcended child stardom to become remarkable people. Our ranks had thinned, but like old army buddies, we cherished being together, even at funerals. I jumped at the chance to see people from the crew and staff I hadn't connected with in all these years. My annual letters had gradually ceased as addresses had changed and I moved from place to place. I was glad I wasn't in a play and was free to go. "It'll be lunch, since we're all getting older," Kent said. On the short flight from my nearby airport in Oakland to LAX, I tapped my feet when the plane was delayed. At the car rental office, I willed the line to move, jumped in the car, and sped out to the country club in the valley where Kent and Susan had settled. I rushed into the big dining room, which was packed with tables of 10, scanned the room for Kent. Everybody was already seated. I spotted Mike's grown kids, poised and handsome. Ah, Hal Burton, Jack Lilly. I saw Maury Dexter's white hair and found a seat at an adjacent table. The cast table was already full, and besides, I'd seen them all recently, but who knew when I would get to see the crew again? Matt Laberto was at Maury's table. He and I grinned at each other. I approached Maury gently from behind so as not to startle him. "Maury?" "Karen Grassle, I have to stand up." A big hug. "Karen, I have to tell you, what you put up with, when I think of what was slung at you, what a talent, what a lady. When I watch those videos, what you were able to do with all the mistreatment coming at you, you showed such character. What a great talent." I began to cry, big gloppy tears, about 2 sentences in. Embraced him, thanked him, but he went on. "I was hoping you'd be here today so I could tell you this. I wish I'd told you a long time ago. You went to your dressing room and never let it hurt your work." Oh, Maury, I thought people didn't see, didn't realize. You were all so. His words, he went on, salved years of isolation and bound up old wounds. My tears, so quick to spring up and pour out, proved to me how deeply I'd needed this acknowledgement of my struggle. And for the rest of the day, amidst loving greetings with dear, long-missed fellow workers, the embarrassment at not recognizing some people, the posed photos, all this passed in a halo of grace after that brief exchange with Maury. I read a tribute I'd written to Kent, embraced my colleagues and my children, and returned home, feeling a deep calm that not even Los Angeles International Airport could touch. Acknowledgements. Memory called and I followed, first to a class given at Ollie Berkeley by the brilliant teacher Deborah Lichtman. Deborah's notes and insights on my early drafts guided and motivated me. She inspired a group of us to form our own circle where we have continued to write and support each other's work. My heartfelt gratitude to the Addison Street Writers Circle. Sue Ezekiel, Ruth Hannum, Eleanor Liu, Vivian Paisano, Kate Pope, Anna Rabkin, Martina Reeves, Marilee Snow, and Linda Sondheimer. We have been meeting weekly for more than a decade, persevering in our writing, sustaining and heartening each individual's efforts. We have given feedback with more insight as the years have passed. My memoir was developed in this safe but invigorating atmosphere. For reading early versions of the manuscript and offering their insights, I want to thank our circle most especially, as well as the discerning feedback of the late Tony Clark, Lawrence Thornton, Fred Gordon, Kent Wolfe, Diana Gould, Karen McClellan, Molly Barnes, Suzanne Kortmansch, John Argue, and William Vandegrift. Early members of ASWC, Chris Albert, Margot Daschel, Doris Fine, Marga Riddle, and Steve Murtaugh encouraged my process as well. My deep gratitude to my astute, insightful, and fast editor, Amy Friedman. Other editors and professionals who read the book include Victoria Nelson, who offered invaluable notes, and Adam Reed of the Joy Harris Agency and Mitchell Waters of Brandt and Hockman, who believed in the book's future. My son, Zach Radford, has been a source of encouragement and support throughout the long years of this process and rescued me when I was technically challenged. Many friends gave me emotional support, including Carol Cook, Gigi Gamble, Trish Kiefer, Amy Perry, Colleen Stein, and Deborah Efron. Some also connected me with their contacts in the publishing world, notably Allison Arngrim, Lynn Atkinson, Molly Barnes, and William Anderson. For permissions to quote from authors, I am indebted to Noel Silverman at the Laura Ingalls Wilder Trust, Jean McClellan, Tara Wykeham, and Peter London at HarperCollins. Leanne Plattner at NBC Universal provided permission for me to quote from the Little House on the Prairie series. For their confidence in the book and creative work to bring it to fruition, I am grateful to Brooke Warner and the staff at She Writes Press. Megan Beatty has given her enthusiastic PR expertise to lend wings to this project. I am indebted to Elisa Rabellino for final proofreading, Beth Wright for early copy editing, and practical assistance from Aaliyah Charney, Karina Gomez, and Julie Faherty. Stalwart support through research and myriad essential tasks came from my assistant, Jamie Valle. This concludes Bright Lights, Prairie Dust by Karen Grassle.